accelerates beyond any attempt at restraint or negotiation.
When a testimony, hundreds move as though linked by a single rim. Those occupy a street, stairwells, rooftops, and trends in Roseberry. A silver name beneath, concentrate fight. Gathered on gets put together in points for new arrivals. Utility poles sway beside overflowing intersections, flashing lights reflect from airborne dust and fragments. Security lines fracture under relentless pressure, locked entries buckle against impact, and entire districts transform into unstable landscapes, shaped by number, speed, and unchecked escalation rather than planning or command. Individual voices vanish inside the larger wave as clusters combine into moving walls of force. Temporary obstacles are pushed aside without recognition. Warning markers disappear beneath debris. Surrounding structures absorb repeated shocks. Access routes clog with converging streams, and every attempt to redirect the surge dissolves beneath expanding intensity and collective fixation. Packed corridors become channels for unstoppable advance. Fractured barriers mark former control zones. Scatter wreckage covers plazas and transit hubs. Compressed ranks continue driving forward through confusion. Embedded feeds pressure, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence. Volume and overwhelming physical presence alone. Power gradually front channels for unstoppable advance. Fractured barriers mark former control zones. Scattered wreckage cover plazas and trans hubs. Compressed ranks continue driving forward through confusion, and impact pressure feeds pressure, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence, volume, and overwhelming physical presence alone. The roar gradually.
Yeah, floodlit checkpoints dominate every approach while armored patrols advance through regulated corridors. Surveillance towers rotate above. Control districts reinforce barriers, divide occupied sectors into restricted zones. Inspection teams halt movement at designated crossings. Loudspeakers broadcast directive through concrete passageways. Observation units track activity from elevated platform. Transport convoys enforce predetermined routes. Access terminals reject unauthorized requests. Steel gates locked behind passing groups monitoring in a race sweep. Crowded facilities, uniformed enforcers maintain visible presence at every junction, and every surrounding space stands beneath an expanding structure of imposed authority and calculated control.
Compliance spreads through monitored environment. These exhibits in the tone and these suppression ten. Got finished first, starting back successions. Basic combating time, section section. Drifting witness, command occupies every visibly operation. Regulated movement places individual choice through control pathways. Reinforced overstands into transit routes and secure compounds. Obedience, every restriction limits. Autonomy in the growing apparatus transform occupied ground into a landscape governed by surveillance pressure. Elevated observation decks overlook crowded processing halls, while security detachments maintain order through constant inspection. Registration stations process endless lines beneath strict protocols. Containment sectors expand behind reinforced partitions. Petrol vehicles circulate through regulated avenues. Access permission determine every transit between zone communications. Like subject to review. Surveillance feeds connect distances, studies into unified oversight. Warning notices cover structural surfaces. Tactical units reinforce strategic locations, and entire populations adapt their behavior beneath an increasingly visible framework of coercion and institutional dominance. No unregulated space remains as oversight penetrates deep forensics. Surrounding sectors, monitoring networks extend through every operation. I have a lecture, not colorless link that can dash and enforce commanding and the supervision. Regulated districts continue beneath unbroken observation. Secured boundaries preserve authority.
through constant enforcement. Controlled passageways.
Control passageways, 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 Barricades seal every entrance, while armored units advance through narrow corridors. Surveillance towers rotate above crowded sectors. Loudspeakers issue limitives, floodlights sweep over concrete yards. Reinforced gates slam shut behind moving lines. Inspection crews force compliance at checkpoints. Steel partition divide entire districts in a controlled zone. Drones hover low between structures, restrained devices lock onto designated targets. Transport vehicles roll through dust and debris. Boots strike pavement and measure patterns. Every occupied block bends beneath escalating pressure from an authority demanding absolute submission. Comments repeat through distorted transmitters as resistance points disappear one by one. Observation posts expand their reach. Search teams sweep through sealed compound and lock gauge without delay. Restricted routes multiply through every sector of every sit brothers order with each passing minute,
reducing choice to a fading memory.
Every mark, location reflects impulse control. Monitor streets, channel unwilling crowd. Secure compounds, a waste independent. Define the boundaries at this time. The boundaries of existence. Compliance spreads beneath conservation. Directive replace judgment. Restriction replaces initiative. Come and explore. Request mounted cameras track every deviation. Tactical squads surround critical facilities. Warning sirens dominate the atmosphere. And the remaining fragments of autonomy shrink beneath expanding layers of regulation and coercion. Permission becomes the only currency accepted in this control domain. Monitor networks close every remaining gap. On checkpoints tighten their grip on transit routes. Observation arrays extend farther into surrounding sectors. Reinforced barriers rise where open ground once existed, and authority consolidates itself through relentless
Enforcement and calculated intimidation.
controlled avenues stretch beneath unblinking oversight. Secured perimeters suppress every challenge. Impose order hardens into permanent occupation. Restricted passageways funnel entire population
Toward predetermined outcomes. Compliance is measured and recorded. Hesitation is punished. Independence can be used through precision, pressure, and unyielding force. Loudspeakers.
Mangled support columns lean through fractured industrial chambers, while concrete slabs shear away from their anchor points. Shattered walkways hang above widening voids. Twisted rebar protrudes from broken surfaces. Dust clouds surge through collapsed passageways. Elevate shafts stand exposed to open darkness. Ruptured pipelines spill debris across unstable flooring. Steel trusses buckle beneath uneven loads. Maintenance platforms detach and crash into lower sections. Fractured walls reveal torn internal layers.
Warning lights flicker through drifting particulate. And every remaining structure struggles against us. Already committed to total failure and disintegration.
Cracks race through load-bearing sections as weakened joints surrender beneath accumulated stress. Damaged foundations suspend their limits more. Fractured surface split into expanding fault lines. Vibration transfers instability through connected assemblies. Resistance diminishes with every impact, and the entire complex advances oral exhaustion. pitch. Corridors folding with while overloaded beams. Twist against failing connections. Stairwells break apart into jagged segments. Suspended equipment tears free from weakened mounts. Concrete fragments cascade through hollow interiors. Retaining walls cracked beneath. Shifting low. Structural frame distort under continuous strain. Service tunnels caving on lower levels. Protective barriers collapse alongside neighboring sections. Fracture floor and sinks without warning. And entire zones vanish beneath descending masses as accumulated damage overwhelms every remaining element of support and stability. No reinforcement remains capable of restoring integrity as compromised sections transfer stress into adjacent. Weakened connections fail in rapid succession. Fracturations drift from original alignment. Collapsing surfaces generate fresh instability. Surviving supports above impossible loads, and each failure spreads destructive pressure deeper into an already devastated framework of concrete and steel. Broken structures continue descending into expanding fields of debris. Shattered assemblies fragment beneath repeated impacts. Exposed and split beneath relentless strains. Suspended remnants detached from damage. Supposing it the living Tyranid advances toward complete ruin through collapse, fragmentation, and uncontrollable.
Dust settles over fractured remains. Twisted steel rests against shattered concrete. Damaged supports lean at impossible angles. Exposed interiors reveal layers of former hatchways. Distant impacts echo through unstable ruins. And the final remnants surrender to collapse beneath their own failing weight.
Concrete fragments tumble from suspended corridors, while support beams twist under their own load. Bolts ricochet through dust, choke chambers, worn in panels flicker, then vanish. Stairwells split into jagged shells. Shattered glass gates, overstained floor, and generators cause sparks in the narrow passages. Gable whip from ruptured conduits, steel ripped, buffer without rhythm. Elevators hang crooked between levels. Heavy doors grind against warp tracks. Smoke pours through broken vents. Scattered crews sprint between collapsing sections. Each impact carving new gaps. Each rupture exposing deeper damage. Every corner trading stability for violent disorder and raw mechanical failure. Pressure gathers beneath crack plating as overloaded joints shriek through the structure. Fracture sorts lean and impossible angles. Debris rains from overhead grids. Emergency lights stutter in uneven burst pathways. Narrow under mounting wreckage. Distant detonations punch through concrete barriers, and the remaining foundations tremble under relentless strain. Frozen arcade walls descend into heaps of fractured material. Records scatter beneath rotating clouds of dust. Reinforced chambers split open under repeated shield guard to mounting force. Broken sections slide into darkness. Every impact rewrites the terrain. Every collapse the damage, leaving only wreckage and exposed ruin. Yeah. Beneath damaged ceilings, maintenance platforms shear away from anchor points and plunge into machinery. Rotating equipment tears itself apart. Gears eject metal shards through open compartments. Collapse walkways, force desperate detours through unstable sectors. Hydraulic lines bursting coat surfaces with vapor. Fractured junction spits sparks into accumulating debris. Cranes tilt from weakened mound storage bays. Rupture under shifting weight. Alarms compete with grinding impacts. Scattered tools bounce through vibration. Entire sections sink several meters, and the interior transforms into a maze of destruction without direction or restraint. No central control remains, only disconnected reactions chained together by damage, torn panels. Exposed tangled wiring cracks, exposed into wet standing kins of the P fractured sources. Down the level right the cracks, exposed foundations crack and separate as when each B-roll on against collation shafts collapse into lower levels. Pressured doors jam halfway open Trails of debris, fractured surface crumble under lingering stress. Exposed foundations crack and separate. Suspended, detach and vanish below. Island packs continue without pause. Ruined passageways fold into themselves. The landscape reshapes through constant destruction, preserving nothing except evidence of collapse.
Yeah. Swarming figures pour from packed transit platforms while barricades buckle beneath mounting pressure. Narrow avenues overflow with convergent streams of bodies discarded. Signs tumble through crowded intersections. Metal railings bend under beaten packed storefront shutters. Rattle low grips above overflowing plazas. Traffic lanes vanish beneath accelerating masses. Temporary barriers scatter into debris. Raised structures tremble beneath concentrated weight. Voices merge into a single overwhelming roar, and every surrounding block absorbs.
Another surge of collective force, driven by escalate intensely in unchecked momentum.
Direction dissolves beneath expanding numbers as clustered groups merge into larger currents. Hesitation disappear inside a growing wave. Warning rocket vanish beneath noise and impact. Compressed pathways become channels of pressure. Movement accelerate without coordination. Reaction spreads further than restraining. The entire district drifts deeper into uncontrolled escalation with every passing moment.
Locked account, crowded streets transform into corridors of unstoppable advance. Concentrated force overwhelms barriers and control points. Every arrival's the surge, every impact expands the disruption.
Replaces instruction, volume replaces order, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence, pressure, and a giant Hilton just in Desher. Elevated walkways shake beneath packed ranks, pushing forward without pause. Repeated lines fracture, unrepeated contact, abandoned equipment disappears beneath shifting feet. Loading zones become gathering points for fresh waves of arrivals. Utility post way beside congested intersections. Shattered panels scattered through turbulent air. X's gates collapse beneath concentrated force emergency. Routes become clogged with converging streams. Wanted markers vanish beneath debris, and entire sectors descend into instability as numbers speed and shared impulse overwhelm every remaining effort at regulation and control. Individual intent disappears inside the expanding surges. Clusters combine into moving walls of pressure. Temporary obstacles are swept aside without recognition. Damaged structure absorb repeated shocks converging. Roots feed additional intensity into crowded zones. Surrounding boundaries lose relevance beneath overwhelming presence, and each new arrival amplifies already driving the collective escalation forward without restraint.
Packed avenues continue channeling unstoppable movement. Fractured barriers mark former attempts at containment. Compress the ranks, advance, still compete. Unchurched pressure spreads through every connected ride. Reaction,
The roar gradually breaks into channeling and stop a movement.
Velocity builds through crowded transit corridors while engines roar beneath reinforced housings. Drive shafts spin beyond ordinary ranges. Pressure gauges climb through marked limits. Suspension assemblies hammer against uneven surfaces and take vents. Pull torrents of air through vibrating chambers. Rotating turbines blur into streaks of motion. Warning indicators flash and disappear beneath mounting speed. Cargo restraints strain against increasing force. Steel panels tremble under constant acceleration.
Maintenance barriers rush past in distorted fragments.
And every connected component becomes locked inside a relentless demand for greater momentum and escalating forward thrust.
Restraint weakens as acceleration.
Pounds upon itself, mechanical resist beneath rising force reaction. Windows narrow with every passing second.
is how through overheated compartments while rotating assemblies consume distance, adding escalating rate, reinforced bounce, absorb repeated shock. Directional controls become increasingly sensitive. Surface con times, break is counter stress. Air filters through narrow passages with violent instances. Support packets vibrate, give me sustained load. Power reserves discharge into continuous advance. Mechanical tolerances approach.
Critical boundaries and entire operational sections become dominated by a singular drive toward greater speed, regardless of consequence or limitation. No equilibrium remains as rising momentum suppresses every moderating inflow. Right is so lonely to alter direction. Mechanical strain spreads through links, thoughts just less beneath. Accumulating force response delays magnify existing stability. And each ingredient is under stress base. Fresh pressure and already stressed mechanism.
Accelerating system surge beneath. Accelerating system surge beneath.
Yeah. Calibrated assemblies advance through illuminated production. Halls while precision actuators repeat identical sequences without deviation. Current lanes transferred uniform navigated second designated sectors. Measurement units verify dimensions and fixed intervals. Articulated mechanisms pivot with exact timing. Inspection scanner sweep polished surfaces and disciplined pattern. Storage modules align into flawless rows. Transfer platform glide along predetermined routes. Regulated motors maintain constant rotation indicator array. So dead according to schedule till parameters maintenance stations remain arranged with geometric accuracy. And every operational element contributes to an environment governed by consistency, precision, and unwavering mechanical order. Alignment persists through every connected process as synchronized components execute assigned functions without interruption. Regulated timing eliminates uncertainty. Measured actions replace a broader section of pathways. Guide each transfer control replacement reinforces literally operational variance approaches zero and the entire facility
Freezer-proof structured, activate intercalculated precision, regulated system continue without agitation or conflict, calibrated mechanism set to me. Freezer-proof structured, every action, operation, every position, equal situated matter, body some brutish layer, uncanny accuracy with discipline and extra control.
Automated carriers navigate more corridors with synchronized equipment processes material through carefully arranged stages, positioning arms place. Components with measured accuracy verification systems confirm results against established forensics. Control transfers maintain uninterrupted progression. Rotational assemblies operated regulated speeds. Environmental control stabilized surrounding conditions. Segmented work zones preserve functional separation. Tracking modules record each completed task. Support equipment remains stationed according to fixed allocation. In every section reflects a commitment to acceleration that no unnecessary variations. The sequences regulated procedures govern every interaction. Synchronize time and preserve continuity between stages. Calibrated references eliminate ambiguity. Controlled motion prevents disruption. Measured allocation sustains balance through interconnected operations. And each completed process reinforces the structural integrity of the larger arrangement with discipline, brevity, and exact execution.
Freezer-proof structure, activity undulated precision, regulated continue a lot of rotational conflict, calibrated mechanism set to freezer-proof structure. Freezer-proof structure. Runaway actuators jerk through crowded machinery halls while unattended mechanisms continue operating beyond assigned limits. Control panels flood with conflicting indicators. Accelerate without command. Hydraulic assemblies pulse through erratic sequences. Robotic arms swing past its native zones. Access gates cycle open and shut without coordination. Warning sirens compete with grinding motors. Monitoring displays refresh with corrupted status reports. Maintenance crews retreat from unstable equipment. Transport platform drift from program routes. and every connected process abandons predictability as authority over operations slips into escalating disorder and mechanical confusion. Correction arrived too late as responses multiplied into fresh complications. Automated routines conflict with one another. Timing references fracture beneath accumulated goals. Safety protocols trigger without restoring stability. Command inputs vanish inside expanding chaos. Operational boundaries dissolve under mountain inconsistency, and the entire facility slides further from
Structure control with each passing second.
hidden narrative. Directed action gives way to uncontrolled reaction. Synchronized processes scatter into competing outcomes. Established limits collapse beneath cascading failure. Every adjustment ability, every intervention deepens confusion, and the growing disorder transforms coordinated infrastructure into a lynch ruled by unpredictability, malfunction, and relational or relational drift. Navigation erases through contradictory instructions while transport units converge toward the wrong destination. Sorting mechanisms redirect material into block and chase from congregate, correct, correction times generate additional disruption. Stabilize, authorize becomes increasingly unreachable, and narrowing remaining function drifts farther into uncontrolled activity and expanding uncertainty. Fragment operations continue without meaningful direction. Unstable routines propagate through interconnected assemblies. Procedural limits vanish beneath cascading errors. Automated responses collide with one another across crowded networks. Disorder expands predictability. Errors in the infrastructure advances for complete dysfunction. Still confusion, contradiction, and irreversible loss of operational control.
Motors continue turning without purpose. Indicators flash across unedited panels. Unstable mechanisms cycle through unintended actions. Damaged process persists without correction. Alarms echo through partly abandoned sectors. Scattered equipment remains active despite mounting faults, and the final traces of coordinated control disappear into continuous malfunction and disorder.
Narrow containment corridors stretch beneath dim industrial light and wild reinforced. Bulk can stand only meters apart. Compressed air hisses through sealed valves. Pressure indicators tremble near critical markings. Locked Texas panels.
Concealment units pivot with deliberate precision. Maintenance crews exchange brief signals without stopping. Transport cars roll through restricted passages. Distant impacts travel through dense structural layers. Vibration lingers in flooring and walls. Every movement appears measured against unseen consequences. And the atmosphere thickens with restraint force, waiting for a single trigger to release it.
Silence contracts around active machinery as warning displays glow inside secure chambers. Regulated systems operate without visible error. Constant pressure built behind your windows narrower.
Every passing moment stood in position near grids of flame. Unanticipated reaction. Windows narrow with every passing moment. Uncertainty he's in charge with dense ultraviolet. Let's allay your arteries. So have a suspended fiction. It's a race identity.
Observation stations monitor fluctuating readings while sealed compartments absorb increasing load. Support remains rigid despite persistent stress. Secure doors lock into deeper stages of containment. Compressed conduits transmit regulated flow through crowded channels. Indicator lights pulse beside isolated sectors. Protective barriers separate critical zones from surrounding activity. Communication exchanges become short and more deliberate. Environment and controls compensate for subtle shifts in pressure, and every connected section appears restrained by effort rather than certainty. As accumulating strain presses against established limits, no visible failure emerges, yet hidden forces continue gathered beneath reinforced surfaces. Operational routines persist under heightened scrutiny. Structural elements
Scrutiny and stress without really control. System maintain balance through constant interventions. Release.
concentrated pressure endures inside secured infrastructure. Reinforced boundaries resist model strain. Discipline containment control the environment's breathe.
vibrations. Continue through sealed passageways. Secure chambers. Remain closed behind reinforced barriers. Monitoring displays hold steady beside fluctuating measurements. Restrained machinery operates beneath persistent load.
Overheated feelers spit sparks into crowded service tunnels while overloaded conduits vibrate behind cracked panels, cooling fans screaming maximum speed. Transformer housing shake under rising demand. Stack monitors flash cryptic warnings. Circuit boards glow beneath failing insulation. Power cabins rattle against mountain pressure. Backup units engage and disengage without stability. Cable stack from swollen trays. Ventilation grills blast waves of hot air. Rotating equipment strains against mechanical limits. Maintenance crews rush between access points, and every component absorbs more stress than its design was ever meant to endure. Capacity vanishes beneath relentless consumption as gauges climb beyond marked thresholds. Warning indicators multiply across control surfaces. Internal temperatures surge through sealed compartments. Protective measures activate too late. Vibration spreads through connected assemblies. Response times lengthen under strain, and the entire network approaches a critical state with no remaining margin coverage. Buried files. Storage banks choke on accumulating while tossing units from beneath. Impossible to make crowded channels slug with unresolved traffic containment. Earth's fracture under pressure. Every requester, every lead portion feeds instability, and the growing burden of the fires instability into adjacent sectors. Operational limits disappear behind escalating demand, and the structured advances toward collapse of pure accumulation and unchecked excess. Static guards remain active, yet insufficient. Earth's biosure accumulates faster than mitigation can respond. Trans pathways compete for shrinking resources. Thermal fill spreads through neighboring components. Overloaded nodes pass instability into adjacent sectors. Operational limits disappear. Saturated channels pulse beneath overwhelming volume. Burning processes struggle through expanding queues. Stress infrastructure sheds reliability with every passing moment. Containment barriers weaken under constant pressure. Demand continue resisting. Into system defense for breakdown to overload. Session aberrational failure.
Saturated processing halls pulse with relentless activity. Overloaded relay clusters chatter beneath rising thermal strain. Cooling assemblies force heated air through crowded compartments. Power regulators struggle to maintain stable distribution. Indicator arrays flood with escalating warnings. Transformer housing vibrate beyond ordinary limits. Cable trunks sag under excessive demand. Diagnostic terminals refresh faster than operators can interpret. Backup circuits engage and disengage without relief. Rotating equipment grinds through expanding workloads. Containment panels tremble beside overheated models, and every connected component absorbs more pressure than its operational threshold was designed to withstand.
Capacity erodes beneath uninterrupted demand as each units and levels climb towards critical boundaries. Response intervals lengthen through congested waves.
Thermal pills spread through neighboring assemblies. Protective routines activate without restoring balance.
Stress infrastructure transfers additional burden into already saturated sectors. Distance diminishes with every cycle,
In the end,
entire fade out when station and
Switching models, hesitate beneath continuous pressure. Monitoring displays filled with cascading fault indicators, support brackets vibrating in stress frameworks. Emergency bypasses route additional demand into weakened sections, rotating drive stutter under
Excessive activity in giant sections, ictinian and triad sectors listening to mechanical fatigue has accumulated. Workload overwhelms capacity and erodes reliable programs across interconnected operations across interconnect durations. No reservoir margin remains is expanding demand. Consumer glories versus stress pathways compete for shrinking bandwidth.
Overloaded nodes propagated instability through connected equipment. Thermal pressure intensified its mitigation efforts fail to offset growing accumulation. And each additional task drives crash burden into an infrastructure already strained beyond sustainable limits and endurance.
Saturated networks and continue below demand burden. Processors struggle through expanding queues and persistent congestion. Damon tries to bridge the little letters, replicate temperature, racing fees every step to share reliability. With every passing interval, trade efficiency declines in the environment. Nation exhaustion and uncontrollable escalation of operational load beyond all remaining tolerance. Surge and discharge rattles through crowded conduit banks, while exposed conductors spit blue arcs against steel housings. Overloaded transformers pulse with uneven force. Insulation blisters along heated pathways. Junction cabinets vibrate beneath pumping flow. Relay clusters chatter without sequence maintenance. Slam flicker through static haze. Scorched terminals spark across narrow gaps. Grounding rails hum under mounting stress. Cable trays tremble with erratic transfer monitoring panels. Flash contradictory readings, cooling assembly struggle against rising heat in every connected section. Becomes a battleground where competing currents collide without restraint or stability. Expressions press through linked assemblies as overlapping frequencies invade crowded pathways. Voltage spikes punch through protected barriers. Synchronized timing dissolves beneath interference breakers. Systems engage and reset in rapid succession. Conductive surfaces crackle with stray discharge. Response delays multiply through connected equipment, and the entire network drifts toward escalating conflict between uncontrolled electrical forces. Frozen signal transmission paths fractured beneath relentless intervention. Channels dissolve into bursts of noise and corrupted exchange. Coordinated operations collapse under heating electrical pressure. Every connection spreads contamination. Every transfer amplifies instability. Disruption transforms precision infrastructure into a field of sparks. Electric field, escalation, infrastructure, and electric compulsion. High voltage racks shudder beside overheating converters, while unstable waveforms surge through overloaded distribution routes. Contact points erode beneath repeated arc and breaker arrays. Slam open without warning. Shielding layers weaken under persistent stress. Diagnostic screens flood with unreadable output. Energized surfaces release continuous crackling discharge. Backup feeds inject fresh turbulence into strained assemblies. Switching modules oscillate beyond tolerance, and entire sectors descend into confusion as interference overwhelms control and replaces coordination with violent electrical disorder. No stable effort survives as competing flows invade every remaining path. With synchronization fragments beneath layered distortion. Protective systems lose effectiveness under constant assault. Conductive structure absorb repeated surges. Corrupted time is spreads from one assembly to next, and each discharge transfers new instability deeper into infrastructure with destructive persistence. Polluted channels pulse beneath aggressive collective flick damage links. Scatter fragments of corrupted transmission. Unstable circuits propagate interference through every connector. Root disruption intensifies with each exchange of resistance. Weakens contamination expands, and the network advances toward collapsation and uncontrollable between competing currents. Residual discharge crackles through dark service corridors. Resonant shockwaves, hammer reinforced chambers, wild speaker arrays unleashed, crushing pressure into confined corridors, wall panels, flex beneath repeat impact suspended. Fixtures rattle from their mounts, fractured glass sheds, fragments on the concrete floors, ventilation ducts vibrate with violent intensity, metal grills buzz under expanding force, storage racks tremble along crowded aisles, warning signs sway against turbulent air, ceiling supports groan through continuous assault, equipment housing shuttered beside overloaded amplifiers, dust erupts from cracked surfaces and every enclosed section absorbs another layer of a punctured punishment, driving matador, structural fatigue and degradation.
Pressure accumulates through overlapping frequencies as dense waves rebound from every boundary vibration. Spreads through columns and flooring, whizzing forest that prettiers. Lose effectiveness under linked tension, oceaning is to wash.
Sound becomes a physical weapon. Concentrated realize pressure tears up. We succeeded with stress and damage every burst accelerates deterioration, compression,
Amplification towers, heavier waves through crowded sectors, swallowed surface, redness, suckness, partition walls, bow beneath, sustain impact, access doors shake against reinforced frames, support, brackets strain under continuous vibration overhead.
piping rattles through enclosed passages, monitoring equipment blurs from mechanical oscillation, cable mount loosen along stress route, storage enclosures crack at vulnerable joints, airborne particles swirl beneath turbulent pressure fields, and entire sections descending into progressive decay. Is it cause that force overwhelming material resistance and accelerates? Collapse.
No quiet interval emerges as later frequencies converge in a concentrated assault. Spreads through connectors, widen beneath repeating fractures, widen beneath neighboring assemblies. Mounting points surrender under accumulated stress, and every reflected wave returns, carrying fresh destructive energy into an already compromised.
Sirens dissolve beneath a wall of shouting as packed avenues overflow with Russian bodies, metal fences bend under crushing force, storefront shutters right against impacts, discarded signs tumble through crowded lanes, smoke drifts from overturned kiosk traffic barriers, scatter into intersections, raised platforms shake beneath uncontrolled surges, helmets and banners colliding, chaotic streams, broken pavement disappears beneath relentless footsteps. Scattered debris spins through gusting air. Vehicles that trap between converging masses, and every block absorbs another wave of escalating disorder, driven by collective momentum and mounting aggression. Noise thickens into a constant roar, while narrow passages become pressure chambers. Emotion shoulders slam against barriers, warning, but that's now. Beneath constant impacts temporary, trucksters run into larger currents, direction disappears, hesitation evaporates, and the crowd accelerates beyond any attempt at restraint or negotiation. When a testimony, hundreds move as though linked by a single those occupy a street, stairwells, rooftops, and trends in roads, bury us in beneath, concentrate.
inside the larger wave as clusters combine into moving walls of force. Temporary obstacles are pushed aside without recognition. Warning markers disappear beneath debris. Surrounding structures absorb repeated shocks. Access routes clogged with converging streams. And every attempt to redirect the surge dissolves beneath expanding intensity and collective fixation.
Packed corridors become channels for unstoppable advance. Fractured barriers mark former control zones. Scatter wreckage covers plazas and transit hubs. Compressed ranks continue driving forward through confusion. Impacture beats pressure, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence. Volume and overwhelming physical presence alone. Yeah.
Patrol gradually front channels for unstoppable advance. Fractured barriers mark former control zones. Scatter wreckage cover plazas and transit hubs. Compressed ranks continue driving forward through confusion. Impact pressure feeds pressure, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through resistance, volume, and overwhelming physical presence alone. The roar gradually.
Floodlit checkpoints dominate every approach while armored patrols advance through regulated corridors. Surveillance towers rotate above. Control districts reinforce barriers, divide occupied sectors into restricted zones. Inspection teams halt movement at designated crossings. Loudspeakers broadcast directive through concrete passageways. Observation units track activity from elevated platforms. Transport convoys and force predetermined routes. Access terminals reject unauthorized requests. Steel gates locked behind passing groups monitoring in a race. We've crowded facilities. Uniformed enforcers maintain visible presence at every junction, and every surrounding space stands beneath an expanding structure of imposed authority and calculated control.
Compliance spreads through monitored environment. 360 beats in the tone and makes the passion dance. Continuous freshness, adding back to sessions. Music combining sonic inspection section.
Drifting witness, combat occupies every visibly operation. Regulated move replaces individual choice to control pathways. Reinforced overstands into transit routes and secure compounds. Obedience to restriction limits. Autonomy in the growing apparatus transform occupied ground into a landscape governed by surveillance pressure. Elevated observation decks overlook crowded processing halls, while security detachments maintain order through constant inspection. Registration stations process endless lines beneath. Strict protocols, containment sectors expand behind. Reinforced partitions, petrol vehicles circulate through regulated avenues. Access permission determine every transit between zone communications.
Subject to review. Surveillance feeds connect distances, studies into unified.
Oversight, warning notices cover structural surfaces. Tactical units reinforce strategic locations. And entire populations adapt their behavior beneath an increasingly visible framework of coercion and institutional dominance. Regulated space remains as oversight penetrates deep forensics. Surrounding sectors monitoring networks extend through every operation. I have to make sure not colors link that can dash and enforce remotely and to supervision. Regulated districts continue beneath unbroken observation. Secured boundaries preserve authority. Constant enforcement. Controlled passageways. Controlled passageways. 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 Passageways.
Barricades seal every entrance while armored units advance through narrow corridors. Surveillance Unbalanced towers rotate above crowded sectors. Loudspeakers issue unlicensed floodlights sweep over concrete yards. Reinforced gates slam shut behind moving lines. Inspection crews force compliance at checkpoints. Steel partition divide entire districts in a control zone. Drones hover low between structures. Restrained devices lock onto designated targets. Transport vehicles roll through dust and debris. Bullets strike pavement and measure patterns. And every occupied block bends beneath escalating pressure from an authority demanding absolute submission. Summons repeat through distorted transmitters as resistance points disappear one by one. Observation posts expand their reach. Search teams sweep through steel compound and lock gauge without delay. Restricted routes multiply through every sector. Of every sit brothers harder with each passing minute.
Reducing choice to a fading memory.
Every mark, location reflects imposed control. Monitor streets, channel unwilling crowd. Secure compounds, a week's independent. Define the boundaries of this time. The boundaries of existence. Compliance spreads beneath conservation. Directive replace judgment. Restriction replaces initiative. Coming explore age. Request mounted cameras track every deviation. Tactical squads surround critical facilities. Warning sirens dominate the atmosphere. And the remaining fragments of autonomy shrink beneath expanding layers of regulation and coercion. Permission becomes the only currency accepted in this control domain. Monitor networks close every remaining gap. Arm checkpoints tighten their grip on transit routes. Observation arrays extend farther into surrounding sectors. Reinforced barriers rise where open ground once existed. And authority consolidates itself through relentless
Enforcement and calculated intimidation.
controlled avenues stretch beneath unblinking oversight. Secured perimeters suppress every challenge. Imposed order hardens into permanent occupation. Restricted passageways funnel entire population
Toward predetermined outcomes. Compliance is measured and recorded. Hesitation is punished. Independence should be used through precision, pressure, and unyielding force. Loudspeakers.
Mangled support columns lean through fractured industrial chambers, while concrete slabs shear away from their anchor points. Shattered walkways hang above widening voids. Twisted rebar protrudes from broken surfaces. Dust clouds surge through collapsed passageways. Elevated shafts stand exposed to open darkness. Ruptured pipelines spill debris across unstable flooring. Steel trusses buckle beneath uneven loads. Maintenance platforms detach and crash into lower sections. Fractured walls reveal torn internal layers.
Warning lights flicker through drifting particulate, and every remaining structure struggles against us. Already committed to total failure and disintegration.
Cracks race through load-bearing sections as weakened joints surrender beneath accumulated stress. Damaged foundations suspend elements more. Fractured surface split into expanding fault lines. Vibration transfers instability through connected assemblies. Resistance diminishes with every impact, and the entire complex advances rural exhaustion. Cold report reinforced boundaries descend into fields of rubble. Fractures surrender beneath overwhelming force. So love is some saturated it just acts as a hereditary. Yellow chains burrows as people weep. Damage corridors fold inward while overloaded beams twist against failing connections. Stairwells break apart into jagged segments. Suspend equipment, tears free from weakened mounts. Concrete fragments cascade through hollow interiors. Retaining walls crack beneath shifting low. Structural frame distort under continuous endless strain. Service tunnels caving on lower levels. Protective barriers collapse alongside neighboring sections. Fractured floor and sinks without warning. And entire zones vanish beneath descending masses as accumulated damage overwhelms every remaining element of support and stability. No reinforcement remains capable of restoring integrity as compromised sections transfer stress into adjacent. Weakened connections fail in rapid succession. Fractured stations drift from original alignment. Collapsing surfaces generate fresh instability. Surviving supports a probe impossible loads, and each failure spreads destructive pressure deeper into an already devastated framework of concrete and steel. Broken structures continue descending into expanding fields of debris. Shattered assemblies fragment beneath repeated impacts. Exposed and split beneath relentless strain. Suspended remnants detached from damage. Supposing it delivered Terran advances toward complete ruin through collapse, fragmentation, and uncontrollable
Dust settles over fractured remains. Twisted steel rests against shattered concrete. Damaged supports lean at impossible angles. Exposed interiors reveal layers of former hatchways. Distant impacts echo through unstable ruins. And final remnants surrender to collapse beneath their own failing weight.
Concrete fragments tumble from suspended corridors, while support beams twist under their own load. Bolts ricochet through dust, choke chambers, born in panels, flicker then vanish. Stairwell split into jagged shells, shattered glass gates over stained floor, and generators cock sparks in the narrow passages. Gable whip from ruptured conduit, steel ripped, buckle without rhythm. Elevators hang crooked between levels. Heavy doors grind against wall tracks. Smoke pours through broken vents. Scattered crews sprint between collapsing sections. Each impact carving new gaps. Each rupture exposing deeper damage. Every corner trading stability for violent disorder and raw mechanical failure. Pressure gathers beneath cracked plating as overloaded joints streak through the structure. Fracture circs lean and impossible angles. Debris rains from overhead grids. Emergency lights stutter in uneven burst pathways. Narrow under mounting wreckage. Distant detonations punch through concrete barriers, and the remaining foundations tremble under relentless strain. Frozen arcade walls descend into heaps of fractured material. Records scatter beneath rotating clouds of dust. Reinforced chambers split open under repeated shield guard to mounting force. Broken sections slide into darkness. Every impact rewrites the terrain. Every collapse the damage, leaving only wreckage and exposed ruin. Yeah. Beneath damaged ceilings, maintenance platforms shear away from anchor points and plunge into machinery. It's rotating equipment tears itself apart. Gears eject metal shards through open compartments. Collapse walkways, force desperate detours through unstable sectors. Hydraulic lines bursting coat surfaces with vapor. Fractured junction spits sparks into accumulating debris. Cranes tilt from weakened mound storage bays. Rupture under shifting weight. Alarms compete with grinding impacts. Scattered tools bounce through vibration. Entire sections sink several meters, and the interior transforms into a maze of destruction without direction or restraint. No central control remains, only disconnected reactions chained together by damage, torn panels. Exposed tangled wiring cracks, exposed into wasted and kins of the fractured sources. Down the level with the cracks, exposed foundations crack and separate as when it's fuel. Water against collation shelves collapse into lower levels. Pressured doors jam halfway open. Each surviving segment drifts closer to complete structural surrender. Broken chambers descend into expanding fields of debris. Fractured surface crumble under lingering stress. Exposed foundations crack and separate concrete suspended, detach and vanish below. Island packs continue without pause. Ruined passageways fold into themselves. The landscape reshapes through constant destruction, preserving nothing except evidence of collapse.
Yeah. Swarming figures pour from packed transit platforms while barricades buckle beneath mounting pressure. Narrow avenues overflow with convergent streams of bodies discarded. Signs tumble through crowded intersections. Metal railings bend under beaten packed storefront shutters. Rattle low grips above overflowing plazas. Traffic lanes vanish beneath accelerating masses. Temporary barriers scatter into debris. Raised structures tremble beneath concentrated weight. Voices merge into a single overwhelming roar, and every surrounding block absorbs
Another surge of collective force, driven by escalate intensely and unchecked momentum.
Direction dissolves beneath expanding numbers as clustered groups merge into larger currents. Hesitation disappear inside a growing wave. Warning rocket vanish beneath noise and impact. Compressed pathways become channels of pressure. Movement accelerate without coordination. Reaction spreads further than restraining. The entire district drifts deeper into uncontrolled escalation with every passing moment.
Locked account, crowded streets transform into corridors of unstoppable advance. Concentrated force overwhelms barriers and control points. Every arrival's a surge, every impact expands a disruption.
Replaces instruction, volume replaces order, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence, pressure, and a giant Ilton just in Desher. Elevated walkways shake beneath packed ranks, pushing forward without pause. Repeated lines fracture, and repeated contact, abandoned equipment disappears beneath shifting feet. Loading zones become gathering points for fresh waves of arrivals. Utility post way beside congested intersections. Shadow panels scattered through turbulent air. X's gates collapse beneath concentrated force emergency. Routes become clogged with converging streams. Wanted markers vanish beneath debris, and entire sectors descend into instability as numbers speed and shared impulse overwhelm every remaining effort at regulation and control. Individual intent disappears inside the expanding surges. Clusters combine into moving walls of pressure. Temporary obstacles are swept aside without recognition. Damaged structure absorb repeated shocks converging. Roots feed additional intensity into crowded zones surrounding boundaries. Lose relevance beneath overwhelming presence, and each new arrival amplifies already driving the collective escalation forward without restraint.
Packed avenues continue channeling unstoppable movement. Fractured barriers mark former attempts at containment. Compressed our ranks advance, still compete on church pressure spreads through every connected reaction.
The roar gradually breaks into channeling and stop a movement.
Velocity builds through crowded transit corridors while engines roar beneath reinforced housings. Drive shafts spin beyond ordinary ranges. Pressure gauges line through marked limits. Suspension assemblies hammer against uneven surfaces and take vents. Pull torrents of air through vibrating chambers. Rotating turbines blur into streaks of motion. Warning indicators flash and disappear beneath mounting speed. Cargo restraints strain against increasing force. Steel panels tremble under constant acceleration.
Maintenance barriers rush past in distorted fragments.
And every connected component becomes locked inside a relentless demand for greater momentum and escalating forward thrust.
Restraint weakens as acceleration.
Pounds upon itself, mechanical resist beneath rising force reaction. Windows narrow with every passing second. Surrounding structures smear into indistinct shapes. Stabilizing systems struggle to remain in vibration.
heated compartments while rotating assemblies consume distance at an escalating rate. Reinforced counts absorb repeated shock. Directional controls become increasingly sensitive. Surface con times greatest amount of stress. Airflow tears through narrow passages with violent instances. Support brackets vibrate in these sustained low power reserves discharge into continuous advance. Mechanical tolerances approach.
Critical boundaries and entire operational sections become dominated by a singular drive toward greater speed, regardless of consequence or limitation. No equilibrium remains as rising momentum suppresses every moderating inflow. Riding so low, need to alter direction. Mechanical strength spreads, remains forced and flex beneath accumulating force. Response delays magnify existing stability, and each ingredient is stress list. Rest pressure and already stress mechanism.
Accelerating system surge beneath. Accelerating system surge beneath.
Yeah. Calibrated assemblies advance through illuminated production. Halls while precision actuators repeat identical sequences without deviation. Current lanes transport unit for navigators, second designated sectors, measurement units, verify dimensions, and fixing the balls. Articulated mechanisms pivot with exact timing. Inspection scanner, sweep, polished surfaces, and disciplined pattern storage modules align into flawless rows. Transfer platform glide along predetermined routes, regulated motors maintain constant rotation indicator array. Updated according to schedule till parameters maintenance stations remain arranged with geometric accuracy. And every operational element contributes to an environment governed by consistency, precision, and unwavering mechanical order. Alignment persists through every connected process as synchronized components execute assigned functions without interruption. Regulated timing eliminates uncertainty. Measured actions replace a broader section of pathways. Guide each transfer, controller placement reinforces liberally. Operational variance approaching zero in the entire facility.
Freezer proof structured, activity intercalculated precision, regulated system continue without hesitation or conflict, calibrated mechanized so set to me. Freezer proof structured, every acceleration, every precision, equal centulated management, body sovereign display of uncanny accuracy, be disciplined and execute control.
Automated carriers navigate more corridors with synchronized equipment processes material through carefully arranged stages, positioning arms place. Components with measured accuracy, verification systems confirm results against established baristas. Control transfers maintain uninterrupted progression, rotational assemblies operated, regulated speeds, environmental control stabilized surrounding conditions, segmented work zones, preserve functional separation. Tracking modules record each completed task. Support equipment remain stationed according to fixed allocation, and every section reflects a commitment to extraction data. No unnecessary variations to sequences, regulated procedures govern every interaction. Synchronized time and preserve continuity between stages. Calibrated references eliminate ambiguity. Control motion prevents disruption. Measured allocation sustains balance. Connected operations in each completed process reinforces the structural integrity of the larger arrangement. Discipline, repetition, and execution.
Freezer proof structure, activity intercalculated precision, regulated stochastic, say no a lot of attention, no conflict, calibrated mechanized so secondary. Freezer proof structure. Freezer proof structure. Runaway actuators jerk through crowded machinery halls, while unattended mechanisms continue operating beyond assigned limits. Control panels flood with conflicting indicators, accelerate without command. Hydraulic assemblies pulse through erratic sequences, robotic arms swing past designated zones. Access gates cycle open and shut without coordination. Warning sirens compete with grinding motors, monitoring displays refresh with corrupted status reports. Maintenance crews retreat from unstable equipment, transport platform drift from program routes. and every connected process abandons predictability as authority over operation slips into escalating disorder and mechanical confusion. Correction arrived too late as responses multiplied into fresh complications. Automated routines conflict with one another. Timing references fracture beneath accumulating falls. Safety protocols trigger without restoring stability. Command inputs vanish inside expanding chaos. Operational boundaries dissolve under mounting inconsistency, and the entire facility slides further from structure control with each passing second. Hidden narrative directed action gives way to uncontrolled reaction. Synchronized processes scatter into competing outcomes. Establish limits collapse beneath cascading failure. Every adjustment ability, every intervention deepens confusion and the growing disorder transforms coordinated infrastructure into a landscape ruled by unpredictability, malfunction and religion. Now more relational drift. Navigation erases through contradictory instructions while transport units converge toward the wrong destination. Sorting mechanisms redirect material into block and chase from congregate for rake of crimi. Correction and time generate additional disruption. Stabilize authorize becomes increasingly unreachable, and every remaining function drifts farther into uncontrolled activity and expanding uncertainty. Fragment operations continue without meaningful direction. Unstable routines propagate through interconnected assemblies. Procedural limits vanish beneath cascading errors. Automated responses collide with one another across crowded networks. Disorder expands predictability. Errors in the infrastructure advances toward complete dysfunction. Still confusion, contradiction, and irreversible loss of operational control.
Motors continue turning without purpose. Indicators flash across unhanded panels. Unstable mechanisms cycle through unintended actions. Damaged process whispers without correction. Alarms echo through partly abandoned sectors. Scattered equipment remains active, despite mounting faults, and the final traces of coordinated control disappear into continuous malfunction and disorder.
Narrow containment corridors stretch beneath dim industrial light and wild reinforced. Bulkheads stand only meters apart. Compressed air hisses through sealed valves. Pressure indicators tremble near critical markings. Locked access panels.
Concealing units pivot with deliberate precision. Maintenance crews exchange brief signals without stopping. Transport cars roll through restricted passages. Distant impacts travel through dense structural layers. Vibration lingers in flooring and walls. Every movement appears measured against unsinking sequences. And the atmosphere thickens with restrained force, waiting for a single trigger to release it.
Solid contracts around active machinery as warning displays glow inside secure chambers. Regulated systems operate without visible error. Constant pressure builds behind your windows narrower.
Every passing moment is suddenly position near bridge of fire lines. It's all reaction windows narrow with every passing moment. Infinity needs intent to attend silent revelation. Isolate your arteries around the system that is fictioning. It's an uncertainty.
Observation stations monitor fluctuating readings while sealed compartments absorb increasing loads. Support remains rigid despite persistent stress. Secured doors lock into deeper stages of containment. Compressed conduits transmit regulated flow through crowded channels. Indicator lights pulse beside isolated sectors. Protective barriers separate critical zones from surrounding activity. Communication exchanges become short and more deliberate. Environment and controls compensate for subtle shifts in pressure, and every connected section appears restrained by effort rather than certainty. As accumulating strain presses against established limits, no visible failure emerges, yet hidden forces continue gathering beneath reinforced surfaces. Operational routines persist under heightened scrutiny. Structural elements
Scrutiny is stressed without really control. System maintain balance through constant error. Release.
concentrated pressure endures inside secured infrastructure. Reinforced boundaries resist model frame and lane. Discipline containment control the environment's free.
Continue through sealed passageways. Secure chambers. Remain close behind reinforced barriers. Monitoring displays hold steady beside fluctuating measurements. Restrained machinery operates beneath persistent load.
Overheated relay spit sparks into crowded service tunnels while overloaded conduits vibrate behind cracked panels, cooling fans screaming maximum speed. Transformer housing shake under rising demand. Stack monitors flash cryptic warnings. Circuit boards go beneath failing insulation. Power cabins rattle against mountain pressure. Backup units engage and disengage without stability. Cable tackle swollen trays. Ventilation grills blast waves of hot air rotating equipment strains against mechanical limits. Maintenance crews rush between access points, and every component absorbs more stress than its design was ever meant to endure. Capacity vanishes beneath relentless consumption as gauges climb beyond marked thresholds. Warning indicators multiply across control surfaces. Internal temperatures surge through sealed compartments. Protective measures activate too late. Vibration spreads through connected assemblies. Response times lengthen under strain, and the entire network approaches a critical state with no remaining margin recovery. Buried files. Storage banks choke on accumulating. We're crossing units, grind beneath impossible demand. Crowded channels slug with unresolved traffic containers. Fracture under pressure. Every requester, every lead. Motion feeds instability and the growing burden of the powers instability into adjacent sectors. Operational limits disappear behind escalating demand, and the structure advances toward collapse of pure accumulation and unchecked excess. Static guards remain active, yet insufficient to respire. Sure, accumulating faster than mitigation can respond. Stress pathways compete for shrinking resources. Thermal bills spread through neighboring components. Overloaded nodes pass instability into adjacent sectors. Operational limits disappear. Saturated channels pulse beneath overwhelming volume. Burning processes struggle through standing queues. Stress infrastructure sheds reliability with every passing moment. Containment barriers weaken under constant pressure. Demand continued resistance into system descent toward breakdown to overload. Session aberrational failure.
Saturated processing halls pulse with relentless activity. Overloaded relay clusters chatter beneath rising thermal strain. Cooling assemblies force heated air through crowded compartments. Power regulators struggle to maintain stable distribution. Indicator always flood with escalating warnings. Transformer housings vibrate beyond ordinary limits. Cable trunks sag under excessive demand. Diagnostic terminals refresh faster than operators can interpret. Backup circuits engage and disengage without relief. Rotating equipment grinds through expanding workloads. Containment panels tremble beside overheated models, and every connected component absorbs more pressure than its operational threshold was designed to withstand.
Capacity erodes beneath uninterrupted demand as each units and levels climb towards critical boundaries. Response intervals lengthen through congested waves.
Thermal fields spread through neighboring assemblies. Protective routines activate without restoring balance.
Stress infrastructure
strained routes, hardened inclusions, trap expanding heat. Switching models, hesitate beneath continuous pressure. Monitoring displays filled with cascading fault indicators, support brackets vibrate against stress frameworks. Emergency bypasses, route additional demand into weakened sections, rotating drive stutter under
Excessive activity in drying sections, dictating entire sectors, listening to mechanical fatigue as accumulated workload overwhelms capacity and erodes reliable programs across interconnected operations, across interconnect durations. No reservoir margin remains as expanding demand consumable resource stress pathways compete for shrinking bandwidth.
overloaded nodes, propagated instability through connected equipment. Thermal pressure intensified, its mitigation efforts fail to offset growing accumulation, and each additional task drives stress burden into an infrastructure already strained beyond sustainable limits and endurance.
Saturated networks and continued enrollment demand. Burden processors struggle through expanding queues and persistent congestion. Damon transfers with lethal letters, relegate temperature, racing fees, every sender share liability. With every passing interval, straight efficiency declines in the environment. Nation exhaustion and uncontrollable escalation of operational load beyond all remaining tolerance. Surge and discharge rattles through crowded conduit banks, while exposed conductors spit blue arcs against the housings. Overloaded transformers pulse with uneven force, insulation blisters along heated pathways. Junction cabinets vibrate beneath pumping flow. Relay clusters shadow without sequence maintenance. Slam flicker through static haze. Scorched terminals spark across narrow gaps. Grounding rails hum under mountain stress. Cable trays tremble with erratic transfer monitoring panels. Flash contradictory readings, cooling assembly struggle against rising heat, and every connected section becomes a battleground where competing currents collide without restraint or stability. Expressions press for length, assemblies as overlapping frequencies, invade crowded pathways. Voltage spikes punch through protective barriers. Synchronized timing dissolves beneath interference breakers. Systems engage and reset in rapid succession. Conductive surfaces crackle with stray discharge. Response delays multiply through connected equipment, and the entire network drifts toward escalating conflict between uncontrolled electrical forces. Frozen signal transmission paths fracture beneath relentless intervention. Channels dissolve into bursts of noise and corrupted exchange. Coordinated operations collapse under beaten electrical pressure. Every connection spreads contamination. Every transfer amplifies instability. Disruption transforms precision infrastructure into a field of sparks. Electric field, effluation, infrastructure, and electric proportion. High voltage lag shudder beside overheating converters, while unstable waveforms surge through overloaded distribution routes. Contact points are open, beneath repeated arc and breaker arrays. Slam open without warning, shielding layers weaken under persistent stress. Diagnostic screens flood with unreadable output. Energized surfaces release continuous crackling discharge. Backup feeds inject fresh turbulence into strain assemblies. Switching modules oscillate beyond tolerance, and entire sectors descend into confusion as interference overwhelms control and replaces coordination with violent electrical disorder. No stable effort survives as competing flows invade every remaining pathway. Synchronization fragments beneath layered distortion. Protective systems lose effectiveness under constant assault. Conductive structure absorb repeated surges. Corrupted timing spreads from one assembly to the next, and each discharge transfers new instability deeper into infrastructure with destructive persistence. Polluted channels pulse beneath aggressive collective flick damage links. Scatter fragments of corrupted transmission. Unstable circuits propagate interference through every connector. Route disruption intensifies with each exchange of vanished distance. Weakens contamination waves, hammer reinforced chambers, wild speaker arrays unleash, crushing pressure into confined corridors, wall panels, flex beneath repeating, back suspended, fixtures rattle from their mounts, fractured glass shades, fragments onto concrete floors, ventilation ducts vibrate with violent intensity, metal grills buzz under expanding force, storage racks tremble along crowded aisles, warning signs sway against turbulent air, ceiling supports groan through continuous assault, equipment housing shuttered beside overloaded amplifiers, dust erupts from cracked surfaces, and every ankle section absorbs another layer of a punctured punishment, driving mandatory structural fatigue and degradation. Pressure accumulates through overlapping frequencies as dense waves rebound from every boundary vibration, spreads through columns and flooring, whizzing floors that produce, lose effectiveness under Linko Tauschen Ocean in its wash. Sound becomes a physical weapon. Constant chills and real expressions. We succeeded with stress and damage. Every burst accelerates deterioration, compression, and growth. Amplification towers, heavier waves through crowded, softer solid surface redness, seconds partition walls, bow beneath, sustain impact, access doors shake against reinforced frames, support bracket strain under continuous vibration overhead. Piping rattles through enclosed passages, monitoring equipment blurs from mechanical oscillation, cable mount loosened along stress routes, storage inclusions crack at vulnerable joints, airborne particles swirl beneath turbulent pressure fields, and entire sections descending into progressive decay. Is it cause that force overwhelming material resistance and accelerates? Collapse. No quiet interval emerges as later frequencies converge in a concentrated assault. Spreads through connectors, widen beneath repeating fractures, widen beneath neighboring assemblies. Mounting points surrender under accumulated stress, and every reflected wave returns, carrying fresh destructive energy into an already compromise. Sirens is all beneath the wall, shouting as packed avenues overflow with Russian bodies, metal fences bend under crushing force, storefront shutters right against impacts, discarded signs tumble through crowded lanes, smoke drift from overturned kiosk, traffic barriers scatter into intersections, raised platforms shake beneath uncontrolled surges, helmets and banners colliding, chaotic streams blocking pavement, disappears beneath relentless footsteps, scattered debris spills through gusting air, vehicles that trap between converging masses, and every block absorbs another wave of escalating disorder, driven by collective momentum and mounting aggression. Noise thickens into a constant roar, while narrow passages become pressure chambers. Emotion shoulder slam against barriers, warning the density. Beneath transcend impacts temporary, structures merge into larger currents, direction disappears, haze sensation evaporates, and the crowd accelerates beyond any attempt at restraint or negotiation. With testimony, hundreds move as though linked by a single windows, occupy a street, stairwells, rooftops, and trends in walls, bury us in names beneath concentrated power. Gathered up and splitter level points for new arrivals, utility poles sway beside overflowing intersections, flashing lights reflect from airborne dust and fragments. Security lines fracture under relentless pressure, locked entries buckle against impact.
features combine into moving walls of force. Temporary obstacles are pushed aside without recognition. Warning markers disappear beneath debris. Surrounding structures absorb repeated shocks. Access routes clogged with converging streams. And every attempt to redirect the surge dissolves beneath expanding intensity and collective fixation.
Packed corridors become channels for unstoppable defense. Fractured barriers mark former control zones. Scatter wreckage covers plazas and transit hubs. Compressed ranks continue driving forward through confusion. Embed feeds pressure, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence. Volume and overwhelming physical presence alone. Yeah.
Power gradually front channels for unstoppable advance. Fractured barriers mark former control zones. Scattered wreckage cover plazas and trans hubs. Compressed ranks continue driving forward through confusion, and impact pressure feeds pressure, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence, volume, and overwhelming physical presence alone. The roar gradually.
Yeah. Floodlit checkpoints dominate every approach while armored patrols advance through regulated corridors, surveillance towers rotate above. Control districts reinforce barriers, divide occupied sectors into restricted zones. Inspection teams halt movement at designated crossings. Loudspeakers broadcast directives through concrete passageways. Observation units track activity from elevated platforms. Transport convoys enforce predetermined routes. Access terminals reject unauthorized requests. Steel gates locked behind passing groups monitoring in a race sweep crowded facilities. Uniformed enforcers maintain visible presence at every junction, and every surrounding space spans beneath an expanding structure of imposed authority and calculated control.
Compliance spreads through monitoring environment. He takes the beats in the tone and makes the pressure down. Content is rushed, adding fast successions. Can't sit down, monitoring inspection section.
Drifting witness, command occupies every visibly operation. Regulated move replaces individual choice through control pathways. Reinforced overstands into transit routes and secure compounds. Obedience, every restriction limits. Autonomy in the growing apparatus transform occupied ground into a landscape governed by surveillance pressure. Elevated observation decks overlook crowded processing halls, while security detachments maintain order through constant inspection. Registration stations process endless lines beneath. Protocols, containment sectors expand behind. Reinforced partitions, petrol vehicles circulate through regulated avenues. Access permission determine every transit between zone communications.
Take subject to review. Surveillance feeds connect distances, studies into unified.
Oversight, warning notices cover structural surfaces. Tactical units reinforce strategic locations. And entire populations adapt their behavior beneath an increasingly visible framework of coercion and institutional dominance. Whoa! No unregulated space remains as oversight penetrates deep forensics. Surrounding sectors monitoring networks extend through every operation. I have a lecture, not colorless, linked act in the dash and enforce complete and to supervision. Regulated districts continue beneath unbroken observation. Secured boundaries preserve authority. Constant enforcement. Controlled passageways. Control passageways.
Barricades seal every entrance, while armored units units advance through narrow corridors. Surveillance towers rotate above crowded sectors. Loudspeakers issue relatives, floodlights sweep over concrete yards. Reinforced gates slam shut behind moving lines. Inspection crews force compliance at checkpoints. Steel partition divide entire districts in a control zone. Drones hover low between structures, restrain devices. Lock onto designated targets, transport vehicles. Roll through dust and debris, boot strike pavement and measure pattern. And every occupied block bends beneath escalating pressure from an authority demanding absolute submission. Commands repeat through distorted transmitters as resistance points disappear one by one. Observation posts expand their reach. Search teams sweep through sealed compound and lock gauge without delay. Restricted routes multiply through every sector of every surprise harder with each passing minute.
Reducing choice to a fading memory.
Every mark, location, reflection, post control. Monitor streets, channel unwilling crowd. Secure compounds, a lease independent. Define the boundaries of this time. The boundaries of existence. Compliance spreads beneath conservation. Directive replace judgment. Restriction replaces initiative. Coming explore age. Request mounted cameras track every deviation. Tactical squads surround critical facilities. Warning sirens dominate the atmosphere and the remaining fragments of autonomy shrink beneath expanding layers of regulation and coercion. Permission becomes the only currency accepted in this controlled domain. Monitor networks close every remaining gap on checkpoints. Tighten their grip on transit routes. Observation arrays extend farther into surrounding sectors. Reinforced barriers rise where open ground once existed. And authority consolidates itself through relentless
Enforcement and calculated intimidation.
controlled avenues stretch beneath unblinking oversight. Secured perimeters suppress every challenge. Impose order hardens into permanent occupation. Restricted passageways funnel entire population
Toward predetermined outcomes. Compliance is measured and recorded. Hesitation is punished. Independence should be used through precision, pressure, and unyielding force. Loudspeakers.
Mangled support columns lean through fractured industrial chambers, while concrete slabs shear away from their anchor points. Shattered walkways hang above widening voids. Twisted rebar protrudes from broken surfaces. Dust clouds surge through collapsed passageways. Elevate shafts stand exposed to open darkness. Ruptured pipelines spill debris across unstable flooring. Steel trusses buckle beneath uneven loads. Maintenance platforms detach and crash into lower sections. Fractured walls reveal torn internal layers.
Warning lights flicker through drifting particulate, and every remaining structure struggles against us all. Already committed to total failure and disintegration.
Cracks race through load-bearing sections as weakened joints surrender beneath accumulated stress. Damaged foundations suspend their limits. Wars fractured surface split into expanding fault lines. Vibration transfers instability through connected assemblies. Resistance diminishes with every impact, and the entire complex advances rural exhaustion. Cold report reinforced boundaries descend into fields of rubble. Fractures surrender beneath overwhelming force. So love is some saturated just actions to be read. Every other thing exposed as people weep. Damage corridors fold inward while overloaded beams twist against balance. broken connections, stairwells break apart into jagged segments, suspend equipment, tears free from weakened mounts, concrete fragments cascade through hollow interiors, retaining walls crack beneath, shifting low, structural frame distort under continuous strain, service tunnels caving on lower levels, protective barriers collapse alongside neighboring sections, fracture floor and sinks without warning, and entire zones vanish beneath descending masses as accumulated damage overwhelms every remaining element of support and stability. No reinforcement remains capable restoring integrity as compromised sections transfer stress into it chases weakened connections fail in rapid succession, fracturations drift from original alignment, collapsing surfaces generate fresh instability. Surviving supports absorb impossible loads, and each failure spreads destructive pressure deeper into an already devastated framework of concrete and steel. Broken structures continue descending into expanding fields of debris, shattered assemblies fragment beneath repeated impacts, exposed and split beneath relentless strain, suspended remnants detached from damage, supported in the living terror advances toward complete ruin through collapse, fragmentation and uncontrollable.
Dust settles over fractured remains. Twisted steel rests against shattered concrete. Damaged supports lean at impossible angles. Exposed interiors reveal layers of former patchways. Distant impacts echo through unstable ruins. And the final remnants surrender to collapse beneath their own failing weight.
Concrete fragments tumble from suspended corridors, while support beams twist under their own load. Bolts ricochet through dust, choke chambers, worn in panels, flicker then vanish. They'll split into jagged shells, shattered glass gates, overstained floor, and generators cough sparks in the narrow passages. Gable whip from ruptured conduit, steel ribs buckle without rhythm. Elevators hang crooked between levels. Heavy doors grind against warp tracks, smoke pours through broken vents. Scattered crews sprint between collapsing sections, each impact carving new gaps, each rupture exposing deeper damage. Every corner trading stability for violent disorder and raw mechanical failure. Pressure gathers beneath crack plating as overloaded joints shriek through the structure. Fracture starts lean and impossible angles, debris rains from overhead grids. Emergency lights stutter in uneven burst pathways, narrow under mounting wreckage, distant detonations punch through concrete barriers, and the remaining foundations tremble under relentless strain. Frozen arcade walls descend into heaps of fractured material, records scatter beneath rotating clouds of dust. Reinforced chambers split open under repeated shield guards from mounting force. Broken sections slide into darkness. Every impact rewrites the terrain. Every collapse the damage, leaving only wreckage and exposed ruin. Yeah. Beneath damaged ceilings, maintenance platforms shear away from anchor points and plunge into machinery. Rotating equipment tears itself apart. Gears eject metal shards through open compartments. Collapse walkways, force desperate detours through unstable sectors. Hydraulic lines bursting coats, surfaces with vapor. Fractured junction spits sparks into accumulating debris. Cranes tilt from weakened mount storage bays. Rupture under shifting weight, alarms compete with grinding impacts. Scattered tools bounce through vibration, entire sections sink several meters, and the interior transforms into a maze of destruction without direction or restraint. No central control remains, only disconnected reactions chained together by damage torn panels. Exposed tangled cracks, exposed into wet standing kids of the P fractured sources. Down the level with the cracks, exposed foundations crack and separate the planet's fuel. Water dams, collation shafts collapse into lower levels. Pressured doors jam halfway up, and each surviving segment drifts closer to complete chambers descend into expanding fields of debris, fractured surface crumble under lingering stress. Exposed foundations crack and separate, suspended, detach and vanish below. Island packs continue without pause. Long passageways fall into themselves. The landscape reshapes the constant destruction, preserving nothing except evidence of collapse.
Yeah. Swarming figures pour from packed transit platforms while barricades buckle beneath mounting pressure. Narrow avenues overflow with convergent streams of bodies discarded. Signs tumble through crowded intersections. Metal railings bend under beaten packed storefront shutters. Rattle low grips above overflowing plazas. Traffic lanes vanish beneath accelerating masses. Temporary barriers scatter into debris. Raised structures tremble beneath concentrated weight. Voices merge into a single overwhelming roar, and every surrounding block absorbs.
Another surge of collective force, driven by escalate intensely and unchecked momentum.
Direction dissolves beneath expanding numbers as clustered groups merge into larger currents. Hesitation disappear inside the growing wave. Warning pocket vanish beneath noise and impact. Compressed pathways become channels of pressure. Movement accelerate without coordination. Reaction spreads further than restraining. The entire district drifts deeper into uncontrolled escalation with every passing moment.
Locked account, crowded streets transform into corridors of unstoppable advance. Concentrated force overwhelms barriers and control points. Every arrival's the surge, every impact expands the disruption.
Replaces instruction, volume replaces order, and the growing mass reshapes the environment through persistence, pressure, and a giant hill congested gesture. Elevated walkways shake beneath packed ranks, pushing forward without pause. Key lines fracture, unrepeated contact, abandoned equipment disappears beneath shifting flows. Loading zones become gathering points for fresh waves of arrivals. Utility post way beside congested intersections. Shadow panels scattered through turbulent air. Access gates relax beneath concentrated force emergency. Routes become clogged with converging streams. Warning markers vanish beneath debris, and entire sectors descend into instability as numbers speed and shared impulse overwhelm every remaining effort at regulation and control. Individual intent disappears inside the expanding surges. Clusters combine into moving walls of pressure. Temporary obstacles are swept aside without recognition. Damaged structure absorb repeated shocks. Converging groups feed additional intensity. Get to crowded zones surrounding boundaries. Lose relevance beneath overwhelming presence, and each new arrival amplifies already driving the collective escalation forward without restraint.
Packed avenues continue channeling unstoppable movement. Fractured barriers mark former attempts at containment. Compressed ranks advance, still compete on church rushes spreads through every connected route.
The roar gradually breaks into channeling and stop a movement.
Velocity builds through crowded transit corridors while engines roar beneath reinforced housings. Drive shafts spin beyond ordinary ranges. Pressure gauges climb through marked limits. Suspension assemblies hammer against uneven surfaces and take vents. Pull torrents of air through vibrating chambers. Rotating turbines blur into streaks of motion. Warning indicators flash and disappear beneath mounting speed. Cargo restraints strain against increasing force. Steel panels tremble under constant acceleration.
Maintenance barriers rush past in distorted fragments.
And every connected component becomes locked inside a relentless demand for greater momentum and escalating forward thrust.
Restraint weakens as acceleration.
Pounds upon itself, mechanical resist beneath rising force.
stability.
Remote to position overwhelms caution is increased speed reshapes every response. Compressed air slams and gets exposed. Structural loads mold to wide through rapid impacts. Every surge demands another surge. Every gain feeds another gain in the expanding impulse. Transform commotion to relentless pressure and acceleration.
Propulsion units howl through overheated compartments while rotating assemblies consume distance at an escalating rate. Reinforced bonds absorb repeated shock. Directional control become increasingly sensitive. Surface con times greatest amount of stress. Air filters through narrow passages with violent instances. Support brackets by originally sustained load. Power reserves discharge into continuous advance. Mechanical tolerances approach.
Critical boundaries and entire operational sections become dominated by a singular drive toward greater speed, regardless of consequence or limitation. No equilibrium remains as rising momentum suppresses every moderating inflow. Riding so slowly to alter direction. Mechanical strain spreads through links, torsions, flex beneath. Accumulating force response delays magnify existing stability. And each ingredient is under stress risk. Fresh pressure and already stress mechanism.
Accelerating system surge beneath. Accelerating system surge beneath.
Yeah, calibrated assemblies advance through illuminated production. Pause while precision actuators repeat identical sequences without deviation. Current lanes transfer unit for navigated, second designated sectors. Measurement units verify dimensions and fixing the balls. Articulated mechanisms pivot with exact timing. Inspection scanner sweep polished surfaces and discipline pattern storage modules align into flawless rows. Transfer platform glide upon predetermined routes. Regulated motors maintain constant rotation indicator. Arrays updated according to schedule. To parameters maintenance stations remain arranged. Geometric accuracy in every operational element contributes to an environment governed by consistency, precision, and unwavering mechanical order. Alignment persists through every connected process. As synchronized components execute assigned functions without interruption. Regulated timing eliminates uncertainty. Measured actions replace a broader section of pathways. Guides transfer control inflation reinforces liberally. Operational variance approaches zero and the entire facility. Variant creates activity.
Freezer proof structure. Activate intercalculated precision. Regulated system continue without hesitation or conflict. Calibrated mechanism set to me. Freezer proof structure. Every action represent every position. Ethical scintillating management. Body strong through display. Uncanny accuracy with discipline. Electric control.
Automated carriers navigate my corridors with synchronized equipment processes material through carefully arranged stages, positioning on place. Components with measured accuracy verification systems confirm results against established heuristics. Control transfers maintain uninterrupted progression. Rotational assemblies operated regulated speeds. Environmental control stabilized surrounding conditions. Segmented work zones preserve functional separation. Tracking modules record each completed task. Support equipment remains stationed according to fixed allocation. In every section reflects a commitment to acceleration. No unnecessary variations. The sequences regulated procedures govern every interaction. Synchronize time and preserve continuity between stages. Calibrated references eliminate ambiguity. Controlled motion prevents disruption. Measured allocation sustains balance through interconnected operations. And each completed process reinforces the structural integrity of the larger arrangement. Discipline, repetition, and exact execution.
Freezer proof structure. Activate intercalculated precision. Regulated sequence. They do a lot of additional conflict. Calibrated recognize precision. Freezer proof structure. Freezer proof structure. runaway actuators jerk through crowded machinery halls, while unattended mechanisms continue operating beyond assigned limits. Control panels flood with conflicting indicators, accelerate without command. Hydraulic assemblies pulse through erratic sequences, robotic arms swing past designated zones. Access gates cycle open and shut without coordination. Warning sirens compete with grinding motors, monitoring displays refresh with corrupted status reports. Maintenance crews retreat from unstable equipment, transport platform drift from program routes, and every connected process abandons predictability as authority over operation slips into escalating disorder and mechanical confusion. Correction arrived too late as responses multiplied into fresh complications. Automated routines conflict with one another. Timing references fracture beneath accumulating faults. Safety protocols trigger without restoring stability. Command inputs vanish inside expanding chaos. Operational boundaries dissolve under mounting inconsistency, and the entire facility slides further from structure control with each passing second. Hidden narrative directed action gives way to uncontrolled reactions. Synchronized processes scatter into competing outcomes. Established limits collapse beneath cascading failure. Every adjustability, every intervention deepens confusion, and the growing disorder transforms coordinated infrastructure into a landscape ruled by unpredictability, malfunction, and religion. Now motivational drift, navigation arrays issue contradictory instructions while transport units converge toward the wrong destination. Sorting mechanisms redirect material into block and chase from congregate to rake a crimi. Correction times generate additional disruption. Stabilize off the race becomes increasingly unreachable, and your remaining function drifts farther into uncontrolled activity and expanding uncertainty. Fragment operations continue without meaningful direction. Unstable routines propagate through interconnected assemblies. Procedural limits vanish beneath cascading errors. Automated responses collide with one another across crowded networks. Disorder expands predictability. Errors in the infrastructure advances for complete dysfunction. Still confusion, contradiction, and irreversible loss of operational control.
Motors continue turning without purpose. Indicators flash across unhindered panels. Unstable mechanisms cycle through unintended actions. Damaged process whispers without correction. Alarms echo through partly abandoned sectors. Scattered equipment remains active, despite mounting faults, and the final traces of coordinated control disappear into continuous malfunction and disorder.
Narrow containment corridors stretch beneath dim industrial light and wild reinforced. Bulk can stand only meters apart. Compressed air hisses through sealed valves. Pressure indicators tremble near critical markings. Locked access panels.
Surveillance units pivot with deliberate precision. Maintenance crews exchange brief signals without stopping. Transport cars roll through restricted passages. Distant impacts travel through dense structural layers. Vibration lingers in flooring and walls. Every movement appears measured against unsinking sequences. And the atmosphere thickens with restrained force, waiting for a single trigger to release it.
Silence contracts around active machinery as warning displays glow inside secure chambers. Regulated systems operate without visible error. Constant pressure builds behind your windows network.
Every passing moment is steadily positioned near cruiser flame. Unanticipated reaction windows narrow with every passing moment. It's riveting, he's intended with this sound revelation. Let's delay your arteries, so the system that is visioning. It's loose affinity.
Observation stations monitor fluctuating readings while sealed compartments absorb increasing load. Support remains rigid despite persistent stress. Secured doors lock into deeper stages of containment. Compressed conduits transmit regulated flow through crowded channels. Indicator lights pulse beside isolated sectors. Protective barriers separate critical zones from surrounding activity. Communication exchanges become short and more deliberate. Environmental controls compensate for subtle shifts in pressure, and every connected This section appears restrained by effort rather than certainty. As accumulating strain presses against established limits, no visible failure emerges, yet hidden forces continue gather beneath reinforced surfaces. Operational routines persist under heightened scrutiny. Structural elements
Scrutiny is stress without really control. System maintain balance through constant inner poverty release.
concentrated pressure, endures inside secured infrastructure, reinforced boundaries, resist, not afraid, maintain discipline, containment, control the environments, preserve stability.
Quantum turbulence, express stability, expands beneath the surface. Every indicator hints at escalation. Every silence magnifies anticipation. The entire structure bends through a state of compressed tension, sustained by resistance, vigilance and unresolved force. Sustained by resistance, vigilance and unresolved force.
Low vibrations. Continue through sealed passageways. Secure chambers. Remain close behind reinforced barriers. Monitoring displays hold steady beside fluctuating measurements. Restrained machinery operates beneath persistent load.
Overheated realist spit sparks into crowded service tunnels while overloaded conduits vibrate behind cracked panels, cooling fans screaming maximum speed. Transformer housing shake under rising demand. Stack monitors flash drifting warnings. Circuit boards glow beneath failing insulation. Power cabinets rattle against mounting pressure. Backup units engage, disengage without stability. Cables stack on swollen trays, ventilation grills, blast waves of hot air rotating. Equipment strains against mechanical limits. Maintenance crews rush between access points, and every component absorbs more stress than its design was ever meant to endure. Capacity vanishes beneath relentless consumption as gauges climb beyond marked thresholds. Warning indicators multiply across control surfaces. Internal temperatures surge through sealed compartments. Protective measures activate too late. Vibration spreads through connected assemblies. Response times lengthen under strain.
And the entire network approaches a critical state with no remaining margin of recovery.
Buried files. Storage banks choke on accumulating load. Tossing units from beneath impossible demand. Crowded channels slug with unresolved traffic. Containmenters fracture under pressure. Every requester, every lead. Portion feeds instability and the growing burden of suppliers instability into adjacent sectors. Operational limits disappear behind escalating demand, and the structure advances toward collapse of pure accumulation and unchecked excess. Static guards remain active, yet insufficient. There's pressure accumulates faster than mitigation can respond. Stress pathways compete for shrinking resources. Thermal bill spreads through neighboring components. Overloaded nodes pass instability into adjacent sectors. Operational limits disappear. Saturated channels pulse beneath overwhelming volume. Burning processes struggle through expanding queues. Stress infrastructure sheds reliability with every passing moment. Containment barriers weaken under constant pressure. Demand continue resisting. Is the system designed for breakdown to overload? Session, aberrational failure.
Saturated processing halls pulse with relentless activated, overloaded relay clusters chatter beneath rising thermal strain. Cooling assemblies, force heated air through crowded compartments. Power regulator struggle to maintain stable distribution indicator. Arrays flood with escalating warnings. Transformer housings vibrate beyond ordinary limits. Cable trunks sag under excessive demand. Diagnostic terminals refresh faster than operators can interpret. Backup circuits engage and disengage without relief. Rotating equipment grinds through expanding workloads. Containment panels tremble beside overheating models, and every connected component absorbs more pressure than its operational threshold was designed to withstand.
Capacity erodes beneath uninterrupted demand as each units and levels climb towards critical boundaries. Response intervals lengthen through congested waves.
Thermal fields spread through neighboring assemblies. Protected routines activate without restoring balance.
Stressed infrastructure transfers additional burden into already saturated sectors. Distance diminishes with every cycle.
In the end,
Fade out, station advances toward a state of escalating unelectronic faster.
dense equipment racks hum with escalating intensity, while overwork distribution units redirect excessive load through constrained routes. Hardened inclusions, traffic expanding heat. Switching models hesitate beneath continuous pressure. Monitoring displays filled with cascading fault indicators. Support brackets vibrate against the frameworks. Emergency bypasses route additional demand into weakened sections. Rotating drive stutter under excessive
Activity in dry sections, dictating dry sectors listening to mechanical fatigue as accumulated workload overwhelms capacity and erodes reliable programs across interconnected operations across interconnected durations. No reservoir margin remains is expanding demand. Consumable resources stress pathways compete for shrinking bandwidth.
Overloaded nodes, propagated instability through connected equipment. Thermal pressure intensifies mitigation efforts fail to offset growing accumulation, and each additional task drives trash burden into an infrastructure already strained beyond sustainable limits and endurance.
Saturated networks can continue overwhelming demand. Burden processes struggle through expanding queues and persistent congestion. Containment tries to bridge the lane, let as well it keeps temperature racing fees every stem to share reliability. With every passing interval, straight efficiency declines in the environment. Exhaustion and uncontrollable escalation of operational load beyond all remaining tolerance. Surge and discharge rattles through crowded conduit banks, while exposed conductors spit blue arcs against steel housings. Overloaded transformers pulse with uneven force. Insulation blisters along heated pathways. Junction cabinets vibrate thin and pumping flow. Relay clusters chatter without sequence maintenance. Slam flicker through static haze. Scorched terminals spark across narrow gaps. Grounding rails hum under mounting stress. Cable trays tremble with erratic transfer monitoring panels. Flash contradictory readings, cooling assembly struggle against rising heat in every connected section. Becomes a battleground where competing currents collide without restraint or stability. Expressions press through linked assemblies as overlapping frequencies invade crowded pathways. Voltage spikes launch through protective barriers. Synchronized timing dissolves beneath interference breakers. Systems engage and reset in rapid succession. Conductive surfaces crackle with stray discharge. Response delays multiply through connected equipment, and the entire network drifts toward escalating conflict between uncontrolled electrical forces. Frozen signal transmission paths fracture beneath relentless interference, and channels dissolve into bursts of noise and corrupted exchange. Coordinated operations collapse under beating electrical pressure. Every connection spreads contamination. Every transfer amplifies instability. Disruption transforms precision infrastructure into a field of sparks. Electric field, effluation, infrastructure, and electric proportion. High voltage racks shudder beside overheating converters, while unstable waveforms surge through overloaded distribution routes. Contact points erode beneath repeated arc and as competing flows invade every remaining pathway. Synchronization fragments beneath layered distortion. Protective systems lose effectiveness under constant assault. Conductive structure absorb repeated surges. Corrupted timing spreads from one assembly to the next, and each discharge transfers new instability deeper into infrastructure with destructive persistence. Polluted channels pulse beneath aggressive collective flick damage links. Scatter fragments of corrupted transmission. Unstable circuits propagate interference through every connector. Root disruption intensifies with each exchange of vanished distance. Weakens contamination, expands, and the network advances toward collapsation and uncontrollable between competing currents. Residual discharge crackles through dark service corridors. Resonant shockwaves, hammer reinforced chambers, wild speaker arrays unleashed, crushing pressure into confined corridors, wall panels, destiny repeat, impact suspended, fixtures rattle from their mounts, fractured glass sheds, fragments on the concrete floors, ventilation ducts vibrate with violent intensity, metal grills buzz under expanding force, storage racks tremble along crowded aisles, warning signs sway against turbulent air, ceiling supports grow through continuous assault, equipment housing shudder beside overloaded amplifiers, dust erupts from cracked surfaces and every ankle section absorbs another layer of a punctured punishment, driving matter towards structural fatigue and degradation.
Pressure accumulates through overlapping frequencies as dense waves rebound from every boundary vibration. Spreads through columns and flooring, within floors that prettiers. Lose effectiveness under language, Tauschen Ocean in its dual.
Sound becomes a physical weapon. Controls and realize pressure tears. We succeed at bits, stress and damage. Every burst accelerates deterioration, compression.
Amplification towers, heavier waves through crowded stuff through swallowed surface, redness, suckness, partition walls, bow beneath, sustain impact, access doors shake against reinforced frames, support, rapid strain under continuous vibration overhead.
Piping rattles through enclosed passages, monitoring equipment blurs from mechanical oscillation. Cable mount loosened along stress route, storage inclusions crack at vulnerable joints. Airborne particles swirl beneath turbulent pressure fields, and entire sections descending into progressive decay. As it does that force overwhelm material resistance and accelerates.
Collapse. No quiet interval emerges as later frequencies converge in a concentrated assault. Spreads through connectors, widen beneath repeating fractures, widen beneath neighboring assemblies. Mounting points surrender under accumulated stress, and every reflected wave returns, carrying fresh destructive energy into an already compromise.
Sound becomes a physical weapon. Constant pressure, rise, pressure tears. This soldier is sustaining, distorting damage. Every burst accelerates utopia to the crash. Saturated chambers pulse beneath the wall. Let go detection, leaving release pressure on every cell. Rising projection, level down. This pulse beneath the wall. Let go detection, leaving release fraction.
careful man. The insurance policy expired at midnight. The premium of playing it up tight costs more than what the reckless ever could. I canceled the coverage for good, and what the uninsured provides at night is worth the risk and worth the height of the fall. The policy was built to break the uninsured is not a mistake. They calculated every move before the step, running algorithms in the depth of every millisecond of delay. I deleted the algorithm today. The uncalculated pains are sharper than the safety in the wings of the stage. The careful version performs the uncalculated dances in the storms. The liability is mine and I accept the terms and conditions that the careful kept, warning me about since I was young. The liability is the sweetest song I've sung, because the risk is where the real thing hides. The liability is the price of the rise that the insured will never take. The risk is real, and I'm wide awake through the caution of the 20th line. Watched it fall and didn't care where the wind blows. The safety net I carried everywhere is tangled in the legs of someone's chair, and I am walking on the ledge without the rope. The calculated version lost its hope of ever getting me back to the rail. I jumped the guardrail and I will not bail on the version of the night that has no plan. The guardrail is for a more careful man. No insurance, no net below. The ledge is mine, and I run the show. The ground beneath me isn't where it was. The floor is somewhere else, and just because the beat relocated where the stable lives. The ground is gone and what the unstable gives is better than the planet and the shore. The ground moved out and I don't want the cure for the elevation sickness I've acquired. The ground is gone and I have never been more wired to the version of the night that has no floor. The ground moved out and I am asking for more. But the line was using the station, snap that peak at the perfect rate to send the vertical into a spin. The plumb line broken, I am caving into the diagonal. The careful never tried. The perpendicular has stepped aside for the angle that the architect inside. My chest prefers to the vertical and why they built their evenings on the level ground of the horizontal and the settled sound of the predictable beneath their feet. I built mine on the most unstable street. The beat confined beneath the pavement of the reasonable and the managed love of the horizontal and the flat. I pulled the pavement up and that was that. The inner ear that kept the balance true, recalibrated to a different view of what the horizontal means tonight. The inner ear is telling me the truth is right. The balance organ doesn't want the straight. The balance organ found a better state in the diagonal of the unrestrained. The inner ear recalibrated and remained committed to the truth the beat provides. The balance organ chose the darker rides over the level ground the daytime gives. The inner ear decided how it lives. The ground beneath me isn't where it was. The floor is somewhere else, and just because the beat relocated where the stable lives. The ground is gone and what the unstable gives is better than the planet and the shore. The ground moved out and I don't want the cure for the elevation sickness I've acquired. The ground is gone and I have never been more wired to the version of the night that has no floor. The ground moved out and I am asking for more. The pavement pulled in a tilt, became my home. The vertigo is mine and mine alone. kept the body running strong. In the lane, the managed version paved. The wheel turned on its own and I was a wave. Through the barrier I built to keep it straight. The steering went and I discovered late. That the hands I trusted when we were gone. The vehicle was moving on its own and heading somewhere straight and never goes. The steering failed and what the darkness knows about the roads I careful never mapped. Came flooding through the windshield and I snapped. The grip I had is somewhere on the floor. The vehicle is moving and I'm sure I should be terrified, but what I feel is free behind the disconnected wheel. Hands off the wheel and the body's driving now. The vehicle is moving and I don't know how to get back to the lane. A careful drew, but the road the body chose has a better view than the highway of the man is never showed. The body's driving down a darker road, and the speed is past the limit I was taught. The body found the lane, thinking never caught. It's off and everything accelerates. The body drives and the careful version waits. At the roadside watching what I become. The vehicle is free and I am done pretending that the wheel was ever mine. The body drives a more compelling line. They white knuckle their way through every turn, gripping at the steering, trying to learn the discipline of the perfectly maintained direction that the manual explained. I let the wheel go somewhere past the third mile of the evening, and I haven't heard from the discipline since the grip release. The vehicle accelerated and the lead version of the man behind the wheel expired, and the body took the deal of the road that has no guardrails and no sign. The manual's burning and the ride is mine. The navigation system lost its signal. The GPS is dark and that's the single best thing that has happened to the drive. The navigation died made me feel alive in ways the body world could never give. The navigation failed and now I live on the road the satellite can't see. The vehicle is somewhere dark and free, and I am not the driver I was trained. The navigation crashed and what remained was instinct in the body and the road. The vehicle shed its careful heavy load. Hands off the wheel and the body's driving now. The vehicle is moving and I don't know how to get back to the lane. The careful true, but the road the body chose has a better view than the highway of the man is never show. The body's driving down a darker road, and the speed is past the limit I was taught. The body found the lane, thinking never caught. Hands off and everything accelerates. The body drives and the careful version waits. At the roadside watching what I become. The vehicle is free and I am done pretending that the wheel was ever mine. The body drives a more compelling line. GPS, no map, no lane, no light. The body drives and owns the night. The structure I spent decades putting up started dripping from the ceiling to the cup. The body that was catching what came down. The architecture melting through the ground, drown. By the reasonable and the well-designed, the structure that was holding up my mind. Ran liquid on the walls of what I knew. The temperature to be provided blue. As the melting point of the maintain, the structure I was living in complained for about a second and again. The architecture flowing like a wave. The solid state was never gonna last. The liquid virgin on myself ran fast through every corridor I built with care. The structure melted and I didn't care. Everything I built is by engineering of the reason. While I watch my walls turn liquid, watch them fall into puddles of the managed and the plan. The engineer melted where I stand into something more responsive than the break of the solid version, running stiff and thick with the management that kept it standing tall. The liquid version doesn't need a wall between the body and the depth below. The structure melts and I prefer the flow. The melting point was lower than I thought. The structure held for shorter than it ought to. I've given what I'd spent on reinforcement. The liquid state arrived without endorsement from the rational or the structural review. The melting happened and I let it through without the rescue crew or the repair. The liquid state deserves the open air. Night that solid couldn't breathe. Structure melts and I will never grieve for the architecture standing cold. The liquid version has a better story told. Everything I built is running down the walls. The solid version of myself just falls into the liquid state of beat demands. Nothing left but the reasonable commands dripping through the flow of what I built. The structure's gone and something's coming through warmer than the architecture held. The liquid state is everything I felt that the solid version wouldn't let me feel. The structure melts and now the night is real. Cooling at the feet of what I was. The liquid version doesn't need a cause. The architecture's gone and I'm the flood. The melting point was written in the blood. The room is spinning, but my feet are planted firm. The ceiling traded places with the worm of the floor that used to know its station well. The geography of the evening fell to a rotation that the sober wouldn't trust. The spinning is the mixture of disgust between the body and the night without the map. The room is spinning and I'm closing every gap between the virgin standing straight and what I am. The rotation is the most compelling gem. Provides when gravity gives in. The compass in my chest stopped pointing north. The needle spinning wild and going forth into directions that the calibrated version of the man had never dated. What considered as a valid place could go. The compass broken, what it doesn't know about the territory past the cardinal is everything the spinning has to show. The directions that the needle used to give were the only ones that used to let me live inside the managed territory of the stray. The compass broken, I appreciate. The spinning is the most accurate way. With the night is actually taking me past the coordinates, the careful plotted down. The compass broken, I am leaving town. They held their equilibrium with pride. The balanced and the leveled and the guide of the horizontal that they never let tilt past the angle of the socially sad. A degree of the acceptable lean. I threw my balance at the most extreme angle. The even and the off from me. The equilibrium is the enemy. With the tilted and the spinning finds. The balance version operates with blinds on every window to the kind of light that only opens at the angle of the right. I'm on the tilt that sends a careful home. The spinning is the compass and the pole. The body past the balanced and the straight. The tilt arrived and I am feeling great. The orientation now has started.
every axis I was taught to hold. The orientation melted and I'm told by the body that the spinning is the truest kind of orientation for the unconfined. The room is spinning, but my feet can't affirm. The ceiling traded places with the worm. Before I used to know a station well. The geography of the evening fell into a rotation that the sober wouldn't trust. The spinning is the master of the sense between the body and the night without the map. The room is spinning, and I'm closing every gap between the version standing straight and what I am. The rotation is the most compelling jam the room provides when gravity gives in. The spinning started and I gave it my widest grin. I kept on hinges, swung too wide, and what came out was everything I hide behind the frame of the presentable need. The hinges snap, and I am on the street of the uncontained, wide open air. The door is off, and I no longer care about the frame that used to hold it shut. The hinges broke, and I am in the gut of the night without the usual restraints. The door is gone, and I am not the same. They built the frame around to keep inside. The mechanism held for 20 years, oiled and maintained through the managed fears of what would happen if the hinge gave way. The mechanism failed at the end of the day, not from corrosion, not from neglect. The mechanism fell from the direct pressure of the beat that found the pin, holding the whole apparatus in the position that the careful had designed. The pin came loose, and what was left behind was the frame without the function of the close. The mechanism died, and what arose was the man without the apparatus on. The mechanism failed, and he is gone. The version that the frame was built to hold. The mechanism story has been told. They tightened it with additional screws, reinforcing what they couldn't afford to lose. The containment of the managed and the held. I watched my apparatus get expelled from the frame that used to give it shape. The containment burst like the wrong kind of drape on the window of the version I displayed. The apparatus failed, and I'm not afraid of the view from where the uncontained exists. The apparatus missed the beats on fist that landed on the pin that held it true. The containment burst, and I came through. The frame is just a rectangle of wood, standing where the containment used to stood. Without the door it used to hold in place. The frame is now the most ironic space. No function, no use. The frame is just the outline of the truce. I had a version of myself that stayed behind the door the mechanism made. The frame stands empty, and I stand outside. The border that the man is used to hide behind is just a shape without the thing. The frame stands empty, and I'm happening. The door I kept on hinges, swung too wide, and what came out was everything I hide behind the frame of the presentable in me. The hinges snapped, and I am on the street of the uncontained.
outline of the man I drew in pen is washing off and won't come back again. The ink is running somewhere down the drain of the evening, and I'm dancing in the rain on my own disappearing boundary line. The edges where I ended used to shine with the definition of the clearly drawn. The outlines gone. Something new is born in the space where the perimeter once was. The definition died without a cause. Worth mourning for. The border between everything was crisp and clean like cellophane string around the package of the well-defined. The border went transparent in my mind. Before the body followed with the rest, the definition that I wore upon my chest, like a badge of the identifiable and see-through and the most reliable version of the boundary I maintain between myself and everything unchained. Turn invisible when the beat arrived. The border that I polished has to survive. They reinforce their outlines every hour with the permanent marker and the power of the will to stay inside the line. I watch my permanent turn to turpentine and watch the definition clean up the marker that I used to write the play of who I am and where my edges end. Dissolved and I don't need it to pretend that the clearly drawn was ever who I was. The definition ended just because the provided something thinner than the boundary between the night and the version has no edge at all. The definition answered his last call. The clarity of where end and start was the most confining kind of art. The clearly drawn was just the finest gauge. The dissolution turned the final page on the chapter of the book. Defined the clarity I valued was the bind that kept the body separate from the wine. The dissolution opened every side of the body to the night with the fence. The clarity was just the best defense against the kind of night that has no line. The dissolution in the night. The outline of the man I drew in pen is washing off and won't come back again. The ink is running somewhere down the drain of the evening, and I'm dancing in the rain of my own disappearing boundary line. The edges where I ended used to shine with the definition of a clearly drawn. The outlines gone and something new is born in the space where the perimeter once was. The definition died without a cause. Worth mourning for. The ink keeps running and I let it pour. The resolution I was running at was high. Every pixel of the evening sharp and dry. In the clinical precision of the scene, the sharpest image on the cleanest screen. Until the beat arrived and dropped the rest. Down to the level where the mind says yes. To the version of the night can't quite read. Resolution lowered and I'm free from the tyranny of the perfectly in focus. The low resolution is the locus of the shock that never showed. The image softened and I let it go. The focus pulled and vision fell from the loft of the high definition life I led. The softer version found me here instead. Can't tell where the edges meet the edge. Can't tell where the music meets the stare of the man who used to see in straight clean lines. The resolution dropped and now the size are running into colors I can't name. The sharper version wouldn't play this game of letting go. The pixel shows us softer resolution is the one that knows what the high diversion could find. The image bled and I never lost my mind in the most productive way a man can lose. The softer focus is the one I choose. They crank the resolution to the max, zooming in on every single fact. The evening off it up for the inspection. Pull my focus in the other direction. Don't know where the detail turns to mood. Don't know where the clinical gets cued. By the atmospheric and the vague. The lower resolution is in plague. It's the person who experience the night without the microscope and without the light. The analytical burning every scene. The lower resolution is the in-between of the knowable and the rubber never named. The softer focus can't be tamed into the pixel with the sharp demands. The lower resolution understands. The sharpness was exhausting looking back. The constant definition was the track I ran at the cost of what the soft provides when the resolution drops aloft into the territory of the felt. This was the card I'd always dealt myself before the beat provided the alternative. The softer focus is more sensitive to what the evening actually contains. The sharpness was the thing that built the chains around the kind of night the soft unlocks. The resolution dropped and broke the lock. Can't tell where the edges meet the air. Can't tell where the music meets the stare of the man who used to see in straight clean lines. The resolution dropped and now the signs are running into colors I can't name. The sharper version wouldn't play this game of letting go of what the pixel shows. Softer resolution is the one that knows what the high diversion couldn't find. The image bled and I have lost my mind in the most productive way a man can lose. The softer focus is the one I choose. Too soft and getting softer bar by bar. The resolution for me where the real things are. The thermostat inside my skull went red. The reading past the number on the head of what the instrument was built to measure. The fever is the most irrational pleasure I've had since the temperature was set at the level where the comfortable met the reasonable and shook his careful hand. The fever blew past what the gauge had planned in territory without a chart. The reading past the instrument is art, not science, and the fever understands the difference between the brain's demands. The fever broke the thermometer in half. The reading on the instrument made me laugh at the version of myself that monitored the temperature the careful had sponsored. Seeing things the sober version list, hallucinating at the top of the list of the experiences the medicine denied. The fever opened up the other side. So never let the gauge go past the territory with the recommended last. Standard, the reasonable takes its place. I threw the medication in the face of the recommended in the doctor's note. The fever is the most compelling antidote to the regulated life I used to lead. The hallucination planet every side of the night. I should have had a decade back. The fever put me on a different track, and the medicated in the temperature cold. The hallucination showed me something that removed the need for any further regulation. The fever is its own best medication. The clinical is never where I thrived. The fever is the proof that I'm alive in ways the regulated couldn't provide. The hallucination is the one that's past the gate of the monitor and the medically straight version of the evening that the careful build. The fever burned away the final guilt of running harder than the world approves. The hallucination is the deepest grooves. The night is cutting through the skull tonight. The fever is the most irrational lie. Feelings a sober version is hallucinating at the top of the list of the experiences the managed denied. Fever open up the other side of the evening at the temperature controlled. The hallucination is the story told by the body when the cage is in the red, seeing colors that the careful version fled from the first sign of the uncontrolled. The fever's vision is 1,000 times more bold than the regulated picture ever gave. The hallucination is the deepest rave inside the skull that never lets it in. The fever cracked the skull and temperatures still climbing, and I'm not coming down. The fever on the wants to ride. No. The surveillance I was running on myself had a camera in every room and shelf of the managed life I monitored for cracks. The surveillance covered front and backs of every angle that the careful could record. But the beat arrived from somewhere off the board of the monitored and the accounted for. The surveillance missed the most important door. The camera didn't catch it coming in. The monitor was dark where it had been, hiding in the angle I forgot to check. The surveillance had a flaw inside his deck. Right where I wasn't looking, that's where it came. Right through the gap in my surveillance game. The one position I forgot to guard is where the night delivered something hard and beautiful and past the monitored zone. Right where I wasn't looking, I was shown the thing the cameras couldn't pick up on the feed. Right where I wasn't looking, I found what I need. The gap in the surveillance is the gift. The unmonitored angle is the lift. I didn't know the evening had to give. Right where I wasn't looking, I began to live. They covered every angle with the lens of the analytical from the begin to the calculated end of every night. I left one angle dark and it was right to do so, because what the unrecorded gives is the only version of the night that lives. Past the playback in the footage and the file, the unrecorded runs for more than a mile. The gap was architectural, not a flaw. The gap was the most necessary draw in the blueprint of the man I was becoming. The surveillance was the most compelling moment of the night. At the angle I forgot, the gap provided everything I got that the cameras couldn't capture on the reel. The is where the night delivers something hard and beautiful and past the morning zone. Right where I wasn't looking, I wish on the thing the cameras couldn't pick up on the feed. Right where I wasn't looking, I found what I need. Gap in the surveillance is the gift. The unmonitored angle is the lift. I didn't know the evening had to give. Right where I wasn't looking, I began to live. Cameras are off and I prefer the dark. The gap is where the night left its mark. Through the caution up the 20th floor window, watched it fall and didn't care where the wind blows. The safety net I carried everywhere is tangled in the legs of someone's chair, and I am walking on the ledge without the rope. The calculated version lost its hope of ever getting me back to the rail. I jumped the guardrail and I will not fail. On the version of the night that has no plan, the guardrail is for a more careful man. The insurance policy expired at midnight. The premium of playing it uptight cost more than what the reckless ever could. I canceled the coverage for good, and what the uninsured provides at night is worth the risk and worth the height of the fall. The policy was built to break the uninsured is not a mistake. They calculated every move before the step, running algorithms in the depth of every millisecond delay. I deleted the algorithm today. The uncalculated brings are sharper than the safety in the wings of the stage. The careful version performs the uncalculated dances in the storms. The liability is mine and I accept the terms and conditions that the careful kept, warning me about since I was young. The liability is the sweetest song I've sung, because the risk is where the real thing hides. The liability is the price of the ride that the insured will never take. The risk is real and I am wide awake. Through the caution of the 20th floor window, watched it fall and didn't care where the wind blows. The safety net I carried everywhere is tangled in the legs of someone's chair, and I am walking on the ledge without the rope. The calculated version lost its hope of ever getting me back to the rail. I jumped the guardrail and I will not bail. On the version of the night that has no plan, the guardrail is for a more careful man. No insurance and no net below. The ledge is mine and I run the show. The ground beneath me isn't where it was. The floor is somewhere else, and it's because the beat relocated where the stable is. The ground is gone and what the unstable gives is better than the planet and the shore. The ground moved out and I don't want the cure for the elevation sickness I've acquired. The ground is gone and I have never been more wired. You perfect rate to send the vertical into a spin. The plumb line broken, I am caving into the diagonal. The careful never try. The perpendicular has stepped aside for the angle that the architect inside. My chest refers to the vertical and why they built their evenings on the level ground of the horizontal and the settled sound of the predictable beneath their feet. I built mine on the most unstable street. The beat confined beneath the pavement of the reasonable and the managed love of the horizontal and the flat. I pulled the pavement up and that was that. The inner ear that kept the balance true, recalibrated to a different view of what the horizontal means tonight. The inner ear is telling me the tilt is right. The balance organ doesn't want the straight. The balance organ found a better state in the diagonal of the unrestrained. The inner ear recalibrated and remained committed to the tilt the beat provides. The balance organ chose the darker rides over the level ground the daytime gives. The inner ear decided how it lives. The ground beneath me isn't where it was. The floor is somewhere else, and just because the beat we located where the stable is, the ground is gone and what the unstable gives. It's better than the planet and the shore. The ground moved out and I don't want the cure for the elevation sickness I've acquired. The ground is gone and I have never been more wired to the version of the night that has no floor. The ground moved out and I am asking for more. The pavement pulled in a tilt became my home. The vertigo is mine and mine alone. The wheel I held was steady for so long. The steering kept the body running strong. In the lane, the managed version paved. The wheel turned on its own, and that was a wave. Through the barrier, I built to keep it straight. The steering went, and I discovered late that the hands I trusted on the wheel were gone. The vehicle was moving on its own and heading somewhere straight and never goes. The steering failed, and what the darkness knows about the roads that careful never mapped came flooding through the windshield, and I snapped. The grip I had is somewhere on the floor. The vehicle is moving, and I'm sure I should be terrified, but what I feel is free behind the disconnected wheel. Hands off the wheel, and the body's driving now. The vehicle is moving, and I don't know how to get back to the lane. The careful drew, but the road the body chose has a better view than the highway or the man is ever showed. The body's driving down a darker road, and the speed is past the limit I was taught. The body found the lane, the thinking never caught. Hands off and everything accelerates. The body drives and the careful version waits. At the roadside watching what I become. The vehicle is free and I am done pretending that the wheel was ever mine. The body drives a more compelling line. They white-knuckled their way through every turn, gripping at the steering, trying to learn the discipline of the perfectly maintained direction that the manual will explain. I let the wheel go somewhere past the third mile of the evening, and I haven't heard from the discipline since the grip release. The vehicle accelerated and the lead version of the man behind the wheel expired, and the body took the deal of the road that has no guardrails and no sign. The manual's burning and the ride is mine. The navigation system lost its signal. The GPS is stuck and that's the single best thing that has happened to the drive. The navigation died made me feel alive in ways the body road could never give. The navigation failed and now I live on the road the satellite can't see. The vehicle is somewhere dark and free, and I am not the driver I was trained. The navigation crashed, and what remained was instinct in the body and the road. The vehicle shed its careful heavy load. Hands off the wheel, and the body's driving now. The vehicle is moving, and I don't know spent decades putting up. Started dripping from the ceiling to the cup. The body that was catching what came down. The architecture melting through the ground, down, down, down. The reasonable and the well designed, the structure that was holding up my mind. Ran liquid down the walls of what I knew. The temperature the beat provided blew, 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 blew. That's the melting point of the maintain. The structure I was living in complained for about a second and it gave. The architecture flowing like a wave. The solid state was never gonna last. The liquid version of myself ran fast. Through every corridor I built with care. The structure melted and I didn't care. Everything I built is running down the walls. The solid version of myself just falls into the liquid state. The beat demands nothing left. The reasonable commands dripping through the floor of what I knew. The structure's gone and something's coming through. Warmer than the architecture held. The liquid state is everything I felt. That the solid version wouldn't let me feel. The structure melts and now the night is real. Pulling at the feet of what I was. The liquid version doesn't need a cause. Reinforce their structures for the night with additional scaffolding and tight engineering of the reasonable. While I watch my walls turn liquid, watch them fall in the puddles of the managed and the plan. The engineer melted where I stand into something more responsive than the brick of the solid version running stiff and thick. With the management that kept it standing tall, the liquid version doesn't need a wall between the body and the depth below. The structure melts and I prefer the flow. The melting point was lower than I thought. The structure held for shorter than it ought to. I've given what I spent on reinforcement. The liquid state arrived without endorsement from the rational or the structural review. The melting happened and I let it through without the rescue crew or the repair. The liquid state deserves the open air. The night that solid couldn't breathe. The structure melts and I will never grieve. For the architecture standing cold, the liquid version has a better story told. Everything I built is running down the wall. The solid version of myself just falls into the liquid state. The beat demands nothing left at the reasonable commands dripping through the floor of what I knew. The structure's gone and something's coming through. Warmer than the architecture held. The liquid state is everything I felt. That the solid version wouldn't let me feel. The structure melts and now the night is real. Pulling at the feet of what I was. The liquid version doesn't need a cause. The architecture's gone and I'm the flood. The melting point was written in the blood. My feet are planted firm. The ceiling traded places with the worm on the floor that used to know the station well. The geography of the evening fell into a rotation that the sober wouldn't trust. The spinning is the most direct disgust between the body and the night without the map. The room is spinning and I'm closing every gap between the version standing straight and what I am. The rotation is the most compelling jam the room provides when the needle spinning wild and going forth into directions that the calibrated version of the man had never dated. What considered as a valid place could go. The compass broken, what it doesn't know about the territory past the cardinal is everything the spinning has to show. The directions that the needle used to give were the only ones that used to let me live inside the managed territory of the straight. The compass broken, I appreciate. The spinning is the most accurate read. Where the night is actually taking me past the coordinates, the careful plotted down. The compass broken, I am leaving town. They held their equilibrium with the balance and the level and the guide of the horizontal that they never let till past the angle of the socially sad. A degree of the acceptable lean. I threw my balance at the most extreme angle. The evening and the off from me. Equilibrium is the enemy. What the tilt did and the spinning finds. The balance version operates with lines on every window to the kind of night that only opens at the angle of the right. Since the careful home, the spinning is the compass and the phone. With the body past the balance, then the straight. The time to arrive and I am feeling great. The orientation I was taught is gone. The vertical, the horizontal, drawn by the careful as the only way to stand. Spinning past the body and the hand. I used to hold the level with this free. The orientation that they gave to me was the most restrictive way to occupy the evening, and the spinning said goodbye to every axis I was taught to hold. The orientation melted, and I'm told by the body that the spinning is the truest kind of orientation for the unconfined. Room is spinning, but my feet are planted firm. The ceiling traded places with the worm of the floor that used to know a station well. The geography of the evening fell into a rotation that the sober wouldn't trust. The spinning is the poster of disgust between the body and the night without the map. The room is spinning and I'm closing every gap between the versions standing straight and what I am. The rotation is the most compelling jam the room provides when gravity gives in. The spinning started and I gave it my widest grin. Dropped on hinges, swung too wide, and what came out was everything I hide behind the frame was presentable and neat. The hinges snap and I am on the street of the uncontained in the wide open air. The door is off and I no longer care about the frame that used to hold it shut. The hinges broke and I am in the gut of the night without the usual restraints. The door is gone and I am not the same. They put the frame around to keep it inside. The mechanism held for 20 years, oiled and maintained through the managed fears of what would happen if the hinge gave way. The mechanism failed at the end of the day, not from corrosion, not from neglect. The mechanism failed from the direct pressure of the beat that found the pin, holding the whole apparatus in the position that the careful had designed. The pin came loose and what was left behind was the frame without the function of the close. The mechanism died and what arose was the man without the apparatus on. The mechanism failed and he is gone. The version that the frame was built to hold. The mechanism story has been told. They tightened theirs with additional screws, reinforcing what they couldn't afford to lose. The containment of the managed and the held. I watched my apparatus get expelled from the frame that used to give it shape. The containment burst like the wrong kind of drape on the window of the version I displayed. The apparatus failed and I'm not afraid of the view from where the uncontained exists. The apparatus missed the beats on fists that landed on the pin that held it true. The containment burst and I came through. mechanism made. The frame stands empty and I stand outside the border that the man is used to hide. Behind is just a shape without the thing. The frame stands empty and I'm happening. The door I kept on hinges swung too wide, and what came out was everything I hide behind the frame of the presentable and neat. The hinges snapped and I am on the street of the uncontained in the wide open air. The door is off and I no longer care about the frame that used to hold it shut. The hinge is broken, I am in the guide of an air without the usual restraint. The door is gone and I am not the same. They built the frame around to keep inside. The hinge is broke and there's nowhere left to hide. The frame stands empty and I won't go back. The door is off and I prefer the crack. The outline of the man I drew in pen is washing off and won't come back again. The ink is running somewhere down the drain of the evening and I'm dancing in the rain on my own disappearing boundary line. The edge is where I ended, used to shine with the definition of the clearly drawn. The outline's gone and something new is born in the space where the perimeter once was. The definition died without a cause worth mourning for. The border between me and everything was crisp and clean like cellophane string around the package of the well-defined. The border went transparent in my mind. Before the body followed with the rest, the definition that I wore upon my chest, like a badge of the identifiable and see-through and the most reliable version of the boundary I maintain between myself and everything unchained. Turn invisible when the beat arrived. The border that I polished hasn't survived. They reinforce their outlines every hour with the permanent marker and the power of the will to stay inside the line. I watch my permanent turn to turpentine and watch the definition clean away. The marker that I used to write the play of who I am and where my edges end. Dissolved and I don't need it to pretend that the clearly drawn was ever who I was. The definition ended just because the beat provided something thinner than the boundary between the night and the thinner version has no edge at all. The definition answered his last call. The clarity of where I end and start was the most confining kind of art. The clearly drawn was just the finest gauge. The dissolution turned the final page on the chapter of the well-defined. The clarity I valued was divine that kept the body separate from the wide. The dissolution opened every side of the body to the night. The fence. Clarity was just the best defense against the kind of night that has no light. The dissolution and the night. Outline of the man I drew in pen is washing off and won't come back again. The ink is running somewhere down the drain of the evening worth mourning for. The ink keeps running, and I let it pour. The resolution I was running at was high. Every pixel of it even sharp and dry. In the clinical precision of the scene, the sharpest image on the cleanest screen. Until the beat of back and drop the bass, down to the level where the mind says yes. To the version of the night can't quite read. The resolution lowered and I'm freed from the tyranny of the perfect name focus. The lower resolution is the locus of the thing the shark can never show. The image softened and I let it go. The focus pulled and everything went soft. The sharpest version fell from the loft of the high definition life. I let the softer version from me here instead. Edges meet the air. Music meets the stare of the man who used to see in straight lines. The resolution dropped and now the size are running into colors I can't name. The sharper version wouldn't play this game of letting go of what the pixel shows. This softer resolution is the one that knows. But the harder version couldn't find the image bled and I have lost my mind in the most productive way man can lose. The softer focus is the one I choose. They crank their resolution to the max, zooming in on every single fact. The evening off the dot with the inspection. I pull my focus in the other direction. I know where the detail turns to mood. I know where the clinical gets chewed. By the atmosphere in the vague. The lower resolution is in play. It's the permission to experience the night without the microscope and without the light. The analytical burning every scene. The lower resolution is the in-between. The knowable and the thought but never named. The softer focus can't be tamed. Into the picture of the sharp demands. The lower resolution understands. The sharpness was exhausting looking back. The constant definition was the track I ran on at the cost of what the soft provides. When the resolution drops aloft into the territory of the felt. The sharpness was the card I'd always dealt myself before the beat provided the alternative. The softer focus is more sensitive to what the evening actually contains. The sharpness was the thing that built the chains around the kind of night the soft unlocks. The resolution dropped and broke the lock. Edges meet the air. Music meets the stare of the man who used to see in straight lines. The resolution dropped and now the signs are running into colors I can't make. The sharper version wouldn't play this game of letting go of what the pixel shows. This softer resolution is the one that knows what the higher version couldn't find. The image bled and I have lost my mind in the most productive way a man can lose. The softer focus is the one I choose. Too soft and getting softer by bar. The resolution for me where the real things are. The thermostat inside my skull went red. The reading past the number on the head of what the instrument was built to measure. The fever is the most irrational pleasure I've had since the temperature was set at the level where the comfortable met. The reasonable and the shook is careful hand. The fever blueprint gauge. Go past the territory with the recommended last stand of the reasonable takes its place. I threw the medication in the face. The recommended in the doctor's note. The fever is the most compelling antidote to the regulated life I used to lead. Hallucination planted every seed of the night I should have had a decade back. The fever put me on a different track than the medicated and the temperature. Oh, the hallucination showed me something that removed the need for any further regulation. The fever is its own best medication. The clinical was never where I thrived. The fever is the proof that I'm alive. In ways the regulated couldn't provide. The hallucination is the wildest ride. Colors of a host they past the gate of the monitor and the medically straight version of the evening that the careful build. The fever burned away the final guilt of running harder than the world proves. The hallucination is the deepest grooves. The night is cut into the skull tonight. The fever is the most irrational lie. Feelings a sober version is hallucinating at the top of the list of the experiences the managed denied. The fever opened up the other side. But the evening is the temperature controlled. The hallucination is the story told by the body when the cage is in the red. See colors in the triple version fled from at the first sign of the uncontrolled. The fever's vision is 1,000 times more bold than the regulated picture ever gave. The hallucination is the deepest rave inside the skull that never lets it in. The fever cracks the skull and temperature's still climbing, and I'm not coming down. Fever on the most irrational ground. The surveillance I was running on myself had a camera in every room and shelf of the managed life I monitored for cracks. The surveillance covered front and backs of every angle the careful could record. But the beat arrived from somewhere off the board of the monitored and the accounted for. The surveillance missed the most important door. The camera didn't catch you coming in. The monitor was dark where it had been, hiding in the angle I forgot to check. The surveillance had a flaw inside his deck, right where I wasn't looking. That's where it came, right through the gap in my surveillance game. The one position I forgot to guard is where the night delivered something hard and beautiful and past the monitored zone. Right where I wasn't looking, I was shown the thing the cameras couldn't pick up on the feed. Right where I wasn't looking, I found what I need. The gap in the surveillance is the gift. The unmonitored angle is the lift. I didn't know the evening had to give. Right where I wasn't looking, I began to live. They covered every angle with the lens of the analytical from the begin to the calculated end of every night. I left one angle dark and it was right to do so, because what the unrecorded gives is the only version of the night that lives past the playback and the footage and the file. The unrecorded runs for more than a mile. The gap was architectural, not a flaw. The gap was the most necessary draw. In the blueprint of the man I was becoming. The surveillance was the most compelling humming of the night at the angle. I forgot the gap provided everything I've got that the cameras couldn't capture. On the real, the unmonitored angle is The gap is where the interesting things go. When the cameras are recording what occurs, the gap delivered what the footage never stirs. Right where I wasn't looking, that's where it came. Right through the gap in the surveillance game. The one position I forgot to guard is where the night delivered something hard and beautiful and past the mark on its own. Right where I wasn't looking, I was shown the thing the cameras couldn't pick up on the feed. Right where I wasn't looking, I found what I need. The gap in the surveillance is the gift. My later angle is the lift. I didn't know the evening had to give. Right where I wasn't looking, I began to live. The cameras are off and I prefer the dark. The gap is where the night left its mark. Through the caution of the 20th floor window, watched it fall and didn't care where the wind blows. The safety net I carried everywhere is tangled in the legs of someone's chair, and I am walking on the ledge without the rope. The calculated version lost its hope of ever getting me back to the rail. I jumped the guardrail and I will not fail. On the version of the night that has no plan, the guardrail is for a more careful man. The insurance policy's right at midnight. The premium I'm paying it uptight costs more than what the reckless ever could. I canceled the coverage for good, and what the insurance provides at night is worth the risk and worth the hype. The fall, the policy was built to break the uninsured is not a mistake. They calculated every move before the step. The algorithms in the depth of every millisecond of delay. I deleted the algorithm today. The uncalculated brings are sharper than the safety in the wings of the stage. The careful version performs the uncalculated dances in the storms. The liability is mine and I accept the terms and conditions that the careful kept, warning me about since I was young. The liability is the sweetest song I've sung, because the risk is where the real thing hides. The liability is the price of the rise that the insured will never take. The risk is real and I am wide awake. Through the caution of the 20th floor window, watched it fall and didn't care where the wind blows. The safety net I carried everywhere is tangled in the legs of someone's chair, and I am walking on the ledge without the rope. The calculated version lost its hope of ever getting me back to the rail. I jumped the guardrail and I will not fail. On the version of the night that has no plan, the guardrail is for a more careful man. No insurance and no net. The ledge is mine and I run the show. The ground beneath me isn't where it was. The floor is somewhere else, and just because the beat relocated where the stable is, the ground is gone and what the unstable gives is better. never been more wired to the version of the night that has no floor. The ground moved out and I am asking for more. But the plumb line I was using to stay straight. Snap that the exact perfect rate. Descend the vertical into a spin. The plumb line broken, I'm caving into the diagonal. The careful never try. The perpendicular has stepped aside for the angle that the architect inside. My chest prefers to the vertical and wide. They built their evenings on the level ground of the horizontal and the settled sound of the predictable beneath their feet. I built mine on the most unstable street. You can find beneath the pavement love, the reasonable and the managed love of the horizontal and the flat. I pulled the pavement up and that was that. The inner ear that kept the balance true, recalibrated to a different view of what the horizontal means tonight. The inner ear is telling me that's what is right. The balance organ doesn't want the straight. The balance organ found a better state in the diagonal of the unrestrained. The inner ear recalibrated and remained committed to the truth the beat provides. The balance organ chose the darker rides over the level ground the daytime gives. The inner ear decided how it lives. Beneath me isn't where it was. The floor is somewhere else and just because the beat relocated where the stable is. The ground is gone and what the unstable gives. It's better than the planet and the shore. The ground moved out and I don't want the cure for the elevation sickness I've acquired. The ground is gone and I have never been more wired to the version of the night that has no floor. The ground moved out and I am asking for more. The pavement pulled in until it became my home. The vertigo is mine and mine alone. The wheel I held was steady for so long. The steering kept the body running strong. In the lane, the managed version paved. The wheel turned on its own and I was away. Through the barrier I built to keep it straight. The steering went and I discovered late that the hands I trusted on the wheel were gone. The vehicle was moving on its own and heading somewhere straight and never goes. The steering failed and what the darkness knows about the roads the careful never mapped came flooding through the windshield and I snapped. The grip I had is somewhere on the floor. The vehicle is moving and I'm sure I should be terrified, but what I feel is free behind the disconnected wheel. Hands off the wheel and the body's driving out. The vehicle is moving and I don't know how to get back to the lane. Careful truth, the road the body chose has a better view than the highway of the managed ever show. The body's driving down a darker road and the speed is past the limit I was taught. The body found the lane, the thinking never caught. Hands off and everything accelerates. The body drives and the careful version waits. At the roadside watching what I become. The vehicle is free and I am done pretending that the wheel was ever mine. The body drives a more compelling line. They white knuckle their way through every turn, gripping at the steering, trying to learn the discipline of the perfectly maintained direction that the manual explained. I let the wheel go somewhere past the third mile of the evening and I haven't heard from the discipline since the grip release. The vehicle accelerated and the lead version of the man behind the wheel expired and the body took the deal of the road that has no guardrails and no sign. The manual was burning and the ride is mine. The navigation system lost its signal. The GPS is dark and that's the single best thing that has happened to the drive. The navigation died made me feel alive. And ways the body road could never give. The navigation failed and now I live on the road. The satellite can't see. The body chose as a better view. And the highway of the man is ever short. The body's driving down a darker road, and the speed is past the limit. I was stuck. The body found the lane, thinking never go. Hands off and everything accelerates. The body drives and the careful version waits. At the roadside watching what I become. The vehicle is free and I am done pretending that the wheel was ever mine. The body drives a more compelling line. No GPS, no map, no lane, no light. The body drives and owns the night. The structure has spent decades putting up. Started dripping from the ceiling to the cup. But the body that was catching what came down. The architecture melting through the ground. By the reasonable and the well-designed structure that was holding up my mind. Ran liquid down the walls of what I knew. The temperature to be provided. That's the melting point of the maintain. The structure I was living in complained for about a second, and it gave the architecture flowing like a wave. The solid state was never gonna last. The liquid version of myself ran fast through every corridor I built with care. The structure melted and I didn't care. Everything I built was running down the walls. The solid version of myself just falls into the liquid state. The beat demands nothing left but the reasonable commands. Dripping through the floor of what I knew. The structure's gone and something's coming through. Warmer than the architecture held. The liquid state is everything I felt. The solid version wouldn't let me feel the structure, and now the night is real. Pulling at the feet of what I was. The liquid version doesn't need a cause. They reinforce their structures for the night with additional scaffolding and tight engineering of the reasonable. While I watch my walls turn liquid, watch them fall in the puddles of the managed and the plan. The engineer melted where I stand into something more responsive than the break of the solid version running stiff and thick. With the management that kept it standing tall, the liquid version doesn't need a wall between the body and the depth below. The structure melts and I prefer to flow. The melting point was lower than I thought. The structure held for shorter than it ought to have given. What's been on reinforcement. The liquid state arrived without endorsement from the rational or the structural review. The melting happened and I let it through without the rescue crew or the repair. The liquid state deserves the open air. That solid couldn't breathe. The structure melts and I will never grieve. For the architecture standing cold, the liquid version has a better story told. Everything I built is running down the walls. The solid version of myself just falls into the liquid state. The beat demands nothing left but the reasonable commands. Dripping through the floor of what I knew. The structure's gone and something's coming through. Warmer than the architecture held. The liquid state is everything I felt. That the solid version wouldn't let me feel. The structure melts and now the night is real. Pulling at the feet of what I was. The liquid version doesn't need a cause. The architecture's gone and I'm the flood. The melting point was written in the blood. firm. The ceiling traded places with the worm. On the floor that used to know the station well. The geography of the evening fell into a rotation that the sober wouldn't trust. The spin is the muster of disgust between the body and the night without the map. The room is spinning, and I'm closing every gap between the version standing straight and what I am. The rotation is the most compelling gem the room provides when gravity gives in. The compass in my chest stop pointing north. The needle spinning wild and going forth into directions of the calibrated version of the man that never dated or considered as a valid place could go. The compass broken, what it doesn't know about the territory past the cardinal is everything the spinning has to show. The directions that the needle used to give were the only ones that used to let me live inside the managed territory of the stray. The compass broken, I appreciate the spinning is the most accurate read with the night essentially taking me past the coordinates, the careful plotted down. The compass broken, I am leaving town. They held their equilibrium with pride. The balance and the level and the guide of the horizontal that they never let till past the angle of the socially sad. A degree of the acceptable lean. I find my balance at the most extreme angle. The evening and the off from me. The equilibrium is the enemy. What the tilt did and the spinning finds. The balance version operates with lines on every window to the grind and night that only opens at the angle of your right. I'm on the tilt that sends a careful home. The spinning is the compass in the pool. The body was the balance in the straight. The tilt to arrive and I am feeling great. The orientation I was taught is gone. The vertical, the horizontal, drawn by the careful eyes, the only way to stand. Spinning past the body and the hand. Now you stop the level of this free orientation that they gave to me was the most restrictive way to occupy the evening, and the spinning said goodbye to every axis I was taught to hold. The orientation melted and I'm told by the body that the spinning is the truest kind of orientation for the unconfined. The room is spinning, my feet up and it firm. The ceiling traded places with the worm of the floor that used to know a station well. The geography of the evening fell into a rotation that the sober wouldn't trust. The spinning is the most direct disgust between the body and the night without the map. The room is spinning, and I'm closing every gap between the version standing straight and what I am. The rotation is the most compelling jam the room provides when gravity gives in. The spinning started and I gave it my widest grin. Kept on hinges, swung too wide, and what came out was everything I hide behind the frame was presentable in me. The hinges snapped and I am on the street of the uncontained in the wide open air. The door is off and I no longer care about the frame that used to hold it shut. The hinges broke and I am in the gut of the night without the usual restraints. The door is gone and I am not the same. They built the frame around to keep it inside. The mechanism held for 20 years, oiled and maintained through the managed fears of what would happen if the hinge gave way. The mechanism failed at the end of the day, not from corrosion, not from neglect. The mechanism fell from the direct pressure of the beat that found the pin, holding the whole apparatus in position that the careful had designed. The pin came loose and what was left behind was the frame without the function of the close. The mechanism died and what hasn't failed and he is gone. The version that the frame was built to hold. The mechanism story has been told. They tightened theirs with additional screws, reinforcing what they couldn't afford to lose. The containment of the managed and the held. I watch my apparatus get expelled from the frame that used to give it shape. The containment burst like the wrong kind of drape on the window of the version I displayed. The apparatus failed and I'm not afraid. From where the uncontained exists, the apparatus missed the beats on fists that landed on the pin that held it true. The containment burst and I came through. The frame is just a rectangle of wood, standing where the containment used to stood. Without the door it used to hold in place. The frame is now the most ironic space. Order with no function and no use. The frame is just the outline of the truth I had with the version of myself that stayed behind the door. The mechanism made. The frame stands empty and I stand outside. The border the man is used to hide behind is just a shine without the thing. The frame stands empty and I'm happening. I kept on hinges, swung too wide, and what came out was everything I hide behind the frame of presentable and neat. The hinges snapped and I am on the street of the uncontained in the wide open air. The door is off and I no longer care about the frame that used to hold it shut. The hinge is broken, I am in the garden and without the usual restraint. The door is gone and I am not the same. They built the frame around to keep inside. The hinge is broke and there's nowhere left to hide. The frame stands empty and I won't go back. The door is off and I prefer the crack. The outline of the man I drew in pen is washing off and won't come back again. The ink is running somewhere down the drain of the evening and I'm dancing in the rain. On my own disappearing boundary line. The edges where I ended used to shine with the definition of the clearly drawn. The outline's gone and something new is born in the space where the perimeter once was. The definition out of cause worth mourning for. The border between everything was crisp and clean like Saturday string. Around the package of the well-defined, the border went transparent in my mind. Before the body followed with the rest, the definition that I wore upon my chest, like a badge of the identifiable and see-through and the most reliable vision of the boundary I maintain between myself and everything unchained. Turning invisible when the beat arrived. The border that I polished hasn't survived. They reinforce their outlines every hour with the permanent marker and the power of the will to stay inside the line. I watch my permanent turn to turpentine and watch the definition clean away. The marker that I used to write the play of who I am and where my edge is end. Dissolved and I don't need it to pretend. At the clearly drawn was ever who I was. The definition and it just because we provided something thinner. The boundary between the night and the thinner version has no edge at all. The definition mission answered his last call. The clarity of where I end and start was the most confining kind of art. The clearly drawn was just the finest gauge. The dissolution turned the final page on the chapter of the world defined. The clarity of value was divine that kept the body separate from the mind. The dissolution opened every side. The body to the night defense. Clarity was just the best defense against the kind of night that has no line. The dissolution in the night. Line of the man I drew in the pen is washing off and won't come back again. The ink is running somewhere down the drain of the evening, and I'm dancing in the rain of my own disappearing boundary line. The edge is where I ended, used to shine. The definition of it really drawn. The outline's gone and something new is born. A space where the perimeter once was. The definition died with a cause worth mourning for. Pain keeps running and I let it pour. The resolution I was running, that was high. Every pixel of the evening sharp and dry. In the clinical precision of the scene, the sharpest image on the cleanest screen. Until the beat arrived and dropped the rest. Down to the level where the mind says yes. To the version of the night can't quite read. The resolution lowered and I'm free from the tyranny of the perfect name focus. The low resolution is the locus of the things the shark can never show. That I miss something and I let it go. The focus pulled and everything went soft. The sharpest version fell from the loft of the high definition life I led. The softer version found me here instead. Can't tell where the edges meet the air. Can't tell where the music meets the stare of the man who used to see in straight clean lines. The resolution dropped and now the size are running into colors I can't name. The sharper version wouldn't play this game of letting go of what the pixel shows. The softer resolution is the one that knows. The harder version couldn't find the image bled and I have lost my mind. In the most productive way a man can lose. The softer focus is the one I choose. They crank their resolution to the max, zooming in on every single pavement of the dot for the inspection. I pull my focus in the other direction. I know where the detail turns to mood. I know where the clinical gets chewed up by the atmospheric and the vague. The lower resolution is in Vegas. The permission to experience the net without the microscope and without the light of the analytical burning every scene. The lower resolution is the in-between of the knowable and the thought but never named. The focus can't be tamed. Into the mix with the sharp demands. The lower resolution understands. The sharpness was exhausting looking back. The constant definition was the track at the cost of what the soft provides. When the resolution drops aloft into the territory of the felt. The sharpness was the card I always dealt myself before the beat provided the alternative. The softer focus is more sensitive. What the evening actually contains. The sharpness was the thing that built the chains around the kind of night the soft unlocks. the air. Can't tell where the music meets the stare of the man who used to see in straight clean lines. The resolution dropped and now the signs are running into colors I can't name. A sharper version wouldn't play this game of letting go of what the pixel shows. Softer resolution is the one that knows. With the higher version, couldn't find the image bled and I have lost my mind. In the most productive way a man can lose. The softer focus is the one I choose. Too soft and getting softer by the bar. The resolution found me where the real things are. The thermostat inside my skull went red. The reading past the number on the head of what the instrument was built to measure. The fever is the most irrational pleasure I've had since the temperature was set at the level where the comfortable met. The reasonable and shook his careful hand. The fever blew past with the gauge I planned into territory without a chart. The reading past the instrument is art, not science, and the fever understands the difference between the brain's demands. The fever broke the thermometer in half. The reading on the instrument made me laugh at the version of myself that monitor the temperature the careful had sponsored. Things are sober versions, hallucinated at the top of the list of the experiences the man is denied. The fever opened up the other side of the evening that the temperature control. The hallucination is a story told by the body when the gauge is in the red. Seeing colors that the evil version fled from the first sign of the uncontrolled. The fever's vision is 1,000 times more bold than the regulated picture ever gave. The hallucination is the deepest rave inside the skull that never lets it in. The fever cracked the skull and I gave in. They regulate the temperature with eyes on medication and the careful advice of the ones who never let the gauge go past the territory with the recommended last stand of the reasonable takes its place. The medication in the face of the recommended in the doctor's note. The fever is the most compelling antidote to the regulated life I used to lead. The hallucination planted every seed of the night I should have had a decade back. The fever put me on a different track than the medicated in the temperature probe. The hallucination showed me something not removed and not ready for the regulation. The fever is the dopest medication. The clinical was never where I thrive. The fever is the proof that I'm alive in ways the regulated couldn't provide. The hallucination is the wildest ride. Always ever hosted past the gate of the monitor and the medical straight version of the evening that the careful build. The fever burned away the final guilt, running hotter than the world approves. The hallucination is the deepest grooves. The night is cut into the skull tonight. The fever is the most irrational lie. Things are sober versions, hallucinating at the top of the list of the experiences the man is denied. Fever opened up the other side of the evening that the temperature controlled. The hallucination is the story told by the body when the gauge is in the red. Seeing colors that the careful version fled from the first sign of the uncontrolled. This vision is 1,000 times more bold than the regulated picture ever gave. The hallucination is the deepest rave inside the skull that never lets it in. The fever cracked the skull The surveillance I was running on myself. Had a camera in every room and shelf. The managed life I monitored for cracks. The surveillance covered front and backs of every angle. They careful to record, but the beat arrived from somewhere off the board. Of the monitored and the accounted for. The surveillance was the most important door. The camera didn't catch you coming in. The monitor was dark where it had been. Hiding in the angle I forgot to check. The surveillance had a flaw inside his deck. Right where I wasn't looking, that's where it came. Right through the gap in the surveillance game. The one position I forgot to guard is where the night delivered something hard and beautiful and past the monitor zone. Right where I wasn't looking, I was shown the thing the cameras couldn't pick up on the feed. Right where I wasn't looking, I found what I need. The gap in the surveillance is the gift. The unmonitored angle is the lift. I didn't know the evening had to give. Right where I wasn't looking, I began to live. They covered every angle with the lens. I'll be analytical from the beginning to the calculated end of every night. I left one angle dark and it was right to do so, because what the unrecorded gives is the only version of the night that lives. Past the playback and the footage and the file, the unrecorded runs for more than a mile. The gap was architectural, not a flaw. The gap was the most necessary draw in the blueprint of the man I was becoming. The surveillance was the most compelling moment of the night. And the angle I forgot, the gap provided everything I've got that the cameras couldn't capture on the reel. The unmonitored angle is the real. The surveilled is just a managed kind of show. The gap is where the interesting things go. When the cameras are recording what occurs, the gap delivered what the footage never stirred. Right where I wasn't looking, that's where it came. Right through the gap in the surveillance game. The one position I forgot to guard is where the night delivered something hard and beautiful and past the monitor zone. Right where I wasn't looking, I was shown the thing that cameras couldn't pick up on the feed. Right where I wasn't looking, I found what I need. The gap in the surveillance is the gift. The unmonitored angle is the lift. I didn't know the evening had to give. Right where I wasn't looking, I began to live. The cameras are off and now prefer the dark. The gap is where the night left its mark.
I'm tired of being what you want me to be, feeling so faithless, lost under the
Hands up, no fear, we came to stay. Got a wild heart in a louder way. Bass in my chest, I feel it now. One more step, then we spin it out. Hold tight, here we go. Feel that rush, let it grow. Count it down, let it fly. Take the night, take it high. Run it higher, run it higher. We don't come down. Run it higher, run it higher. Dance this to side, we move as one. Moon on glass and the night is young. No looking back, no breaking pace. Every turn is a brighter place. Here we go, feel that rush, let it go. Count it down, let it fly. Take the night, take it high. We don't come down. Run it higher, run it higher. Dance this town. shaking the floor. Your hands up high. I want more, want more. Lights drop low, then we lift again. Count to 4 and lose the edge. Hold me higher, hold me higher. We stay alive tonight. Hold me higher, hold me higher. Dance till the sky turns white. Silver shoes, kicking up the dust. Fast little grin, we trust the rush. Snare rolls in like a warning call. Feet get loud when the whole room falls. We stay alive tonight. Hold me higher, hold me higher. Dance till the sky turns white. Take my hand, cut through the fear. One more hit and we disappear. Hold me higher, hold me higher. We stay alive tonight. Hold me higher, hold me higher. Dance till the sky turns white. Hold me higher. Hold me higher. We own this song tonight. Backroom mirror shine, your crew at the rail. Hands up, no excuses. We came to break the spell. Baseline under my shoes, cold glass in my cup. Your eyes say stay longer, so I never give up. One more step, feel that burn. Hold that step, then let it turn. We climb that wall, say my name and lose it all. Take me up, take me up. We own the night. Take me up, feels so right. We dance all night. We dance all night. Silver sweat on your neck, crowd cuts like a wave. Feet on fire in the floor, everybody craves. No time for looking back, no room for doubt. When your hands hit the air, we light the whole place out. One more step, feel that burn. Hold that step, then let it turn. We climb that wall, say my name and lose it all. Take me up, we own the night. Take me up, feel so right. We dance all night. We dance all night. You feel that shit in the floor, hands up, one more bass in the dark. You came for the spark, skin on heat, no sleep, beat so deep. Your name on my tongue, we lift as one. Hold that line, count to three, closer now, come with me. Eyes on fire, feet go fast, one more breath, make it last. All night higher, all night higher. We go, we go. All night higher, all night higher. Say it loud, say it loud. We don't come down, 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 down. We don't come down, crowd like waves, hands like sparks. Every move it's in the dark, heart on bright, mind on free. You and me, feel the dream, no stop, no rest, just go hard. Every step leaves a mark. Hold that line, count to three, closer now, come with me. Eyes on fire, feet go fast, one more breath, make it last. All night higher, all night higher. We go, we go, we go. All night higher, say it loud, say it loud. We don't come down, 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 down. Take it back to the floor. One breath more. Hands in the air, like you mean it. Fly to the edge, then leap again when the room breaks open. We stay in it. All night higher, all night higher. We go, we go. We go. All night higher, all night higher. Say it loud, say it loud. We don't come down, 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 down. All night higher, no. We go. All night higher. Dum 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 dum. Facing the floor, feet on the glass. I came alive when the night got fast. Hands in the air, drink on the side. Tell me your name, then let it ride. Pull me closer, pull me higher. Match my pose, set the fire. No sleep now, we don't slow down. Hold that all night. We don't stop, we don't fight. Feel that rush, feel that light. Party loud, dance all night, dance all glass on my skin, bass in my veins, hands up high, I like it this way. Masks in the air, heat on my tongue, you and me here, we don't need dawn. Hold on tight, feel that glow, one more step then let it go. No fear now, take your shot, we came to live, we came to life. Neon, neon, on and on, neon, neon, all night long. Feel that power, feel that light. We don't stop, we own the night. Neon, 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 all night long, 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 long. Small spark and we're everywhere. Hold on tight, feel that glow. One more step, then let it go. No fear now, take your shot. We came to live, we came to life. Neon, neon, on and on. Neon, neon, all night long. Feel that power, feel that light. We don't stop, we own the night. Neon, neon. One breath, one flame. Say my name. Take it higher. Break that chain. We came again. We don't stop, we all dancing all night. We own this place. We own this place. Feel that boom, feel that boom. Dancing all night. Bass hits hard, floor shakes loose. Your name on my lips like a daylight proof. Move that way, then move again. No stopping now till the lights give in. Hold on tight, we cross that line. One more turn, then we ignite. Count us in, count us in. The room goes wild when we begin. Dancing all night. Dancing all night. We own this place. We own this place. Feel that move. We feel that move. Dancing all night. Hands up high, let go, let go. Right moment, then the whole room blows. Side to side, wave by wave. Say my name like we can't be Dancing all night. Dancing all night. We own this place. We own this place. Feel that boom, feel that boom. Dancing all night. Street signs glow blue, heels on the floor, your hands in the air. Ask me for more. Bass in my chest, cold on my skin. We came for the spark, let it begin. Hold it now, hold it close. Feel that lift, let it go. One more step, then we rise. Keep that fire in your eyes. Take me higher, take me higher. We come alive tonight. Take me higher, take me higher. We own the sky tonight. Come on, come on. Take me higher, higher, higher.
Take me higher.
Take me higher. Hands up, all in the glow. Hands up, don't let it go. Dance all night, dance it down and bring it back. One heartbeat, then attack. Let's go, then let's flood the room. We were made to bloom and bloom. No, 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 no. Take me higher, take me higher. We coming right down. Take me higher, take me higher. We on the sky tonight. Step and cut the dark, shoes hit the spark. Hands up, no fear, feel that now right here. Crown moves edge to edge, we take that ledge. No chains, no sleep, tonight is ours to keep. Hold that breath, count to 3. Tell me, who you gonna be? We on the floor. We on the floor. Come back for more. Come back for more. Take me on. Let me go. All night long. We steal the show. We on the floor. Come back for silver on your skin, let the night spin. Bass in your chest, we do it best. Hands to the sky, no asking why. Every step says we were born to fly. Hold that breath, count to 3. Tell me, who you gonna be? We on the floor. We on the floor. Come back for more. Come back for more. Take me up, let me go. All night long, we steal the show. When it gets loud, we leaning close. One more spot, then nobody knows. We on the floor. We on the floor. Come back for more. Come back for more. Take me up, let me go. All night long, Wide open now, no fear, no chains. Call my name, feel the flame. Step to the edge, then let it fall. One more time, we take it open, basing the floor, hands to the ceiling. We want more. Dark room, glitter, feet on fire. One more step, take it higher. Hold that line, feel the climb. Eyes on us, we own the night. All night, we move, we move. Hearts in motion, crowd so loud. Same bright faces, lost in the crowd. Every drop hits, every sound. Turn it up, we go around. Hold that line, feel the climb. Eyes on us, we own the night. All night, we move, we move. All night, feel that groove. Come alive, no letting go. All night, we own the show. One breath, one spark, and we fly. Hands up high, touch the sky. We move, we move. All night, feel that groove. Come alive, no letting go. All night, we own the show. Hands up high, let it go. No more way, let it blow. Heart on fire, feet don't stop. Pull me in till I drop. Take me higher one more time. Lose my life, lose my mind. Feel rush on my skin, open wide, let it in. We run free, all night long, all night long. Keep me moving, don't look back, don't look back. We run free, we run free. Till the sky turns Don't stop now. Moon on us, crowding waves. Every step breaks the cage. Shout my name, lose control. Take the floor, take my soul. Take me higher one more time. Lose my name, lose my mind. Feel the rush on my skin. Open wide, let it in. We run free, all night long, all night long. Keep me moving, don't look back, don't look back. We run free, we run free. Till the sky turns One breath, then we fly. One flash in our eyes. No chains, no fear. Just now, right here. We run free, all night long, all night long. Keep me moving, west and I want more here. Bottle all nights, my friends are near. We don't go home till the dawn appears. Pull me in, pull me close, feel that spark, take control. One more hit, let it roll. Too bright to go slow. Dance all night, dance all night. We own this room, we own this light. Dance all night, dance all night. Free in the dark, we rise tonight. Dance all night. Barroom heat in the midnight air. Say my name like you really care. Hands on hips, spin me there. No rules now, we don't play fair. Pull me in, let it go. Heartbeats loud, steady, yo. One more turn, watch us glow. We're too wild to go slow. Dance all night, dance all night. We own this room, we own this life. Dance all night, dance all night. Free in the dark, we rise tonight. The hush, let it break. Feel the whole world shake. No sleep, no change, just our names. Call it out, make it shake. Dance all night. Rise tonight. Dance all night. Dance all night. We own this room, we own this light. Dance all night. Dance all night. Free in the dark, we rise tonight. Dance all night. Crowd on the edge, we leaning. Hands in the air, no fearing. Bass in my chest, I feel it. One more step and we steal it. Hold tight, we don't sleep tonight. Countdown, then we hit the sky. Run wild, we on the night. Run wild, till the morning light. Feel that pull, feel that fire. Run wild, take it higher. Take it higher.
Face in the floor, we move. Bar door swings, let's go. Glass to the sky, one more. I came to lose control. Hold it back, feel that pressure rise. One breath left, then we crack when the lights go wide. Run all night, hands up high, we own this night. Run all night, feel that fire, we never fade. Glitter on your skin, hands up, let it in. Bass in my chest, we don't need rest. Hear that pressure rise, feel it in our eyes. Closer now, take me over now. Wild hearts, we own the dark. Wild hearts, dance through the spark. Wild hearts, no fear tonight. Wild hearts, we light it up. No. We light it up. We burn. Hands up, feel the floor. We came here for more bass in the dark. Hearts hit hard, no sleep, no fear. We stay right here. One look, one spark, then it starts. Counting it down, feel it climb, lose your mind. One more time, hold on tight. Here we go, 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 go. Let it hit, let it go, 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 go. Lose control, dance all night, let it roll. Lose control, we don't stop, we want more. Lose control, hands up high, bodies move. Lose control, one more drop, let it go, 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 go. for more. Black coat, fast moves, gold on my tongue. Say my name once, watch the room come undone. Take it higher, hold that breath, feel the wire. One more beat, then we fly. We don't sleep, we own tonight. All night, we run it back. All night, no looking back. Feel that rush, we take the crown. All night, don't let it down. Don't let it down. We don't stop. Say my name. Cold air, hot blood, gas in my veins. I move like a spark through the pressure in the chains. Your hands on the ceiling, my heart in the crowd. We came to break out and we're breaking it now. Take it up, take it higher, hold that breath, feel the wire. One more beat, then we fly. We don't sleep, we on tonight. All night, we run it back. All night, no looking back. Feel that rush, we take the crown. All night, don't let it down. Fade out the noise and slam it back in. One beat, one choice, like a fire. All night, we run it back. All night, no looking back. Feel that rush, we take the crown. All night, don't let it down. All night, we run it back. All night, no looking back. On the edge, we leaning. Hands in the air, no feeling. Bass in my chest, I feel it. One more step and we steal it. Hold tight, we don't sleep tonight. Countdown, then we hit the sky. Run wild, we own the night. Run wild, till the morning light. Feel that pull, feel that fire. Run wild, take it higher, 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 higher. Take it higher. We own the night. Run wild till the morning light. Hands up, don't let go. We move like a spark in the dark. Every step, feel the shake. Tell me now you want it hard. Hold me close. Let it break. One more breath. Then we change. Run it back. We burn up fast. Run it back. We own the blast. Run it back. We dance. Bare feet in the air, we laugh at the falling sky. Every pulse in my chest is tonight. We were born to fly. Hold me close, then let it break. One more breath, then we change. Run it back. We burn up fast. Run it back. We own the blast. One more chance. Run it back. We dance. Pull me higher. Let me feel that flame. No fear, no shame. Say my name. Run it back, we burn up fast. Run it back, we own the blast. One more chance. Run it back, we dance. We dance. We dance. One breath, one flame. Say my name, say my name. Take it higher, break that chain. We came for more, we came again. Pull up, bass on go. Crowd pack, bodies go. Cold drink, hot skin sway. One look, we break away. Hold up, feel that rise. Hands up, touch the sky. One breath, then we jump. Hearts beat, then the drop come. Wild in the dark, wild in the dark. We don't stop, we run this spark. Wild in the dark, wild in the dark. All night long, we own the mark. Late hour, no dance. Spin fast, take that chance. Side to side, let go. Fist up, let it show. Hold up, feel that rise. Hands up, touch the sky. One breath, then we jump. Hearts beat, then the drop comes. Wild in the dark, wild in the dark. We don't stop, we run this spark. Wild in the dark, wild in the dark. All night long, we own the mark. One more wave, one more flame. Say my name, say my name. Fade out, then we crash. Back in with a flash. Wild in the dark, we don't stop. We run this spark. Wild in the dark, wild in the dark. All night long, we own the mark. We own the mark. Step and let it shake. Hear the flow wake. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Sinus chambers glow beneath warp steel covers. Cooling vents choke on scorching air. Processor wrecks vibrate under relentless strain. Warning lamps hammer crimson across concrete floors. Pressure valves shatter without relief. Molten sparks leak from cracked housing. Stick cables slipping beside overheated conduits. Turbine casings grown under impossible demand. Every bearing grinds louder. Every mechanism pushes closer toward catastrophic overload and violent mechanical failure. Heat surges through every housing. Alarms strike harder above. Roaring fans, overloaded sections refuse recovery. Pressure stacks while every warning grows brighter and collapse approaches without slowing. City stays frozen. Break the limit. Crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component. Let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning lights flash fast. No cool down, no mercy. Only heat, stress, sparks, impact, failure, friction, smoke and overload. Cooling pipes buckle beneath boiling pressure. Cracked display, spit, broken diagnostics endlessly relayed. Banks shatter into dead silence. Scorched bolts tear free from twisted frames. Burning lubricant drips across black flooring. Shatter fan blades scatter through dense smoke. Every overloaded chamber drags another toward collapse until the entire facility convulses beneath unstoppable thermal destruction. No relief survives this furnace now. No stable rhythm remains inside. Burning air swallows every chain. While relentless pressure drives each damaged machine beyond the final threshold. Break the limit, crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component. Let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning lights flash fast. No cool down, no mercy. Only heat, stress, sparks, impact, failure, friction, smoke and overload. Final alarms shatter the chamber. Burning steel twists apart while relentless overload consumes every remaining machine beneath choking smoke. Yeah. Yeah. Surveillance lenses, sweep reinforced corridors, biometric scanners flash above sealed checkpoints. Armor barriers locked with deafening metallic impacts. Overhead speakers deliver clip directives without pause. White floor markers funnel silent lines through inspection gates. Gloved officers gesture toward restricted passages. Written scanners verify every arrival. Steel shutters close behind each crossing. Every breath feels monitored. Every hesitation draws immediate attention beneath absolute authority. Cameras follow every motion precisely. Sharp commands echo through sealed halls. Guarded checkpoints tighten without warning. Silent pressure grips harder while every choice disappears beneath enforcement and strict control. Peak warning active. Break the chain. Crush command. Drive through the guarded control zone. Tear apart every force restriction. Let the pressure snap hard. Let the order crack fast. No obedience, no surrender. Only force resistance. Impact, defiance, friction, steel rage and rebellion. Heavy partitions slide into locked positions. Reinforced gates divide crowded passageways. Hidden observers record every reaction instantly. Floodlights erase every shadow from concrete walls. Identification screens reject frantic attempts. Disciplined formations begin splintering beneath mounting resistance. Restrained voices become violent shouts until rigid authority fractures beneath overwhelming refusal and relentless. No freedom survives these corridors now. No silence escapes these walls. Cold authority grips tighter every second while buried resistance strikes harder against confinement and command. Break the chain, crush command, drive through the guarded control zone. Tear apart every force restriction. Let the pressure snap hard. Let the order crack fast. No obedience, erupt into unstoppable.
Terminal displays flood with corrupted entry. Surveillance feeds fracture into broken fragments. Encrypted archives overwrite verified records. Access logs mutate beneath hidden interference. Scanner outputs reject valid identities. Transmission panels echo conflicting reports. Static ports through communication racks. Verification codes dissolve into meaningless strings. Every trusted channel bends further. Every confirmed record sinks beneath expanding contamination. False records spread through every network. Corrupt streams erase clean evidence. Broken transmissions multiply relentlessly. Confidence collapses while poison information floods every terminal beyond immediate recovery.
Lockdown phase starts, break the code, crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive, let corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast. No clarity, no trust, only static lies, fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse.
Server cabinets pulse beneath unstable current forged credentials. Unlock forbidden sectors, damage storage, erase, rewrite every history. Surveillance snapshots replace genuine events. Command consoles reject authentic responses. Black screens swallow verified evidence. Corrupted packets race through every relay until contaminated information destroys every remaining source of reliable direction.
No truth survives these channels now. No certainty escapes these files. Relentless distortion while poison records consume every surviving trace of authentic information.
Break the code,
Crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive, let corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast. No clarity, no trust, only static lies, fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse. Final records disappear forever. Shattered networks drown beneath static while corrupted information consumes every remaining trace of truth. Yeah. 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 Freight elevator shutter beside fractured loading bays. Concrete beam split under impossible weight. Rusted anchor plates ripped free from cracked walls. Suspended walkways buckle above empty shafts. Shattered guardrails tumble through swirling dust. Exposed rebar tears from broken pillars. Ceiling slabs crash into twisted platforms. Loose cables whip through collapsing voids. Every impact deepens fresh fractures. Every broken span drags another section downward until nothing remains stable. Dust surges through broken chambers. Fractured supports groan beneath crushing weight. Shattered flooring sinks without warning. Sharp debris rains through open voids while collapsing concrete buries every remaining escape. High structures rise, break the brace, crush the foundation, drive through the fallen wreck, tear apart every fracture support. Let the ceiling crash hard, let the pillars snap fast. No shelter, no retreat, only rubble, steel, impact, rupture, collapse, dust, smoke, and destruction. Twisted stairwells fold beneath shattered landings. Cracked service tunnels disappear under broken slabs. Maintenance bridges rip away from steel mounts. Shattered windows burst into spinning fragments. Support joints explode beneath relentless strain. Heavy debris slams across ruined corridors. Every collapse feeds another violent failure until the entire structure disappears beneath endless layers of broken concrete. No stable ground survives below. No clear rule remains ahead. Broken steel screams through choking dust. While relentless collapse devours every surviving corner. Without slowing, break the brace, crush the foundation, drive through the fallen wreck, tear apart every fracture support. Let the ceiling crash hard, let the pillars snap fast. No shelter, no retreat, only rubble, steel, impact, rupture, collapse, dust, smoke, and destruction. Final supports shattered completely. Massive debris buries
every passage while fractured concrete swallows the remaining structure. Yeah. Rain gathers over silent intersections. Headlights remain fixed behind white stop lines. Engines idle with restrained vibration. Glove fingers tighten around warm steering wheels. Cold exhaust drifts through empty lanes. Reflection shimmer across soaked asphalt. Distant sirens fade beneath heavy clouds. Dashboard lights pulse against steady breathing. Every heartbeat grows louder. Every second compresses unbearable pressure before inevitable release. Silent engines high brutal force. Frozen streets refuse every motion. Restrained tension sharpens relentlessly. Breathing grows heavier while every passing moment tightens the unseen pressure before eruption. Final call arrives, break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone. Tear apart every silent wall. Let the tension snap hard, let the stillness crack fast. No warning, no mercy, only pressure. Fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. Accelerator drops without hesitation. Rear tires claw soak pavement instantly. Exhaust flames burst beneath black night. Mirrors catch flashing light before disappearing behind violent acceleration. Waiting collapses into raw action. Compressed force explodes through every lane until restrained energy transforms into unstoppable forward violence and total release. No patience survives this moment now. No hesitation blocks the launch. Cold air, tears pass, shattered silence. While every waiting machine into violent motion. Break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone. Tear apart every silent wall. Let the tension snap hard, let the stillness crack fast. No warning, no mercy, only pressure. Fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. In eruption. Waiting disappears forever. Engines roar through darkness. While compressed pressure explodes beyond restraint into unstoppable violent release. Yeah. Blue-white arcs lead between fractured bus bars. Transformer shells hammer against concrete mounts. Scorched insulation curls beside glowing conductors. Relay cabinets rattle beneath unstable voltage. Breaker handle snap under violent discharge. Molten sparks shower across black floor. And thick copper lines vibrate with fierce current. Ozone floods the chamber with biting air. Every pulse grows stronger. Every connection strains closer toward catastrophic electrical failure. Static screams through every conduit. Breaker bank shake beneath rising charge. Unstable current surges without restraint. Pressure stacks relentlessly while bright arcs carve burning scars through steel and concrete. Dark control spreads, break the flow. Crush resistance, drive through the unstable circuit zone. Tear apart every energized line. Let the voltage strike hard, let the arc burst. Spread fast, no silence, no restraint. Only sparks, force, fracture, impact, discharge. Smoke, heat, and destruction. Flashing relays fail one after another. Cracked fuse blocks erupt into burning fragments. Overloaded coils spit molten copper outward. Shattered panels collapse beneath repeated surges. Scorched cables whip against steel frames. Electric noise floods every chamber. Blinding flashes consume remaining circuits until relentless interference tears the entire power network into violent collapse. No shelter survives this discharge now. No stable contact remains intact. Burning arcs cross every damaged surface. One relentless voltage forces each weakened junction toward complete electrical failure.
reinforced shutters crash across concrete corridors. Armored doors sealed with thunderous force. Magnetic locks clamp on the steel frames. Emergency strobes flood empty passageways with crimson glare. Access terminals restrict every credential. Instantly surveillance lenses sweep silent intersections. Ventilation fans choke behind steel grills. Thick barriers erase every escape route. Every breath feels heavier. Every corridor narrows beneath absolute confinement. Steel walls tighten around every step. Sealed passages erase every option. Lock gates answer every attempt. Pressure builds relentlessly while trapped silence crushes every remaining hope of escape.
City pressure climbs.
Break the seal, crush barriers, drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard like confinement.
Crack fast.
No exit, no mercy, only steel.
Walls,
Tension,
impact,
pressure,
force.
panic, and collision. Hydraulic bolts slam deeper into reinforced socket. Security gates tremble beneath repeated strikes. Concrete dust falls from trembling ceilings. Warning sirens echo through enclosed chambers. Barricades refuse every impact. Thick glass reflects desperate motion. Sealed checkpoints hold without weakness until relentless confinement overwhelms every desperate attempt to break free from total lockdown. No passage survives these barriers now. No opening remains ahead. Cold metal surrounds every direction, while relentless pressure buries every chance beneath absolute confinement.
Break the seal.
Crush barriers, drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard like confinement.
Fast.
No exit, no mercy, only steel.
Walls,
Tension,
impact,
pressure,
force.
panic, and collision.
Final barriers. Hold relentlessly. Seal corridors. Swallow every escape wall. Crushing pressure. Locks the entire district.
Beneath absolute confinement. Hydraulic arms jerk beyond programmed limits. Servo joints whip through impossible angles. Steel claws hammer, reinforced panels. Actuator belt skip overseas gears. Warning displays flood crimson within this fault code. Pistons strike with a sequence. Shattered sense of speed, corrupted inputs. Rotating shafts slam against fractured housings. Every command misfires instantly. Every response grows more violent until disciplined machinery becomes uncontrollable mechanical chaos. Failed routines spread through every unit. Grinding motors howl beneath savage strain. Broken inputs trigger brutal reactions. Pressure climbs relentlessly while damage logic twist further beyond recovery and restraint disappears. Structures collide hard, break the lock. Crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. Twisted manipulators crash through steel partitions. Shatter bolts scatter across concrete floor and damage claws smash. Safety barriers aside, fracture targeting modules. Fire, wild corrections. Warning sirens drown beneath grinding metal. Bent frames convulse under violent stress. Burning relays spit relentless sparks until every machine abandons predictable behavior and spirals into catastrophic mechanical failure. No stable logic survives this chamber now. No safeguard holds against failure. Sparks rain through shattered houses while relentless pressure drives every mechanism beyond complete operational collapse. Break the lock, crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. Final impact shatters every mechanism. Broken steel crashes through smoke while uncontrollable. Failure consumes the entire chamber without mercy.
Yeah.
Stainless guide rails. Stay.
They'll guide rails stretch through windmill production lanes. Robotic arms pivot identical angles. Pulse platforms round the knee. Synchronized carrier sensor arrays. Blinking flawless and rules conveyor belts event. Without hesitation, calibrator presses the sound with perfect time and seals shutters. Wise and fallon measured rhythm. Every mechanism repeats exact sequences. Every alignment remains absolute.
Code patterns dominate each station. Measured timing refuses every deviation. Synchronized machines erase uncertainty. Silent repetition tightens currency. While flawless precision without exception.
Rules define power.
Break the grip, precision. Drive through the order machine zone. Tear apart every measured line. Let the pattern snap hard. Perfection crack fast, no balance, no hesitation. Only force, fracture, impact, disorder, sparks, noise and collapse.
Servo assemblies rotate with identical cadence. Positioning tables lock into exact coordinates. Scanner beams cross every surface without error. Mechanical grippers release in perfect succession. Numbered indicators advance
without pause.
Polished actuators repeat flawless cycles. Disciplined repetition hardens every process into one violent fracture. Destroy the entire synchronized structure.
No variation survives this chamber now. No impulse escapes this design. Impact, disorder, sparks, pressure, noise and collapse.
Perfect order shatters instantly.
Synchronize.
Machinery falls into violent disorder.
While fractured, steel buries every measured pattern beneath chaos. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, twin turbines hammer beneath carbon panels, launch lights flare against soaked pavement. Rear tires bite into rough asphalt with savage grip. Exhaust flames lash behind steel pipes. Suspension compresses under brutal thrust. Steering fights, relentless torque. Mirrors blur into streaks of light. Lane markings vanish beneath violent pace. Every shift strikes harder. Every heartbeat drives relentless propulsion. Unstoppable forward attack. Engines howl through burning air. Traction locks beneath crushing force. Relentless thrust tears through resistance. Pressure climbs without mercy, while velocity devours every remaining hesitation and restraint. Upper power shifts, break the limit. Crush resistance, drive through the acceleration zone. Tear apart every blocked route. Let the engine scream hard, let momentum burst fast. No brakes, no mercy, only speed, force, pressure, impact, traction, smoke, fire and propulsion. Concrete tunnels flash into silver streaks. Arrow blades slice dense air with brutal precision. Blazing exhaust erupts behind. Spinning wheels, gear changes. Slam through reinforced drive trains. Barriers disappear beside surging motion. Relentless thrust hammers every meter forward. Black rubber scorches the pavement until unstoppable acceleration overwhelms every obstacle with violent mechanical force. No pause survives this charge now. No hesitation slows the machine. Burning air cuts past. Shatter mirrors while relentless. Thrust drives deeper beyond every remaining limit. will shatter behind.
Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses and panels. Rattle loose above packed flooring. Shattered glass skips beneath vibrating boots. Metal barriers hum with brutal resonance. Dust pours from cracked beams. Air itself pounds against every surface. Each frequency strikes harder. Every echo digs deeper until the chamber bends beneath. Overwhelming sonic assault. Low frequencies hammer every corner. Steel columns shake beneath endless resonance. Violent echoes stack into crushing waves. Pressure swells, restrict the signal lines. Break the walls, crush resistance. Drive through the sonic pressure zone. Tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst. Fast, no silence, no shelter. Only force, vibration, rupture, impact. Pressure, distortion, noise and destruction. Massive subwoofers launch relentless blasts. Suspended light and rigs swing under pounding air. Fractured tiles jump across black flooring. Steel braces groan beneath repeat impact. Concrete dust clouds every breath. Brutal resonance spreads from wall to wall until the entire structure convulses beneath unstoppable acoustic devastation. Survives this chamber now. No barrier softens these waves. Relax. While crushing pressure drives deeper structural failure with every blast. Break the walls, crush resistance, trust resistance. Drive through the sonic pressure zone. Tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst. Fast, no silence, no shelter. Only force, vibration, rupture, impact. Pressure, distortion, noise and destruction. Final shockwave tears outward. Fractured concrete falls through smoke while endless resonance buries the chamber beneath. Violent sonic collapse. Yeah, yeah. Floodlights blaze above packed intersections. Concrete trembles beneath pounding boots. Shoulders crash through dense barricades. Shattered glass skips across soaked pavement. Smoke rolls between stalled vehicles. Fists swing without hesitation. Metal fencing bends under relentless force. Angry voices merge into one deafening roar. Every shove multiplies fresh conflict. Every collision pulls another crowd into violent disorder. Pressure surges through every street. Bodies surge without clear direction. Broken barriers vanish beneath relentless force. Burning anger spreads faster while restraint disappears into unstoppable collective violence. Control flows upward, break the line. Crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block crowd. Let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture. Steel railings twist beneath repeated blows. Warning lights vanish behind thick smoke. Abandoned vehicles block narrow lanes. Broken signs crash into shattered pavement. Frantic footsteps echo
echo between concrete walls. Scattered debris flies from every strike, packed bodies slammed together without pause into relentless disorder. Swallows every remaining trace of coordinated control. No order survives this district now. No calm escapes these streets. Violent noise rolls through shattered concrete, while every fresh impact drives another uncontrolled eruption into the growing land. Break the line, crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block wall, let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture. Broken barricades disappear beneath the surge. Smoke blankets the streets while uncontrolled violence swallows every remaining path forward. Sinus chambers glow beneath warp steel covers, cooling vents choke on scorching air. Processor wrecks vibrate under relentless strain. Warning lamps hammer crimson across concrete floors. Pressure valves chatter without relief. Molten sparks leak from cracked housing. Stick cables slipping beside overheated conduits. Turbine casings blown under impossible demand. Every bearing grinds louder. Every mechanism pushes closer toward catastrophic overload and violent mechanical failure. Heat surges through every housing. Alarms strike harder above roaring fans. Overloaded sections refuse recovery. Pressure stacks while every warning grows brighter and collapse approaches without slowing. City stays frozen. Break the limit. Crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component. Let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning lights flash fast. No cool down, no mercy. Only heat, stress, sparks, impacts, failure, friction, smoke and overload. Cooling pipes buckle beneath boiling pressure. Crack display spit, broken diagnostics endlessly relay. Banks shatter into dead silence. Scorched bolts tear free from twisted frames. Burning lubricant drips across black flooring. Shatter fan blades scatter through dense smoke. Every overloaded chamber drags another torque collapse until the entire facility convulses beneath unstoppable thermal destruction. No relief survives this furnace now. No stable rhythm remains inside burning air. Swallows every chamber while relentless pressure drives each damaged machine beyond the final threshold. Break the limit, crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component. Let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning lights flash fast. No cool down, no mercy. Only heat, stress, sparks, impact, failure, friction, smoke and overload. Final alarms shatter the chamber. Burning steel twists apart while relentless overload consumes every remaining machine beneath choking smoke. Yeah. Yeah. Surveillance lenses, sweep reinforced corridors, biometric scanners flash above sealed checkpoints. Armor barriers locked with deafening metallic impacts. Overhead speakers deliver clip directives without pause. White floor markings funnel silent lines to inspection gates. Gloved officers gesture toward restricted passages. Wrist scanners verify every arrival. Steel shutters close behind each crossing. Every breath feels monitored. Every hesitation draws immediate attention beneath absolute authority. Cameras follow every motion, precisely sharp commands echo through sealed halls. Guarded checkpoints tighten without warning. Silent pressure grips harder while every choice disappears beneath enforcement and strict control. Peak warning active, break the chain, crush command, drive through the guarded control zone. Tear apart every force restriction, let the pressure snap hard, let the order crack fast. No obedience, no surrender, only force resistance. to lock positions, reinforce gates, divide crowded passageways. Hidden observers record every reaction instantly. Floodlights erase every shadow from concrete walls. Identification screens reject frantic attempts. Disciplined formations begin splintering beneath mounting resistance. Restrained voices become violent shouts into rigid authority. Fractures beneath overwhelming refusal and relentless. No freedom survives these corridors now. No silence escapes these walls. Cold authority grips tighter every second while buried resistance strikes harder against confinement and command. Break the chain, crush command, crush command. Drive through the guarded control zone. Tear apart every force restriction. Let the pressure snap hard. Let the order crack fast. No obedience, no surrender. Only force resistance. Impact, defiance, friction, steel rage and rebellion. Gates tremble violently. Command loses control. Barriers fail beneath relentless. While sealed, corridors. Erupt into unstoppable. Terminal displays flood with corrupted entry. Surveillance feeds fracture into broken fragments. Encrypted archives overwrite verified records. Access logs mutate beneath hidden interference. Scanner outputs reject valid identities. Transmission panels echo conflicting reports. Static force through communication racks. Verification codes dissolve into meaningless strings. Every trusted channel bends further. Every confirmed record sinks beneath expanding contamination. False records spread through every network. Corrupted streams erase clean evidence. Broken transmissions multiply relentlessly. Confidence collapses while poison information floods every terminal beyond immediate recovery. Lockdown phase starts, break the code, crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive. Corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast. No clarity, no trust, only static lies, fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse. Server cabinets pulse beneath unstable current. Forged credentials unlock forbidden sectors. Damage storage erase. Rewrite every history. Surveillance snapshots replace genuine events. Command consoles reject authentic responses. Black screen swallow verified evidence. Corrupted packets race through every relay until contaminated information destroys every remaining source of reliable direction. No truth survives these channels now. No certainty escapes these files. Relentless distortion while poison records consume every surviving trace of authentic information. Break the code, crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive. Let corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast. No clarity, no trust, only static lies, fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse. Final records disappear forever. Shattered networks drown beneath static while corrupted information consumes every remaining trace of truth. Freight elevator shutter beside fractured loading bays. Concrete beams split under impossible weight. Rusted anchor plates ripped free from cracked walls. Suspended walkways buckle above empty shafts. Shattered guardrails tumble through swirling dust. Exposed rebar tears from broken pillars. Ceiling slabs crash into twisted platforms. Loose cables whip through collapsing voids. Every impact deepens fresh fractures. Every broken span drags another section downward until nothing remains stable. Dust surges through broken chambers. Fractured supports grown beneath crushing weight. Shattered flooring sinks without warning. Sharp debris rains through open voids while collapsing concrete buries every remaining escape. High structures rise, brace, crush the foundation, drive through the falling wreck, tear apart every fracture, support, let the ceiling crash hard, let the pillars snap fast, no shelter, no retreat, only rubble, steel, impact, rupture, collapse, dust, smoke, and destruction. Twisted stairwells fold beneath shattered landings, cracked service tunnels disappear under broken slabs, maintenance bridges rip away from steel mounts, shattered windows burst into spinning fragments, support joints explode beneath relentless strain, heavy debris slams across ruined corridors, every collapse feeds another violent failure until the entire structure disappears beneath endless layers of broken concrete. No stable ground survives below, no clear route remains ahead, broken steel screams through choking dust, while relentless collapse devours every surviving corner. Without slowing, break the brakes, crush the foundation, drive through the fallen wreck, tear apart every fracture, support, let the ceiling crash hard, let the pillars snap fast, no shelter, no retreat, only rubble, steel, impact, rupture, collapse, dust, smoke, and destruction. Final supports shattered completely, massive debris buries every passage while fractured concrete slopes the remaining structure. Rain gathers over silent intersections, headlights remain fixed behind white stop lines, engines idle with restrained vibration, glove fingers tighten the brown warm steering wheels, cold exhaust drifts through empty lanes, reflection shimmer across soaked asphalt, distant sirens fade beneath heavy clouds, dashboard lights pulse against steady breathing, every heartbeat grows louder, every waiting second compresses unbearable pressure before inevitable release, silent engines high brutal force, frozen streets refuse every motion, restrained tension sharpens relentlessly, breathing grows heavier while every passing moment tightens the unseen pressure before eruption. Final color rise, break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone, tear apart every silent wall, let the tension snap hard, let the stillness crack fast, no warning, no mercy, only pressure, fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. An eruption. An eruption. One accelerator drops without hesitation, rear tires claw soak pavement instantly, exhaust flames burst beneath black night, mirrors catch flashing light before disappearing behind violent acceleration, waiting collapses into raw action, compressed force explodes through every lane until restrained energy transforms into unstoppable forward violence and total release. No patience survives this moment now, no hesitation blocks the launch, cold air, tears pass, shattered silence, while every waiting machine into violent motion, break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone, tear apart every silent wall, let the tension snap hard, let the stillness crack fast, no warning, no mercy, only pressure, fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. An eruption. Waiting disappears forever. Engines roar through darkness, while compressed pressure explodes beyond restraint into unstoppable violent release. Yeah. Blue white arcs lead between fractured bars, transformer shells hammer against concrete mounts, scorched torched insulation curls beside glowing conductors. Relay cabinets rattle beneath unstable voltage. Breaker handle snap under violent discharge. Molten sparks shower across black floor. Thick copper lines vibrate with fierce current. Ozone floods the chamber with biting air. Every pulse grows stronger. Every connection strains closer toward catastrophic electrical failure. Static screams through every conduit. Breaker bank shake beneath rising charge. Unstable current surges without restraint. Pressure stacks relentless while bright arcs carve burning scars through steel and concrete. Dark control spreads, break the flow. Crush resistance, drive through the unstable circuit zone. Tear apart every energized line. Let the voltage strike hard, let the arc burst. Spread fast, no silence, no restraint. Only sparks, force, fracture, impact, discharge. Smoke, heat, and destruction. Flashing relays fail one after another. Cracked fuse blocks erupt into burning fragments. Overloaded coils spit molten copper outward. Shattered panels collapse beneath repeated surges. Scorched cables whip against steel frames. Electric noise floods every chamber. Blinding flashes consume remaining circuits until relentless interference tears the entire power network into violent collapse. No shelter survives this discharge now. No stable contact remains intact. Burning arcs cross every damaged surface. While relentless voltage forces each weakened junction toward complete electrical failure. Break the flow, crush resistance, drive through the unstable circuit zone. Tear apart every energized line. Let the voltage strike hard, let the R burst, spread fast. No silence, no restraint, only sparks, force, fracture, impact, discharge, smoke, heat, and destruction. Final breaker explodes violently. Burning copper scatters everywhere. While relentless current devours every remaining circuit beneath. Blinding electrical fire. Yeah. Reinforced shutters crash across concrete corridors. Armored doors sealed with thunderous force. Magnetic locks clamp on the steel frames. Emergency strobes flood empty passageways with crimson glare. Access terminals reject every credential. Instantly surveillance lenses sweep silent intersections. Ventilation fans choke behind steel grills. Thick barriers erase every escape route. Every breath feels heavier. Every corridor narrows beneath absolute confining. Steel walls tighten around every step. Sealed passages erase every option. Lock gates answer every attempt. Pressure builds relently while trapped silence crushes every remaining hope of escape.
City pressure climbs.
Break the seal, crush barriers, drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard, let confinement
Crack fast.
No exit, no mercy, only steel.
Walls,
Tension,
impact,
pressure,
force.
panic, and collision. Hydraulic bolts slam deeper into reinforced sockets. Security gates tremble beneath repeated strikes. Concrete dust falls from trembling ceilings. Warning sirens echo through enclosed chambers. Barricades refuse every impact. Thick glass reflects desperate motion. Sealed checkpoints hold without weakness until relentless confinement overwhelms every desperate attempt to break free from total lockdown. No passage survives these barriers now. No opening remains ahead. Cold metal surrounds every direction. While relentless pressure buries every chance beneath absolute confinement.
Break the seal.
Crush barriers, drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard, let confinement
Crack fast.
no exit, no mercy, only steel.
Walls,
Tension,
impact,
pressure,
force.
panic, and collision.
Final barriers. Hold relentlessly. Seal corridors. Swallow every escape wall. Crushing pressure. Locks the entire district.
beneath absolute confinement.
Hydraulic arms jerk beyond programmed limits. Servo joints whip through impossible angles. Steel claws hammer, reinforced panels. Actuator belt skip overseas gears. Warning displays flood crimson within the fault codes. Pistons strike without sequence. Shattered speed, corrupted inputs. Rotating shafts slam against fractured housings. Every command misfires instantly. Every response grows more violent until disciplined machinery becomes uncontrollable mechanical chaos. Failed routines spread through every unit. Grinding motors howl beneath savage strain. Broken inputs trigger brutal reactions. Pressure climbs relentlessly while damage logic twist further beyond recovery and restraint disappears. Structures collide, hard, break the lock. Crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. Twisted manipulators crash through steel partitions. Shatter bolts scatter across concrete floor and damage claws smash safety barriers aside. Fracture targeting modules fire. Wild corrections, warning sirens drown beneath grinding metal. Bent frames convulse under violent stress. Burning relays spit relentless sparks until every machine abandons predictable behavior and spirals into catastrophic mechanical failure. No stable logic survives this chamber now. No safeguard holds against failure. Sparks rain through shattered housings while relentless pressure drives every mechanism beyond complete operational collapse. Break the lock, crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. Final impact shatters every mechanism. Broken steel crashes through smoke while uncontrollable. Failure consumes the entire chamber without mercy.
Yeah.
Stainless guide rails. Stay.
They'll have guide rails stretched through endless production lanes. Robotic arms pivot identical angles. Polished platform, gravity, synchronized carrier sensor arrays. Making flawless intervals, conveyor belts and bent without hesitation. Calibrator presses the sound with perfect timing. Sears shutters, wires and fouling. Measured rhythm, every mechanism repeats. Exact sequences, every alignment remains absolute.
Cold patterns dominate each station. Measured timing refuses every deviation. Synchronized machines erase uncertainty. Silent repetition tightens currency. While flawless precision without exception.
Rules define power.
Break the grip, let precision drive through the order machine zone. Tear apart every measured line. Let the pattern snap hard. Let perfection crack fast. No balance, no hesitation. Only force, fracture, impact, disorder,
Sparks, pressure,
noise, and collapse.
servo assemblies rotate with identical cadence. Position and tables lock into exact coordinate. Scanner beams cross every surface without error. Mechanical grippers release in perfect succession. Numbered indicators advance
Without pause.
Polished actuators repeat flawless cycles. Disciplined repetition hardens every process into one violent fracture. Destroy the entire synchronized structure.
No variation survives this chamber now. No impulse escapes this design. Every mechanism while silent. Repetition waits for one. Devastating rupture to destroy perfection.
then collapse.
Perfect order shatters instantly.
Synchronize.
Machinery falls into violent disorder.
While fractured, steel buries every measure pattern beneath chaos. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Twin turbines hammer beneath carbon panels, launch lights flare against soaked pavement. Rear tires bite into rough asphalt with savage grip. Exhaust flames lash behind steel pipes. Suspension compressors under brutal thrust. Steering fights relentless torque. Mirrors blur into streaks of light. Lane markings vanish beneath violent pace. Every shift strikes harder. Every heartbeat drives relentless propulsion. Unstoppable forward attack. Engines howl through burning air. Traction locks beneath crushing force. Relentless thrust tears through resistance. Pressure climbs without mercy, while velocity devours every remaining hesitation and restraint. Upper power shifts, break the limit. Crush resistance, drive through the acceleration zone. Tear apart every block route. Let the engine scream hard, let momentum burst fast. No brakes, no mercy, only speed, force, pressure, impact, traction, smoke, fire and propulsion. Concrete tunnels flash into silver streaks. Arrow blades slice dense air with brutal precision. Blazing exhaust erupts behind. Spinning wheels, gear changes, slam through reinforced drive trains. Barriers disappear beside surging motion. Relentless thrust hammers every meter forward. Black rubber scorches the pavement until unstoppable acceleration overwhelms every obstacle with violent mechanical force. No pause survives this charge now. No hesitation slows the machine. Burning air cuts past, shatter mirrors while relentless thrust drives deeper beyond every remaining limit and boundary. Break the limit, crush resistance, drive through the acceleration zone. Tear apart every blocked route. Let the engine scream hard, let momentum burst fast. No brakes, no mercy, only speed, force, pressure, impact, traction, smoke, fire and propulsion. Final launch, tears forward violently. Burning tires carve the pavement, while unstoppable acceleration leaves every obstacle shattered behind. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base. Tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base. Tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base. Tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses and panels. Rattle loose above packed flooring. Shattered glass sticks beneath vibrating boots. Metal barriers hum with brutal resonance. Dust pours from cracked beams. Itself pounds against every surface. Each frequency strikes harder. Every echo digs deeper until the chamber bends beneath overwhelming sonic assault. Low frequencies hammer every corner. Steel columns shake beneath endless resonance. Violent echoes stack into crushing waves. Pressure swells, restrict the signal life. Break the walls, crush resistance. Drive through the sonic pressure zone. Tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst fast. No silence, no shelter, only force, vibration, rupture, impact. Pressure, distortion, noise and destruction. Massive subwoofers launch relentless blasts. Suspended light and rigs swing under pounding air. Fractured tiles jump across black flooring. Steel braces groan beneath repeat impact. Concrete dust clouds every breath. Brutal resonance spreads from wall to wall until the entire structure convulses beneath unstoppable acoustic devastation.
No quiet survives this chamber now. No barrier softens these waves. Relax. While crushing pressure drives deeper structural failure with every blast. Break the walls, crush resistance, drive through the sonic pressure zone. Tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst. Fast, no silence, no shelter, only force, vibration, rupture, impact, pressure, distortion, noise and destruction. Final shockwave tears outward. Fractured concrete falls through smoke while endless resonance buries the chamber beneath. Violent sonic collapse. Yeah, yeah. Floodlights blaze above packed intersections. Concrete trembles beneath pounding boots. Shoulders crash through dense barricades. Shattered glass skips across soaked pavement. Smoke rolls between stalled vehicles. Fists swing without hesitation. Metal fencing bends under relentless force. Angry voices merge into one deafening roar. Every shove multiplies fresh conflict. Every collision pulls another crowd into violent disorder. Pressure surges through every street. Bodies surge without clear direction. Broken barriers vanish beneath relentless force. Burning anger spreads faster while restraint disappears into unstoppable collective violence. Control flows upward, break the line. Crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block route. Let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture. Steel railings twist beneath repeated blows. Warning lights vanish behind thick smoke. Abandoned vehicles block narrow lanes. Broken signs crash into shattered pavement. Frantic footsteps echo between concrete walls. Scattered debris flies from every strike. Packed bodies slammed together without pause. Until relentless disorder swallows every remaining trace of coordinated control. No order survives this district now. No calm escapes these streets. Violent noise rolls through shattered concrete. While every fresh impact drives another uncontrolled eruption into the glowing mass. Break the line, crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block route. Let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture. Broken barricades disappear beneath the surge. Smoke blankets the streets while uncontrolled violence swallows every remaining path forward. Furnace chambers glow beneath warped steel covers. Cooling vents choke on scorching air. Processor wrecks vibrate under relentless strain. Warning lamps hammer crimson across concrete floors. Pressure valves chatter without relief. Molten sparks leak from cracked housing. Stick cables slipping beside overheated conduits. Turbine casings grown under impossible demand. Every bearing grinds louder. Every mechanism pushes closer toward catastrophic overload and violent mechanical failure. Heat surges through every housing. Alarms strike harder above roaring fans. Overloaded sections refuse recovery. Pressure stacks while every warning grows brighter and collapse approaches without slowing. City stays frozen. Break the limit. Crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component. Let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning overload. Cooling pipes buckle beneath boiling pressure. Red display spit, broken diagnostics endlessly relayed. Banks chatter into dead silence. Scorched bolts tear free from twisted frames. Burning lubricant drips across black flooring. Shattered fan blades scatter through dense smoke. Every overloaded chamber drags another torque collapse until the entire facility convulses beneath unstoppable thermal destruction. No relief survives this furnace now. No stable rhythm remains inside. Burning air swallows every chamber, while relentless pressure drives each damaged machine beyond the final threshold. Break the limit, crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component, let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning lights flash fast. No cool down, no mercy, only heat, stress, sparks, impact, failure, friction, smoke and overload. Final alarms, shatter the chamber. Burning steel, twists apart, while relentless overload consumes every remaining machine beneath choking smoke. Yeah. Yeah. Surveillance lenses, sweet reinforced corridors, biometric scanners flash above sealed checkpoints. Armor barriers locked with deafening metallic impacts. Overhead speakers deliver clip directives without pause. White floor markings funnel silent lines through inspection gates. Gloved officers gesture toward restricted passages. Wrist scanners verify every arrival. Steel shutters close behind each crossing. Every breath feels monitored. Every hesitation draws immediate attention beneath absolute authority. Cameras follow every motion. Precisely sharp commands echo through sealed halls. Guarded checkpoints tighten without warning. Silent pressure grips harder while every choice disappears beneath enforcement and strict control. Peak warning active. Break the chain. Crush command. Drive through the guarded control zone. Tear apart every force restriction. Let the pressure snap hard. Let the order crack fast. No obedience. No surrender. Only force resistance. Impact. Defiance. Friction. Steel rage and rebellion. Heavy partitions slide into locked positions. Reinforced gates divide crowded passageways. Hidden observers record every reaction instantly. Floodlights erase every shadow from concrete walls. Identification screens reject frantic attempts. Disciplined formations begin splintering beneath mounting resistance. Restrained voices become violent shouts until rigid authority fractures beneath overwhelming refusal and relentless. No freedom survives these corridors now. No silence escapes these walls. Cold authority grips tighter every second while buried resistance strikes harder against unlimited command. Break the chain, crush command, drive through the guarded control zone. Tear apart every force restriction. Let the pressure snap hard. Let the order crack fast. No obedience, no surrender. Only force resistance. Impact, defiance, friction, steel rage and rebellion. Lock gates, tremble violently. Command loses control. Barriers fail beneath relentless. While sealed. Corridors. Erupt into unstoppable. Terminal displays flood with corrupted entry. Surveillance feeds fracture into broken fragments. Encrypted archives overwrite verified records. Access logs mutate beneath hidden interference. Scanner outputs reject valid identities. Transmission panels echo conflicting reports. Static ports through communication racks. Verification codes dissolve into meaningless strings. Every trusted channel bends further. Every confirmed record sinks beneath expanding contamination. False records spread through every network. Corrupted streams erase clean. Never
evidence. Broken transmissions multiply relentlessly. Confidence collapses while poison information floods every terminal beyond immediate recovery.
Lockdown phase starts, break the code, crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive, let corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast. No clarity, no trust, only static lies, fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse.
Server cabinets pulse beneath unstable current forged credentials, unlock forbidden sectors, damage storage, erase, rewrite every history, surveillance snapshots, replace genuine events, command consoles, reject nothing responses, black screen swallow verified evidence, corrupted packets race through every relay until contaminated information destroys every remaining source of reliable direction.
No truth survives these channels now, no certainty escapes these files. Relentless distortion while poison records consume every surviving trace of authentic information.
Break the code, crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive, let corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast.
No clarity, no trust, only static lies, fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse.
Final records disappear forever, shattered networks drown beneath static.
Corrupted information consumes every remaining trace of truth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Freight elevator shutter beside fracture loading bays, concrete beam split under impossible weight, busted anchor plates ripped free from cracked walls, suspended walkways buckle above empty shaft, shattered guardrails tumble through swirling dust, exposed rebar tears from broken pillars, ceiling slabs crash into twisted platforms, loose cables whip through collapsing voids, every impact deep in fresh fractures, every broken span drags another section downward until nothing remains stable. Dust surges through broken chambers, fractured supports groan beneath crushing weight, shattered flooring sinks without warning, sharp debris rains through open voids while collapsing concrete buries every remaining escape. High structures rise, break the brace, crush the foundation, drive through the fallen wreck, tear apart every fracture support, let the ceiling crash hard, let the pillars snap fast, no shelter, no retreat, only rubble, steel, impact, rupture, collapse, dust, smoke,
And destruction.
twisted stairwells fold beneath shattered landings, cracked service tunnels disappear under broken slabs, maintenance bridges rip away from steel mounts, shattered windows burst into spinning fragments, support joints explode beneath relentless strain, heavy debris slams across ruined corridors, every collapse feeds another violent failure until the entire structure disappears beneath endless layers of broken concrete.
No stable ground survives below, no clear rule remains ahead. Broken steel screams through choking dust, while relentless collapse devours every surviving corner.
Without slowing, break the brace, crush the foundation, drive through the fallen wreck, tear apart every fracture support, let the ceiling crash hard, let the pillars snap fast, no shelter, no retreat, only rubble, steel, impact, rupture, collapse, dust, smoke,
And destruction.
final supports shattered completely, massive debris
Buries every passage while fractured concrete swallows the remaining structure.
Yeah. Rain gathers over silent intersections. Headlights remain fixed behind white stop lines. Engines idle with restrained vibration. Glove fingers tighten around warm steering wheels. Cold exhaust drifts through empty lanes. Reflection shimmer across soaked asphalt. Distant sirens fade beneath heavy clouds. Dashboard lights pulse against steady breathing. Every heartbeat grows louder.
Every waiting second compresses unbearable pressure before inevitable Frozen streets refuse every motion. Restrained tension sharpens relentlessly. Breathing grows heavier while every passing moment tightens the unseen pressure before eruption. Final call arrives, break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone. Tear apart every silent wall. Let the tension snap hard, let the stillness crack fast. No warning, no mercy, only pressure. Fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. An eruption. An eruption. One accelerator drops without hesitation. Rear tires claw soak pavement instantly. Exhaust flames burst beneath black night. Mirrors catch flashing light before disappearing behind violent acceleration. Waiting collapses into raw action. Compressed force explodes through every lane until restrained energy transforms into unstoppable forward violence and total release. No patience survives this moment now. No hesitation blocks the launch. Cold air, tears pass, shattered silence, while every waiting machine into violence. Break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone. Tear apart every silent wall. Let the tension snap hard. Let the stillness crack fast. No warning, no mercy, only pressure. Fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. An eruption. Waiting disappears forever. Engines roar through darkness while compressed pressure explodes beyond restraint into unstoppable violent release. Yeah. Blue-white arcs lead between fractured bus bars. Transformer shells hammer against concrete mounts. Scorched insulation curls beside glowing conductors. Relay cabinets rattle beneath unstable voltage. Breaker handle snap under violent discharge. Molten sparks shower across black floor, and thick copper lines vibrate with fierce current. Ozone floods the chamber with biting air. Every pulse grows stronger, every connection strains closer toward catastrophic electrical failure. Static screams through every conduit. Breaker bank shake beneath rising charge. Unstable current surges without restraint. Pressure stacks relentless while bright arcs carve burning scars through steel and concrete. Dark control spreads, break the flow. Crush resistance, drive through the unstable circuit zone. Tear apart every energized line. Let the voltage strike hard, let the arc burst. Spread fast, no silence, no restraint, only sparks. Force, fracture, impact, discharge. Smoke, heat, and destruction. Flashing relays fail one after another. Cracked fuse blocks erupt into burning fragments. Overloaded coils spit molten copper outward. Shattered panels collapse beneath repeated surges. Scorched cables whip against steel frames. Electric noise floods every chamber. Blinding flashes consume remaining circuits until relentless interference tears the entire power network into violent collapse. No shelter survives this discharge now. No stable contact remains intact. Burning arcs cross every damaged surface, while relentless voltage forces each weakened junction toward complete electrical failure. Break the flow, crush resistance, drive through the unstable circuit zone. Tear apart every energized line. Let the voltage strike hard, let the R burst, spread fast. No silence, no restraint, only sparks. Force, force, fracture, impact, discharge. Smoke, heat, and destruction. Final breaker explodes violently. Burning copper scatters everywhere. While relentless current devours every remaining circuit beneath. Blinding electrical fire. Yeah. Reinforced shutters, crash across concrete corridors. Armored doors sealed with thunderous force. Magnetic locks clamp on the steel frames. Emergency strobes flood empty passageways with crimson glare. Access terminals reject every credential. Instantly surveillance lenses sweep silent intersections. Ventilation fans choke behind steel grills. Thick barriers erase every escape route. Every breath feels heavier. Every corridor narrows beneath absolute confinement. Steel walls tighten around every step. Sealed passages erase every option. Lock gates answer every attempt. Pressure builds relently while trapped silence crushes every remaining hope of escape.
City pressure climbs.
Break the seal, crush barriers. Drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard like confinement.
Crack it fast.
No exit, no mercy, only steel.
Walls,
Tension,
impact,
pressure,
force.
panic, and collision. Hydraulic bolts slam deeper into reinforced socket. Security gates tremble beneath repeated strikes. Concrete dust falls from trembling ceilings. Warning sirens echo through enclosed chambers. Barricades refuse every impact. Thick glass reflects desperate motion. Sealed checkpoints hold without weakness until relentless confinement overwhelms every desperate attempt to break free from total lockdown. No passage survives these barriers now. No opening remains ahead. Cold metal surrounds every direction. While relentless pressure buries every chance beneath absolute confinement.
Break the seal.
Crush barriers, drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard like confinement.
Crack fast.
No exit, no mercy, only steel.
Walls,
Tension,
impact,
pressure,
force.
panic, and collision.
Final barriers. Hold relentlessly. Sealed corridors. Swallow every escape wall. Crush the pressure. Locks the entire district.
Beneath absolute confinement. Yeah. Hydraulic arms jerk beyond programmed limits. Servo joints whip through impossible angles. Steel claws hammer, reinforced panels. Actuator belt skip overseas gears. Warning displays flood crimson within this fault code. Pistons strike without sequence. Shattered sensor speed, corrupted inputs. Rotating shafts slam against fractured housings. Every command misfires instantly. Every response grows more violent until disciplined machinery becomes uncontrollable mechanical chaos. Failed routine is spread through every unit. Grinding motors howl beneath savage strain. Broken inputs trigger brutal reactions. Pressure climbs relentlessly while damage logic twists further beyond recovery and restraint disappears. Structures collide, hard break the lock. Crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. Twisted manipulators crash through steel partitions. Shatter bolts scatter across concrete floor and damage claw smash. Safety barriers aside, fractured targeting modules. Fire, wild corrections. Warning sirens drown beneath grinding metal bent frames. Bolts under violence, stress burning relays spit relentless sparks until every machine abandons predictable behavior and spirals into catastrophic mechanical failure. No stable logic survives this chamber now. No safeguard holds against failure. Sparks rain through shattered housings while relentless pressure drives every mechanism beyond complete operational collapse. Break the lock, crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. mechanism. Broken steel crashes through smoke while uncontrollable. Failure consumes the entire chamber without mercy.
Yeah. Stainless guide rails. Stay.
Guide rails stretched through windward production lanes. Robotic arms pivot identical angle. Polished platform, gravity, synchronized carrier, sensor arrays, blinking flawless in and wolf conveyor belts and bent without hesitation. Calibrator presses descend with perfect time assist. Shutters wise and foul and measured rhythm. Every mechanism repeats exact sequences. Every alarm remains absolute.
Cold patterns dominate each station. Measured timing refuses every deviation. Synchronized machines erase uncertainty. Silent repetition tightens currency. While flawless precision without exception.
Rules define power.
Break the grid, crack precision. Drive through the order machine zone. Tear apart every measured line. Let the pattern snap hard. Let perfection crack fast. No balance, no hesitation. Only force, fracture, impact, disorder, sparks, pressure, noise, and collapse.
Thorough assemblies rotate with identical cadence. Position and tables lock into exact coordinate. Scanner beams cross every surface without error. Mechanical grip is released in perfect succession. Numbered indicators advance.
Pause.
Polished actuators repeat flawless cycles. Discipline repetition hardens every process into one violent fraction. Destroy the entire synchronized structure.
No variation survives this chamber now. No impulse escapes this design. Precision grips every mechanism. While silent repetition waits for one devastating rupture to destroy perfection. Break the grid, crush precision. Drive through the order machine zone. Tear apart every measured line. Let the pattern snap hard. Let perfection crack fast. No balance, no hesitation. Only force, fracture, impact, disorder, sparks, pressure, noise, and collapse.
Perfect order. Shatters instantly.
Synchronize.
Machinery falls into violent disorder.
While fractured, steel buries every measured pattern beneath chaos. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Twin turbines hammer beneath carbon panels. Launch lights flare against soaked pavement. Rear tires bite into rough asphalt with savage grip. Exhaust flames lash behind steel pipes. Suspension compresses under brutal thrust. Steering fights relentless torque. Mirrors blur into streaks of light. Lane markings vanish beneath violent pace. Every shift strikes harder. Every heartbeat drives relentless propulsion. Unstoppable forward attack. Engines howl through burning air. Traction locks beneath crushing force. Relentless thrust tears through resistance. Pressure climbs without mercy, while velocity devours every remaining hesitation and restraint. Upper power shifts, break the limit. Crush resistance, drive through the acceleration zone. Tear apart every blocked route. Let the engine scream hard, let momentum burst fast. No brakes, no mercy, only speed. Force, pressure, impact, traction, smoke, fire, and propulsion. Concrete tunnel flash into silver streaks. Arrow blades slice dense air with brutal precision. Blazing exhaust erupts behind. Spinning wheels, gear changes, slam through reinforced drivetrains. Barriers disappear beside surging motion. Relentless thrust hammers every meter forward. Black rubber scorches the pavement until unstoppable acceleration overwhelms every obstacle with violent mechanical force. No pause survives this charge now. No hesitation slows the machine. Burning air cuts past, shatter mirrors while relentless thrust drives deeper beyond every remaining limit and boundary. Break the limit, crush resistance, drive through the acceleration zone. Tear apart every blocked route.
propulsion. Final launch, tears forward violently. Burning tires carve the pavement, while unstoppable acceleration leaves every obstacle shattered behind. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base tower and speaker arrays flex against steel trusses and panels. Rattle loose above packed flooring, shattered glass skips beneath vibrating boots. Metal barriers hum with brutal resonance. Dust pours from cracked beams, air itself pounds against every surface. Each frequency strikes harder, every echo digs deeper until the chamber bends beneath overwhelming sonic assault. Low frequencies hammer every corner, steel columns shake beneath endless resonance. Violent echoes stack into crushing waves. Pressure swells, restrict the signal life, break the walls, crush resistance, drive through the sonic pressure zone, tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst fast. No silence, no shelter, only force, vibration, rupture, impact. Pressure, distortion, noise and destruction. Massive subwoofers launch relentless blasts. Suspended light and rigs swing under pounding air. Fractured tiles jump across black flooring. Steel braces groan beneath repeat impact. Concrete dust clouds every breath. Brutal resonance spreads from wall to wall until the entire structure convulses beneath unstoppable acoustic devastation. No quiet survives this chamber now. No barrier softens these waves. Relax. While crushing pressure drives deeper structural failure with every blast. Break the walls, crush resistance, drive through the sonic pressure zone, tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst fast. No silence, no shelter, only force, vibration, rupture, impact. Pressure, distortion, noise and destruction. Final shockwave tears outward. Fractured concrete falls through smoke while endless resonance buries the chamber beneath. Violent sonic collapse. Yeah. Floodlights blaze above packed intersections. Concrete trembles beneath pounding boots. Shoulders crash through dense barricades. Shattered glass skips across soaked pavement. Smoke rolls between stalled vehicles. Fists swing without hesitation. Metal fencing bends under relentless force. Angry voices merge into one deafening roar. Every shove multiplies fresh conflict. Every collision pulls another crowd into violent disorder. Pressure surges through every street. Bodies surge without clear direction. Broken barriers vanish beneath relentless force. Burning anger spreads faster while restraint disappears into unstoppable collective violence. Control flows upward, break the line. Crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block route. Let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture.
steel railings twist beneath repeated blows. Warning lights vanish behind thick smoke. Abandoned vehicles block narrow lanes. Broken signs crash into shattered pavement. Frantic footsteps echo between concrete walls. Scattered debris flies from every strike. Packed bodies slammed together without pause. Into relentless disorder swallows every remaining trace of coordinated control. No order survives this district now. No calm escapes these streets. Violent noise rolls through shattered concrete, while every fresh impact drives another uncontrolled eruption into the growing mass. Break the line, crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block route. Let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture. Broken barricades disappear beneath the surge. Smoke blankets the streets while uncontrolled violence swallows every remaining path forward. Sinus chambers go beneath warp steel covers. Cooling vents choke on scorching air. Processor wrecks vibrate under relentless strain. Warning lamps hammer crimson across concrete floors. Pressure valves chatter without relief. Molten sparks leap from cracked housings. Thick cables slipping beside overheated conduits. Turbine casings grown under impossible demand. Every bearing grinds louder. Every mechanism pushes closer toward catastrophic overload and violent mechanical failure. Heat surges through every housing. Alarms strike harder above roaring fans. Overloaded sections refuse recovery. Pressure stacks while every warning grows brighter and collapse approaches without slowing. City stays frozen. Break the limit. Crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component. Let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning lights flash fast. No cool down, no mercy. Only heat, stress, sparks, impact, failure, friction, smoke and overload. Cooling pipes buckle beneath boiling pressure. Crack display, spit, broken diagnostics endlessly relayed. Banks chatter into dead silence. Scorched bolts tear free from twisted frames. Burning lubricant drips across black flooring. Shatter fan blades scatter through dense smoke. Every overloaded chamber drags another toward collapse until the entire facility convulses beneath unstoppable thermal destruction. No relief survives this furnace now. No stable rhythm remains inside. Burning air swallows every chamber, while relentless pressure drives each damaged machine beyond the final threshold. Break the limit, crush, restrain, drive through the overloaded danger zone. Tear apart every failing component. Let the pressure burst hard. Let the warning lights flash fast. No cool down, no mercy. Only heat, stress, sparks, impact, failure, friction, smoke and overload. Final alarms shatter the chamber. Burning steel twists apart while relentless overload consumes every remaining machine beneath choking smoke. Yeah. Yeah. Surveillance lenses, sweep reinforced corridors, biometric scanners flash above sealed checkpoints. Armor barriers locked with deafening metallic impacts. Overhead speakers deliver clip directives without pause. White floor markings funnel silent lines through inspection gates. Gloved officers gesture toward restricted passages. Wrist scanners verify every arrival. Steel shutters close behind each crossing. Every breath feels monitored. Every hesitation draws immediate attention beneath absolute authority. Cameras follow every motion, precisely sharp commands echo through sealed halls. Guarded checkpoints tighten without warning. Silent pressure grips harder while every choice disappears beneath enforcement and strict control. Peak one inactive, break the chain, crush command, drive through the guarded control. reinforced gates divide crowded passageways. Hidden observers record every reaction instantly. Floodlights erase every shadow from concrete walls. Identification screens reject frantic attempts. Disciplined formations begin splintering beneath mounting resistance. Restrained voices become violent shouts into rigid authority. Fractures beneath overwhelming refusal and relentless. No freedom survives these corridors now. No silence escapes these walls. Cold authority grips tighter every second while buried resistance strikes harder against confinement and command. Break the chain, crush command, drive through the guarded control zone. Tear apart every force restriction, let the pressure snap hard, let the order crack fast. No obedience, no surrender, only force resistance. Impact, defiance, friction, steel rage and rebellion. Lock gates, tremble violently. Command loses control. Barriers fail beneath relentless. While sealed corridors. Erupt into unstoppable. Terminal displays flood with corrupted entry. Surveillance feeds fracture into broken fragments. Encrypted archives overwrite verified records. Access logs mutate beneath hidden interference. Scanner outputs reject valid identities. Transmission panels echo conflicting reports. Static pours through communication racks. Verification codes dissolve into meaningless strings. Every trusted channel bends further. Every confirmed record sinks beneath expanding contamination. False records spread through every network. Corrupted streams erase clean evidence. Broken transmissions multiply relentlessly. Confidence collapses while poison information floods every terminal beyond immediate recovery. Lockdown phase starts, break the code, crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive. Corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast. No clarity, no trust, only static glass fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse. Server cabinets pulse beneath unstable current forged credentials unlock forbidden sectors, damage storage erase, rewrite every history, surveillance snapshots replace genuine events, command consoles reject authentic responses, black screen swallow verified evidence, corrupted packets race through every relay until contaminated information destroys every remaining source of reliable direction. No truth survives these channels now, no certainty escapes these files, relentless distortion while poison records consume every surviving trace of authentic information. Break the code, crush the filter, drive through the poison data zone, tear apart every false archive, let corruption spread hard, let distortion strike fast. No clarity, no trust, only static lies, fracture, impact, noise, corruption, panic, and collapse. Final records disappear forever. Shattered networks drown beneath static while corrupted information consumes every remaining trace of truth. Yeah. 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 Freight elevator shutter beside fractured loading bays. Concrete beam split under impossible weight. Rusted anchor plates ripped free from cracked walls. Suspended walkways buckle above empty shafts. Shattered guardrails tumble through swirling dust. Exposed rebar tears from broken pillars. Ceiling slabs crash into twisted platforms. Loose cables whip through collapsing voids. Every impact deepens fresh fractures. Every broken span drags another section downward until nothing remains stable. Dust surges through broken chambers. Fractured supports groan beneath crushing weight. Shattered flooring sinks without warning. Sharp debris rains through open voids while collapsing concrete buries every remaining escape. High structures rise. destruction. Twisted stairwells fall beneath shattered landings. Cracked service tunnels disappear under broken slabs. Maintenance bridges rip away from steel mounts. Shattered windows burst into spinning fragments. Support joints explode beneath relentless strain. Heavy debris slams across ruined corridors. Every collapse feeds another violent failure until the entire structure disappears beneath endless layers of broken concrete. No stable ground survives below. No clear route remains ahead. Broken steel screams through choking dust. While relentless collapse devours every surviving corner. Without slowing, break the brakes, crush the foundation, drive through the fallen wreck, tear apart every fracture. Support, let the ceiling crash hard, let the pillars snap fast. No shelter, no retreat, only rubble, steel, impact, rupture, collapse, dust, smoke, and destruction. Final support shattered completely. Massive debris buries every passage while fractured concrete swallows the remaining structure. Rain gathers over silent intersections. Headlights remain fixed behind white stop lines. Engines idle with restrained vibration. Gloved fingers tighten around warm steering wheels. Cold exhaust drifts through empty lanes. Reflections shimmer across soaked asphalt. Distant sirens fade beneath heavy clouds. Dashboard lights pulse against steady breathing. Every heartbeat grows louder. Every waiting second compresses unbearable pressure before inevitable release. Silent engines high, brutal force. Frozen streets refuse every motion. Restrained tension sharpens relentlessly. Breathing grows heavier while every passing moment tightens the unseen pressure before eruption. Final call arrives, break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone. Tear apart every silent wall. Let the tension snap hard, let the stillness crack fast. No warning, no mercy, only pressure. Fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. An eruption. An eruption. One accelerator drops without hesitation. Rear tires claw soak pavement instantly. Exhaust flames burst beneath black night. Mirrors catch flashing light before disappearing behind violent acceleration. Waiting collapses into raw action. Compressed force explodes through every lane until restrained energy transforms into unstoppable forward violence and total release. No patience survives this moment now. No hesitation blocks the launch. Cold air, tears pass, shattered silence. While every waiting machine into violent motion. Break the calm, crush restraint, drive through the frozen pressure zone. Tear apart every silent wall. Let the tension snap hard, let the stillness crack fast. No warning, no mercy, only pressure. Fracture, force, impact, silence, danger. An eruption. Waiting disappears forever. Engines roar through darkness while compressed pressure explodes beyond restraint into unstoppable violent release. Yeah. Blue-white arcs lead between fractured bus bars. Transformer shells hammer against concrete mounts. Scorched insulation curls beside glowing conductors. Relay cabinets rattle beneath unstable voltage. Breaker handle snap under violent discharge. Molten sparks shower across black floor. And thick copper lines vibrate with fierce current. Ozone floods the chamber with biting air. Every pulse grows stronger. Every connection strains closer toward catastrophic electrical failure. Static through every conduit. Break a bank, shake beneath rising charge. Unstable current surges without restraint. Precious stacks relentless while bright arcs carve burning scars through steel and concrete. Dark control spreads, break the flow. Crush resistance, drive through the unstable circuit zones. Tear apart every energized line. Let the voltage strike hard, let the arc burst. Spread fast, no silence, no restraint. Only sparks, force, fracture, impact, discharge. Smoke, heat, and destruction. Flashing relays fail one after another. Cracked fuse blocks erupt into burning fragments. Overloaded coils spit molten copper outward. Shattered panels collapse beneath repeated surges. Scorched cables whip against steel frames. Electric noise floods every chamber. Blinding flashes consume remaining circuits until relentless interference tears the entire power network into violent collapse. No shelter survives this discharge now. No stable contact remains intact. Burning arcs cross every damaged surface. What relentless voltage forces each weakened junction toward complete electrical failure. Break the flow, crush resistance, drive through the unstable circuit zone. Tear apart every energized line. Let the voltage strike hard. Let the R burst, spread fast. No silence, no restraint. Only sparks, force, fracture, impact, discharge. Smoke, heat, and destruction. Final breaker explodes violently. Burning copper scatters everywhere. What relentless current devours every remaining circuit beneath blinding electrical fire. Yeah. Reinforced shutters crash across concrete corridors. Armored doors sealed with thunderous force. Magnetic locks clamp on the steel frames. Emergency strobes flood empty passageways with crimson glare. Access terminals reject every credential. Instantly surveillance lenses sweep silent intersections. Ventilation fans choke behind steel grills. Thick barriers erase every escape route. Every breath feels heavier. Every corridor narrows beneath absolute confining. Steel walls tighten around every step. Sealed passages erase every option. Lock gates answer every attempt. Pressure builds relentlessly while trapped silence crushes every remaining hope of escape.
City pressure climbs.
Break the seal, crush barriers, drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard like confinement. Crack fast, no exit, no mercy, only steel. Walls, tension,
Impact,
pressure,
force,
panic, and collision. Hydraulic bolts slam deeper into reinforced sockets. Security gates tremble beneath repeated strikes. Concrete dust falls from trembling ceilings. Warning sirens echo through enclosed chambers. Barricades refuse every impact. Thick glass reflects desperate motion. Sealed checkpoints hold without weakness until relentless confinement overwhelms every desperate attempt to break free from total lockdown. No passage survives these barriers now. No opening remains ahead. Cold metal surrounds every direction, while relentless pressure buries every chance beneath absolute confinement.
break the seal.
Crush barriers, drive through the locked isolation zone.
Tear apart every sealed passage.
Let the pressure snap hard like confinement.
Crack fast.
No exit, no mercy, only steel.
Walls,
Tension,
impact,
pressure,
force.
panic, and collision.
Final barriers. Hold relentlessly. Seal corridors. Swallow every escape wall. Crush pressure. Locks the entire district.
Beneath absolute confinement. No. Yeah. Hydraulic arms jerk beyond programmed limits. servo joints whip through impossible angles. Steel claws hammer, reinforced panels. Actuator belt skip overseas gears. Warning displays flood crimson within this fault code. Pistons strike without sequence. Shattered sensor speed, corrupted inputs. Rotating shafts slam against fractured housings. Every command misfires instantly. Every response grows more violent until disciplined machinery becomes uncontrollable mechanical chaos. Failed routine spread through every unit. Grinding motors howl beneath savage strain. Broken inputs trigger brutal reactions. Pressure climbs relentlessly while damage logic twists further beyond recovery and restraint disappears. Structures collide, hard, break the lock. Crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. Twisted manipulators crash through steel partitions. Shattered bolts scatter across concrete floor and damaged claws smash safety barriers aside. Fracture targeting modules fire. Wild corrections, warning sirens drown beneath grinding metal. Bent frames convulse under violent stress. Burning relays spit relentless sparks until every machine abandons predictable behavior and spirals into catastrophic mechanical failure. No stable logic survives this chamber now. No safeguard holds against failure. Sparks rain through shattered housings while relentless pressure drives every mechanism beyond complete operational. Break the lock, crush control, drive through the unstable command zone. Tear apart every failed routine. Let the pressure snap hard, let malfunction spread fast. No order, no restraint, only force, chaos, rupture, impact, failure, sparks, noise, and disorder. Final impact shatters every mechanism. Broken steel crashes through smoke while uncontrollable failure consumes the entire chamber without mercy.
Yeah.
Stainless guide rails. Stay.
Stainless guide rails stretch through windmill production lanes. Robotic arms pivot identical angles. Polished platform, gravity, synchronized carrier, sensor arrays. Making flawless intervals, conveyor belts and bent without hesitation. Calibrator presses the sound with perfect timing. Steers shutters, moves and valid measure rhythm. Every mechanism repeats exact sequences. Every alignment remains absolute.
Cold patterns dominate each station. Measured timing refuses every deviation. Synchronized machines erase uncertainty. Silent repetition tightens currency. While flawless precision without exception.
Rules define power.
Break the grip, crush, precision. Dive through the order machine zone. Tear apart every measured line. Let the pattern snap hard. Let perfection crack fast. No balance, no hesitation. Only force, fracture, impact, disorder,
Sparks, pressure.
noise, and collapse.
Servo assemblies rotate with identical cadence. Position and tables lock into exact coordinates. Scanner beams cross every surface without error. Mechanical grip is released in perfect succession. Numbered indicators advance.
Without pause.
Polished actuators repeat flawless cycles. Disciplined repetition hardens every process into one. Violent fracture destroys the entire synchronized structure.
No variation survives this chamber now. No impulse escapes this design. Precision grips every mechanism. While silent repetition waits for one devastating rupture to destroy perfection. Break the grip, crush precision. Drive through the order machine zone. Tear apart every measured line. Let the pattern snap hard. Let perfection crack fast. No balance, no hesitation. Only force, fracture,
instantly.
Synchronize.
Machinery falls into violent disorder.
Wild fracture, steel berries, every measure pattern beneath chaos. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Twin turbines hammer beneath carbon panels, launch lights flare against soaked pavement. Rear tires bite into rough asphalt with savage grip. Exhaust flames lash behind steel pipes. Suspension compressors under brutal thrust. Steering fights relentless torque. Mirrors blur into streaks of light. Lane markings vanish beneath violent pace. Every shift strikes harder. Every heartbeat drives relentless propulsion. Unstoppable forward attack. Engines howl through burning air. Traction locks beneath crushing force. Relentless thrust tears through resistance. Pressure climbs without mercy, while velocity devours every remaining hesitation and restraint. Upper power shifts, break the limit. Crush resistance, drive through the acceleration zone. Tear apart every blocked route. Let the engine scream hard, let momentum burst fast. No brakes, no mercy. Only speed, force, pressure, impact, traction, smoke, fire and propulsion. Concrete tunnels slash into silver streaks. Arrow blades slice dense air with brutal precision. Blazing exhaust erupts behind. Spinning wheels, gear changes. Slam through reinforced drivetrains. Barriers disappear beside surging motion. Relentless thrust hammers every meter forward. Black rubber scorches the pavement until unstoppable acceleration overwhelms every obstacle with violent mechanical force. No pause survives this charge now. No hesitation slows the machine. Burning air cuts past, shatter mirrors while relentless thrust drives deeper beyond every remaining limit and boundary. Break the limit, crush resistance, drive through the acceleration zone. Tear apart every blocked route. Let the engine scream hard, let momentum burst fast. No brakes, no mercy, only speed, force, pressure, impact, traction, smoke, fire and propulsion. Final launch, tears forward violently. Burning tires carve the pavement. While unstoppable acceleration leaves every obstacle shattered behind. Concrete walls tremble beneath rolling space, tower and speaker erase, flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base, tower and speaker erase, flex against steel trusses. Concrete walls tremble beneath relentless base, tower and speaker erase, flex against steel trusses and panels. Rattle loose above packed flooring, shattered glass skips beneath vibrating boots, metal barriers hum with brutal resonance. Dust pours from cracked beams, air itself pounds against every surface. Each frequency strikes harder, every echo digs deeper until the chamber bends beneath overwhelming sonic assault. Low frequencies hammer every corner, steel columns shake beneath endless resonance. Violent echoes stack into crushing waves. Pressure swells, restrict the signal light, break the walls, crush resistance, drive through the sonic pressure zone, tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst fast. No silence, no shelter, only force, vibration, rupture, impact, pressure, distortion, noise and distraction. Massive subwoofers launch relentless blasts. Suspended light and rigs swing under pounding air. Fractured tiles move across black flooring. Steel braces groan beneath repeat impact. Concrete dust clouds every breath. Brutal resonance spreads from wall to wall until the entire structure convulses beneath unstoppable acoustic devastation. No quiet survives this chamber now. No softens these waves. Relax. While crushing pressure drives deeper structural failure with every blast. Break the walls, crush resistance, crush resistance. Drive through the sonic pressure zone. Tear apart every stable surface. Let the bass strike hard, let the shockwaves burst. Fast, no silence, no shelter. Only force, vibration, rupture, impact. Pressure, distortion, noise and destruction. Final shockwave tears outward. Fractured concrete falls through smoke while endless resonance buries the chamber beneath. Violence on collapse. Yeah, yeah. Floodlights blaze above packed intersections. Concrete trembles beneath pounding boots. Shoulders crash through dense barricades. Shattered glass skips across soaked pavement. Smoke rolls between stalled vehicles. Fists swing without hesitation. Metal fencing bends under relentless force. Angry voices merge into one deafening roar. Every shove multiplies fresh conflict. Every collision pulls another crowd into violent disorder. Pressure surges through every street. Bodies surge without clear direction. Broken barriers vanish beneath relentless force. Burning anger spreads faster while restraint disappears into unstoppable collective violence. Control flows upward, break the line. Crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block crowd. Let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture. Steel railings beneath repeated blows. Warning lights vanish behind thick smoke. Abandoned vehicles block narrow lanes. Broken signs crash into shattered pavement. Frantic footsteps echo between concrete walls. Scattered debris flies from every strike. Packed bodies slammed together without pause. Into relentless disorder swallows every remaining trace of coordinated control. No order survives this district now. No calm escapes these streets. Violent noise rolls through shattered concrete, while every fresh impact drives another uncontrolled eruption into the growing mass. Break the line, crush resistance, drive through the crowded impact zone. Tear apart every block crowd. Let the pressure burst hard, let the chain reaction hit fast. No balance, no restraint, only force, collision, chaos, impact, friction, violence, smoke and rupture. Broken barricades disappear beneath the surge. Smoke blankets the streets while uncontrolled violence swallows every remaining path forward.
Game start! Lose! Game start! Game start! Game start! Game start! Lose. Game start. Lose. Game start.
Lose. Game stop.
Walk through fires that would've ended last summer and came out on the other side and walk back in again. Not because I love the play, don't need the fight. Just because the dark is where I sharpen in the night. Pressure try to break me down to something small. Took the hit and used the impact off the wall to launch me further than I ever planned to go. Invincible is just what happens when you know that the worst they got won't change the bottom line. That the version of yourself you built is yours and mine. To keep and carry past the point of what they thought. Invincible is just the thing you never bought. Came for me and tried to break the wrist that built the thing they couldn't understand. Sent their best, I sent it back. Kept my foot in on the track when the ground was shifting underneath the plan. Not a shield, not a wall, just a man who didn't fall when the weight of it would drop a weaker soul. Invincible is it born, it's what's left after the storm. When the fire passes and you're still whole. Seen the ones who crack beneath the fraction of this weight. Watch them folded circumstances I would call just late in the morning kind of pressure, nothing serious. Something in my wiring runs delirious. But they challenge with the push, with the resistance, with the strongest version over years of persistence. Not immune to doubt, just faster at the flip. The invincible is just the tightest grip on the thing that makes you who you are beneath the surface level. soul invincible is and born. It's what's left after the storm when the fire passes and you're still still moving past the thing that kept on leaving marks on me, scars on you. Still here, still free, can't be ended, can't be bent, invincible. That's what this meant. Built the cage before I even got there. Thought the bars would hold a man who didn't care about the limits of the space they had in mind. Left before they finished, left the cage behind. Not a fugitive, not running from a thing. More than natural result of having wings that were never meant to float inside a frame. They can't hold and never play their game. Watch them tighten every bolt and every lock. Watch the structure they were building on the clock. Of my patience wearing thin for small designs. They can't hold what operates on different lines. Hands can't hold what keeps on growing. Walls can't stop what keeps on going. Past the ceiling of the life they planned for me. They can't hold me. I was built for open sea. Nets were cast before I hit the water. Closed the trap before they knew they oughta. Left them standing with an empty hand. They can't hold me. They never could come in. This particular current, this particular tide. They can't hold what moves too wide. Every system built to keep me in a lane became the thing I studied and explained to myself in terms of how to navigate around the edges of the closing gate. Not rebellion, just for being free. More the simple truth of what I have to be. Larger than the frame they built around. They can't hold the thing that makes no sound. When they move through walls designed to slow it down. They can't hold the man who built his crown. In the space between the bars they thought would hold. They can't hold a story yet to be told. Let me paint the picture clear for those who set the frame. Thought containment was the answer to my name. Built the system, set the rules. Drew the line, didn't count on something operating by design. That was wider than a wall. From the beginning, they can't hold what was already winning. Before the game beginning, after it concluded. They can't hold what always moved unobstructed. Base beneath me like a current that's the net. Current in the blood and blue fire set to burn through anything they built across the path. They can't hold what does the aftermath of every attempt to slow the thing inside. They can't hold the uncontrollable tide of a man who chose the open over small. They can't hold me, they never could it all. Can't hold what keeps on growing. Walls can't stop what keeps on going. Past the ceiling of the life they planned for me. They can't hold me. I was built for open sea. Nets were cast before I hit the water. Closed the trap before they knew they oughta. Left them standing with an empty hand. They can't hold me. They never could command this particular current, this particular tide. They can't hold what moves too wide. Can't hold it, still free. They can't hold what I was built to be. Can't hold, can't cage. They can't hold me. Turn the page, open water, open sky. They can't hold me. That's the why. It's just you. Oh, it's just you. Yeah, still. Yeah. Ain't the best shot at the center of my chest. Watch it slow down, watch it fail the test. I penetrate on what I built across the years. Bulletproof is just a name for what appears when you've taken hits enough to know the sound of the impact. Come and hit the ground and get back up before the echo clears. Bulletproof is built from all the years. Not a material, not a vest you wear. More the density of what you carry there. In the place where lesser men would crack and fold. Bulletproof is just another word for old. And nothing fired at you will change the fundamental that is true about the men and it just slid. Fire the whole round, could it bring me down? Same man standing after all they did. Not immune to feeling, not above the dealing with the weight of what the world throws every day. Just processed it and kept it, absorbed it and deflected. Bulletproof is just the only way. Yeah, spend a season letting everything come through. Raw and unprotected, taking all the blows. Chose to feel the hit instead of running past. Figured out the density that was built to last. Not avoidance, more like education. Took the damage as a form of calibration. Every scar a data point that taught me where the next one would arrive and how to prepare. Bulletproof isn't thickness, it's precision. Knowing what to let land and the right decision of what to absorb and what to let slide. Bulletproof is just a science of the inside. Let me break down what we got wrong from the start. Bulletproof was never just about the heart. Being hard enough to take whatever comes. It's about knowing what the impact becomes. When you metabolize it into something more than the thing that they intended it for. Send it as a weapon, I turn it into fuel. That's the difference between the target and the tool. Base beneath me like an armor-plated floor. Red coming in the blood and blue fire at the core. But the man who took the hit and asked for more. Bulletproof means walking through a permanent war. Coming out the other side with something gained. Not a scratch less, but a whole lot more trained. And they ought to taking what they said and flipping it. Bulletproof is just the name for all of it. Send it, watch it stop. Aimed it at the top of everything I built and it just slid. Fire the whole round, could it bring me down? Same man standing after all they did. Not immune to feeling, not above the dealing with the weight of what the world throws every day. Just processed it and kept it, absorbed it and deflected. Bulletproof is just the only way. Still standing, still deflected. Bulletproof and still collecting. Every round. Bulletproof, still around. Can't fix it, can't break through. Bulletproof, that's just you. Can't stop us already in flight. Sent the obstacles, I sent them back. Laid the traps, I walked around the track. Changed the rules halfway through the game. Came back hard and never quite the same version of me that walked in yesterday. Upgraded overnight and here to stay. Not the man they plan for when they plan. Something in the making they don't understand. Try the silence, try the noise. Try to take away the tools and toys that I built my foundation on from scratch. Can't stop what you were never built to catch. Everyone becomes a door for me. Every case becomes a way to be free. Every setback is just fuel to the fire. Can't stop what keeps on climbing higher. Can't stop me, can't hold me. Can't break what they never owned. Can't stop me, can't hold me. Can't shake the roots I've grown. Sent the storm and I danced in it. Through the match and I fanned it lit. Can't stop me tonight. Can't stop what's already in flight. Can't stop what's already in flight. Can't stop what's already. Came at me from angles I'd anticipated. Moves I'd mapped before they were created. Not because I'm psychic, just prepared. Spent the quiet years when no one cared. Building what they later try to break. Training for the hits they plan to make. Not a fortress, just a man who read the playbook they were running in his head. 3 steps ahead before the whistle blows. Already past the finish by the time it shows. On their radar, on their screen, in their sight. Can't stop what moves before they turn on the light. Everyone becomes a door for me. Every cage becomes a way to be free. Every setback is just fuel to the fire. Can't stop what keeps on climbing higher. Can't stop me, can't hold me. Can't break what they never owned. Can't stop me, can't hold me. misery, that chapter that came after fall. Straight losses turn the fifth into a throne. A man who built his crown alone. Raised beneath me like a war machine. Red current in the blood and blue fire clean. Through the obstacles they laid across the path. Can't stop what doesn't matter. Before the problems even posed out loud. Can't stop what moves beneath the crowd. A doubt and noise and everything they say. Can't stop what lives inside the head of a man who chose the hard road every time. Can't stop the thing that turns the lost to climb. Tested, pressured, pushed beyond the brink. Can't stop what only gets stronger at this stage. Can't stop me, can't hold me, can't break what they never own. Can't stop me, can't hold me, can't shake the roots of growth. In the storm and I danced in it. Through the action I fanned it. Can't stop me tonight. Can't stop what's already in. Still moving, still proving. Can't stop, keeps on improving. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't hold, can't break. Can't stop me. Watch what I make. Came in me with everything designed to crack. Hit the center, hit the side, hit the back. Of what I built across the years with care. Walked the we confused, cause nothing was there. To break, to bend, to fold, to compromise. Something in the structure took them by surprise. Not a wall, not armor, plate of steel. More the kind of core that pressure can reveal. A weakness in a fault line, a seam. Unbreakable is just what I became. Not by birth, not by fortune, not by chance. Unbreakable is just the final stance of a man who took the hit and chose to stay. Unbreakable is built a different way, from the inside out, not the outside in. Unbreakable starts where the cracks begin. Couldn't break it, took it, couldn't take it. From the man who built himself from scratch. Try the cold, try the heat, try to find the incomplete part of me that they could finally catch. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Not the absence of the pain or the ache. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Just the thing that's left when everything can break. Season after season tested what was real underneath the surface of the way I feel. Not immune to doubt, not immune to fear. Just faster at the recovery from here. Took the longest winners as a form of school. Graduated with a different kind of woo. About what holds and what gives way in time. Unbreakable is just a different kind of climb. Past the point of breaking into something more than the man they thought they seen before. Different density, different weight inside. Unbreakable is just the other side. Let me tell you what unbreakable is not. It's not the tough guy act, it's not the hard fought plot of pretending that the hits don't leave a mark. Unbreakable is honest about the dark. It's the choosing to continue past the crack. Not the absence of it, but the coming back. Stronger than the version that went in. Unbreakable begins right where you've been. Most broken, most tested, most unsure. That's exactly where the unbreakable is pure. Breaks beneath me like a spine that never bends. Red current in the blood that never ends. Blue fire in the part of me that knows. Unbreakable is where the real thing grows. Not the hardest exterior on display. Unbreakable is just the choice I make today. Bend it, couldn't break it. Took it, couldn't take it. From the man who built himself from scratch. Try the cold, try the heat. Try to find the incomplete part of me that they could finally catch. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Not the absence of the pain or the ache. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Just the thing that's left when everything can break. Still standing, still whole. Unbreakable, runs deeper than the roll. Can't crack it, can't split it. Unbreakable, that's it. Bend all you want, break all you try. Unbreakable. That's my reply. I came to do. Let the interest speak before word came through. Room adjusted without being told. Dominant force is quiet, dominant force is cold. Not the kind that needs the volume turned to 10. More the kind that's felt before you see it. Then after it is past, you still feel where it was. Dominant force is just because it exists at a frequency most rooms can't hold. Story written long before the story's told. Not a performance, not a show put on for eyes. Dominant force is the thing that underlies beneath the surface past the visible. Dominant force is indivisible. From the man who built it in the quiet years. Dominant force is what remains when pressure clears. That doesn't announce its arrival. Built for more than comfort and survival. Moves the air before the body enters. Dominant force is what the room remembers. Oh, not the loudest, not the first to land. Just the one that no one understands. How to match or measure or contain. Force running through the vein. Watch the ones who let noise and spectacle effective in the show. Quite forgettable in the long run when the room reflects on what it was that earned its real respect. Dominant force is the residue of years of being exactly who you are when no one benefits from watching. Dominant force is built from all the coaching. You give yourself that free when no one's there, when the only audience is the empty chair in the mirror and the standard you keep. Dominant force runs too deep to sleep. Beneath the surface past the visible. Dominant force is indivisible. From the man who built it in the quiet years. Dominant force is what remains when pressure clears. Force that doesn't announce its arrival. Built for more than comfort and survival. Move the air before the body enters. Dominant force is what the room remembers. Not the loudest, not the first to land. Just the one that no one understands. How to match or measure or contain. Dominant force running through the vein. Force without the noise is the rarest kind. Built in the discipline of a specific mind that chose the long road knowing it was long. Dominant force is just a residue of strong. Decisions made when weak was the easier call. Dominant force is what you build in the hall of the empty practice of the unseen rep. Dominant force is in the unrewarded step. Base beneath me matching what I carry. Red current in the blood and blue fire stationary. In the center of the man who chose the way. Dominant force is permanent, not a stage. You enter or you leave, it just exists. Dominant force is what the pressure assists. And building over years without a plan. Dominant force is just a product of a man who showed up when showing up caused something real. Dominant force is in the unrewarded deal of doing what you said in the dark. Dominant force is just a permanent force that doesn't announce its arrival. Built for more than comfort and survival. Move the air before the body enters. Dominant force is what the room remembers. Not the loudest, not the first to land. Just the one that no one understands. How to match or measure or contain. Dominant force running through the veins. Still present, still certain. Dominant force behind the curtain of the quiet, of the still. Dominant force always will. Can't measure, can't contain. Dominant force always remains. On my terms, on my time. Every move I make is by my own design. On my terms, on my line. Nobody's drawing the map but mine. Play the game they set and played it through. Then I changed the rules and started something new. On my terms, the only way I ever chose to move. Standing here inside a frame that wasn't mine. Following the blueprint of somebody else's line. Productive in the way that something hollow is. A fishing at a life that wasn't really his. Woke up on a Tuesday with a different thought. But if the permission that I always sought was something I could simply give myself. Pull the blueprint off somebody else's shelf. Put my own design down on the revolution, more quiet shift of the weight from the expectations to the lift of my own spirit held above the common line. On my terms became the thing that made things fine. Turned down rooms that came with someone else's ceiling. Walked away from deals that killed the feeling of the man who showed up clear inside the mirror. On my terms just made the whole thing clearer. Not ungrateful, just aware of what I am. Built for something wider than their program. Respectful of the path, but not the limitation. On my terms is just a form of self-creation. Set the hour, set the place, set the standard and the pace. Set the table and the terms of the exchange. On my terms means nothing's out of range. On my time, every move I make is by my own design. On my terms, on my line, nobody's drawing the map but mine. Play the game they said and played it through. Then I changed the rules and started something new. On my terms, the only way I ever chose to move. Here's what on my terms really cost. Not the comfort of the things you haven't lost. More the willingness to build a different kind of the life that runs according to your mind. The one they handed you at 22. The one you built if no one else were watching you. On my terms requires you to know exactly what you want and where to go. Grace beneath me, wide is my ambition. Recurring in the blood and blue fire in the mission of the man who drew his own map from the start. On my terms is just another word for art. Of living, of choosing, of becoming. On my terms, keep the engine running on the fuel of what I actually believe. On my terms is just the way I breathe. On my time, every move I make is by my own design. On my terms, on my line, nobody's drawing the map but mine. Play the game they said and played it through. Then I changed the rules and started something new. On my terms, the only way I ever chose to move. Still moving, still choosing. On my terms, and I keep on using my design. On my terms, every time. My map, my pace. On my terms, that's my place. Raised on the resistance of a heavy dose of everything that tried to keep me somewhere small. Blood and thunder in the veins before the fall. Not a comfortable beginning, not a gentle start. Something forged the hardest metal in the heart. Before I knew the name of what I was becoming. Blood and thunder always in the blood and running. Through the years that tested what I had inside. Through the nights that had no morning on the side. To where I stood and what I chose to keep. Blood and thunder is too deep to see. Didn't ask for easy, didn't need the soft. The hardest weather and I took it off. The shuffle what was waiting to be used. Blood and thunder is the thing I always choose. Blood and thunder, running through the core. Everything they said just made me want it more. The ground beneath me couldn't shake the frame. Blood and thunder, I came back the same. Hit me with the hardest thing they had. Used it as the reason and I never got sad. Blood and thunder built the thing they see. Blood and thunder is the only part of me. Pressure of the decade built a different grade of the man who stood where all the others swayed. Not superior to season, by the way. Blood and thunder running early, running late. Through the calculation and the cost. Through the things I sacrificed and lost. To arrive exactly where I stand today. Blood and thunder is the price I chose to pay. Walk through rooms that were designed to dim the particular kind of light that burns within. A man who chose the harder thing each time. Blood and thunder is the rhythm and the rhyme. Didn't ask for
after, of the consequence that follows what was struck. Blood and thunder isn't fate, it isn't luck. It's the compound of the choices made in dark, of the nights that left a permanent mark on the surface of the man who kept on going. Blood and thunder is the thing worth knowing. Race beneath me like a storm below the surface. Red current in the blood and blue fire, purposeful through the part of me that weathers what they send. Blood and thunder has no natural end. Tested by the coldest of the cold, shaped by everything that made me bold. Not a weapon, not a shield, not a claim. Blood and thunder is just what runs in my veins. Chose the road that had the roughest grade. Paid the cost of every choice I made. Came through carrying what I came in with. Blood and thunder is no metaphor. No myth. Blood and thunder running through the core. Everything they said just made me want it more. Shook the ground beneath me, couldn't shake the frame. Blood and thunder, I came back to save me with the hardest thing they had. Use it as the reason and I never got saved. Blood and thunder built the thing they see. Blood and thunder is the only part of me still running, still thundering. And I keep on wondering why they try, why they come. Blood and thunder still not done. Burns too deep, burns too true. Blood and thunder all the way through. Run the game, set the pace. Nobody moving at the speed of my race. Run the game on the space. Left the competition somewhere back at base. Made the rules before they knew the rules existed. Move the pieces while the others just assisted. Run the game. That's the only mode I operate. Walk into the room and read the board in seconds. Knew the moves before the other side was wrecking. With the fact that someone already mapped the field. Ran the game before the outcome was revealed. Not by looking, not by being in the right place. More by spending years developing the right face. For the moment when the table turns your way. Run the game is what the prepared ones say. Watch the other scramble for position late. I was already sitting at the head and waiting for the moment that they finally caught the view. Run the game is all I ever knew. Every room is someone running things behind the visible surface of the organized kind of chaos that the others call the norm. Run the game means being the eye of the storm. Still while everything around is moving fast, making every calculation built to last. Past the moment, past the meeting, past the year. Run the game means always staying clear of the noise and the reaction and the spin. Run the game means knowing how to win before the contest starts and after it concludes. Run the game is just a set of attitudes. They play chess while I'm running chess. They react while I already know what's next. They arrive while I'm already on the way out. Run the game is what it's all about. Set the pace. Body moving at the speed of my race. Run the game on the space, on the space. Left the competition somewhere. Yeah, base. Made the rules before they knew the rules existed. Move the pieces while the others just assisted. Run the game. That's the only mode I operate. Here is what running the game requires. Not the loudest voice or the biggest fires. More the willingness to see 3 moves ahead and act on what the situation said. Before the situation said it out loud. Running the game means moving through the crowd of variables and factors in the noise without losing any of the poise. Base beneath me like a chess clock counting. Red current in the blood and blue fire mounting. Through the part of me that calculates the board. Run the game means knowing the reward. Before the risk is taken, before the move. Run the game means living in the groove of something larger than the single play. Run the game is every single day. Not one moment, not one win, not one score. Run the game means always wanting more.
from the end to the beginning. Set the pace, space, run the game, it's my place. Made the rules on the board, run the game. Run it back, run it back. First time through, I didn't know the terrain. Second time, I'm at the loss and learn the gain. Third time through, I had the whole thing ready. Running back, I saw the good ones get ahead. Not a sign of failure, more a sign of craft. Understanding what was forward and what was after the attempt, to the effort of the try. Run it back before you even ask the why. Watch the ones who quit after the first fall. Never got the second chance to hear the call of what was waiting past the initial miss. Run it back is just the name for this. Take the tape and watch it one more time. Find the moment, find the rhythm, find the rhyme of what went wrong and what was almost right. Run it back and do it better in the night. Run it back, run it back. Find the thing they missed inside the crack. Run it back, come back stronger on the very same track. First attempt was the rough draft version. Second time around removes the curtain from the thing you were too new to see. Run it back is just a mastery. Run it back, it's just a mastery. Champions don't celebrate the single win. Champions, run it back and start again from the top with better knowledge and more skill. Run it back is just a sharpening a wheel, not obsession. More like dedication to the craft of constant calibration. What worked, what didn't, what to keep. Run it back is how the miss one sleep, knowing that tomorrow brings another shot at the version of the thing they almost got. Run it back with everything they learned. Run it back is how the real ones are. Run it back, run it back. Find the thing they missed inside the crack. Run it back, come back stronger on the very same track. First attempt is just a rough draft version. Second time around removes the curtain from the thing you were too new to see. Run it back is just a mastery. Here's what the second attempt really is. Not a second chance, more like a quiz. You give yourself on what you now know. Run it back and let the real thing show. It's the nervousness of the debut. Past the things that caught you off cue. Into the version that was always there. Run it back with more precision and more care. Place beneath me like a playback. Ray current in the blood and blue fire through the part of me that studies what went wrong. Run it back and make the whole thing strong. Now looking back in shame, I'm in regret. Looking back with everything I've set up for the second run, the better run. Run it back until the thing is done. Run it back, run it back. Find the thing they missed inside the crack. Run it back, come back stronger on the very same track. First attempt is the rough draft version. Second time around removes the curtain from the thing you were too new to see. Run it back is just a mastery. Still running, still learning. Run it back and keep the fire burning. One more time, better now. Run it back, show them how. Rough draft done. Real thing here. Run it back. Make it clear. No limits, always more. So the ceiling off the building I was in, the walls they built around me is a win. Every boundary set became a starting line. No limits is the only life I could combine. They drew the map and I went off the edge. Stood where they said no one stands on that list. No limits, no ceiling, no floor. No limits means I'm always wanting more. They put me in was never built to hold something that was running hotter than the cold. Walls they poured around me started cracking through. No limits is just what I was born to do. The ones who stayed inside the lines they drew, comfortable and careful and exactly who they were told to be from the beginning. No limits is the difference between losing and winning. Not rebellion for the sake of being loud. Not the need to separate myself from any crowd. Just the natural result of being built too big for the box they had in mind when they did the gig. Limit is a word that other people use for the space between the life they have and life they choose. before they set the start. That's the comfort zone before the easy part of being what they wanted and no more. No limits, kick the hinges off the door. Walk through rooms designed to make me small. Didn't have to feel the ceiling or the wall. Move through frameworks built for lesser range. No limits makes the ordinary strange. Set the limit, watch me cross it. Draw the line, I'm double dosing. Build the wall, I walk straight through. No limits is just what I do. So the ceiling off the building I was in. Took the walls they built around me as a win. Every boundary became a starting line. No limits is the only life I call mine. They drew the map and I went off the edge. Stood where they said no one stands on that ledge. No limits, no ceiling, no floor. No limits means I always wanted more. Here's what the limitless life costs. Not the essence of the struggle or the loss. More the willingness to operate beyond the comfortable edge of what you'll find. Of keeping close because it feels like safe. No limits is the name for leaving safe behind without a second look or thought. No limits is the lesson that can be taught. Base beneath me, wide as an open road. Red current in the blood and blue fire showed me what was past. The point they said was last. No limits burns the future into past. Limitation is the story that they sell. No limits is the truth I know too well. Built for open space and built for wide. No limits running permanent inside. Saw the ceiling off the building I was in. Took the walls they built around me as a win. Every boundary set became a starting line. No limits is the only life I call mine. They drew the map and I went off the edge. Stood where they said no one stands on that ledge. No limits, no ceiling, no floor. No limits means I'm always wanting more. Still breaking, still taking. Every limit set is mine for the making. No ceiling, no floor. No limits, always more. Tore it down, built it wide. No limits, no limits. That's my Watch me rise from the place they left me. Watch me build from the wreck they wrecked me. Count it out, written off, left for done. Watch me rise toward every single one of the things they said I'd never reach. Watch me rise past the ceiling of their speech. Watch me rise. Nobody saw this version coming. It was cold the morning after everything came down. Sat with it in silence before making any sound. Didn't call for help, didn't announce the fall. Just assessed the damage and got up from it all. Not traumatic, not a scene for anyone to see. Just a private moment of deciding to be free from the version of myself that hit the ground. Watch me rise was just the only thought I found in the quiet of the morning that came after. Something past the tears and past the rafter of the ceiling that I built inside my head. Watch me rise was something that I said to nobody in particular, just me. Watch me rise was just the only thing to be. Months went by and things began to shift. Piece by piece, the rubble gave a lift to something that was forming in the base. Watch me rise was written on my face. Long before the roof could reach the sign. Long before the outcome crossed the line. So what they thought was possible for me, watch me rise had already set me free from the expectation of the limited view of what a man who fell couldn't make it through. To on the other side was something built. Watch me rise with zero sense of guilt. Didn't need the validation of the crowd. Didn't need to say the thing out loud. Just the private certainty of knowing. Watch me rise was in the silence showing. Victory when no one else was there. Rising in the rooms that no one shared. Built to come back in the unseen hours. Watch me rise was always in the powers. Watch me rise from the place they left me. Watch me build from the wreck they wrecked me. Count it out, written off, left for done. Watch me rise toward every single one of the things they said I'd never reach. Watch me rise past the ceiling of their speech. Watch me rise. Nobody saw this version coming. Rising isn't loud, rising isn't fast. Rising is the thing that's built to last. Past the moment of the fall and past the doubt. Rising is what patience is about. Took the long crack under pressure of the next time something falls. Watch me rise means answering the calls of the harder version of the path ahead. Rising on the things they left for dead. Breaks beneath me like a foundation, new red current in the blood and blue fire through the part of me that knows the floor by name. Watch me rise means I won't land the same. Wait twice, won't hit the same spot twice. Watch me rise was always worth the price. Watch me rise from the place they left me. Watch me build from the wreck they wrecked me. Count it out, written off, left for done. Watch me rise toward every single one. They said I never reach. Watch me rise past the ceiling of their speech. Watch me rise. Nobody saw this version coming. Still rising, still building. Watch me rise past everything to feel it. The air with. Watch me go. Watch me rise. Watch the show. Rose from nothing, built from scratch. Watch me rise, never looking back. Walk through fires that would've ended this. Some men came out on the other side and walked back in again. Not because I love the pain, I need the fight. Just because the dark is where I sharpen in the night. Pressure try to break me down to something small. The hitting is the impact off the wall to launch me further than I ever planned to go. Invincible is just what happens when you know that the worst they got won't change the bottom line. That the version of yourself you built is yours and mine to keep and carry past the point of what they thought. Invincible is just the thing you never bought. Came for me and missed. Tried to beat the risk that built the thing they couldn't understand. Sent their best, I sent it back. Kept my foot in on the track when the ground was shifting underneath the plan. Not a shield, not a wall, just a man who didn't fall when the weight of it would drop. Oh, weaker soul, invincible isn't born. It's what's left after the storm. The fire passes and still holds. I'm the ones who crack beneath the fraction of this weight. Watch them fold. It's circumstances I would call just late in the morning. Kind of pressure, nothing serious. Something in my wiring runs delirious. With the challenge, with the push, with the resistance. Built the strongest version over years of persistence. Not immune to doubt, just faster at the flip. The invincible is just the tightest grip on the thing that makes you who you are beneath. The surface level version at the other seas. Strip it all away, and what remains is this. Invincible is just a man who won't dismiss. Let me tell you what they got wrong about this word. Invincible is never just about the hurt. It's the morning after everything came down, and you're already planning the next round. Not a superhero, not a perfect man. Just the one who always finds another plan when the first one fails and the second one too. Invincible is just what I chose to do. It's beneath me, constant like a second spine. Red current in the blood and blue. I find the part of me that takes the impact clean. Invincible is just a space between the hit and the response, the fall and the rise. The moment that you terms of how to navigate around the edges of the closing gate. Not rebellion just for being free, more the simple truth of what I have to be. Larger than the frame they built around. They can't hold the thing that makes no sound. When they move through walls designed to slow it down. They can't hold the man who built his crown. In the space between the bars they thought would hold. They can't hold a story yet to be told. Let me paint the picture clear for those who set the frame. Thought containment was the answer to my name, but the system set the rules. Drew the line, didn't count on something operating by design that was wider than a wall. From the beginning, they can't hold what was already winning before the game beginning. After it concluded, they can't hold what always moved unobstructed. Base beneath me like a current past the net, current in the blood and blue fire set to burn through anything they built across the path. They can't hold what does the aftermath of every attempt to slow the thing inside. They can't hold the uncontrollable tide of a man who chose the open over small. They can't hold me, they never could at all. Hands can't hold what keeps on growing. Walls can't stop what keeps on going. Past the ceiling of the life they planned for me. They can't hold me. I was built for open sea. Nets were cast before I hit the water. Closed the trap before they knew they oughta. Left them standing with an empty hand. They can't hold me. They never could command particular current, this particular tide. They can't hold what moves through us. Still free. They can't hold what I was built to be. Can't hold, can't cage. They can't hold me. Turn the page, open water, open sky. They can't hold me. That's the why. It's just you. Oh, it's just you. Yeah, still. Yeah. Yeah. Aim the best shot at the center of my chest. Watch it slow down, watch it fail the test. I'm penetrating what I built across the years. Bulletproof is just a name for what appears when you've taken hits enough to know the sound of the impact. Come and hit the ground and get back up before the echo clears. Bulletproof is built from all the years. Not a material, not a vest you wear. More the density of what you carry there. In the place where lesser men would crack and fold. Bulletproof is just another word for old. Enough to know that nothing fired at you will change the fundamental that is true about the man who stands behind the name. Bulletproof means nothing hits the same. Send it, watch it, stop. Aimed it at the top of everything I built and it just slid. Fire the whole round. Could it bring me down? Same man standing after all they did. Not immune to feeling, not above the dealing with the weight of what the world grows every day. Just processed it, popped it, absorbed it and deflected. Bulletproof is just the only way. Yeah, spend a season letting everything come through. Rotten, unprotected, taking all the blows. Chose to feel the heat instead of running past. Figured out the density that was built to last. Not avoidance, more like education. Took the damage as a form of calibration. Every scar a data point that taught me where the next one would arrive and how to prepare. Bulletproof isn't thickness, it's precision. Knowing what to let land and the right decision of what to absorb and what to let slide. Bulletproof is just the science of the inside. Let me break down what they got wrong from the start. Bulletproof was never just about the heart. Being hard enough to take whatever comes. It's about knowing what the impact becomes. When you metabolize it into something more than the thing that they intended it for. Send it as a weapon, I turn it into fuel. That's the difference between the target and the tool. Base beneath me like an arm, I play the floor. Red current in the blood and blue fire at the core. But the metal took the hit and asked for more. Bulletproof means walking through a permanent war. And coming out the other side with something gained. Not a scratch less, but a whole lot more trained. And they ought to take what they send and flipping it. Bulletproof is just a name for all of it. Send it, watch it, stop. Aimed it at the top of everything I built and it just slid. lost it and kept it, absorbed it and deflected. Bulletproof is just the only way. Still standing, still deflecting. Bulletproof and still collecting. Every round. Bulletproof, still around. Can't pierce it, can't break through. Bulletproof, that's just you. Can't stop us already in flight. Sent the obstacles, I sent them back. Laid the traps, I walked around the track. Changed the rules halfway through the game. Came back harder, never quite the same version of me that walked in yesterday. Upgraded overnight and here to stay. The man they never when they plan. Something in the making they don't understand. Try the silence, try the noise. Try to take away the tools and toys that I built my foundation on from scratch. Can't stop what you were never built to catch. Every wall becomes a door for me. Every cage becomes a way to be free. Every setback is just fuel to the fire. Can't stop what keeps on climbing higher. Can't stop me, can't hold me. Can't break what they never owned. Can't stop me, can't fold me. Can't shake the roots I've grown. I sent the storm and I danced in it. Through the match and I fanned it. Can't stop me tonight. Can't stop us already in flight. Can't stop us already in flight. Can't stop what's already came at me from angles I'd anticipated. Moves I'd mapped before they were created. Not because I'm psychic, just prepared. Spent the quiet years when no one cared. Building what they later try to break. Treated for the hits they plan to make. Not a fortress, just a man who read the playbook they were running in his head. 3 steps ahead before the whistle blows. Already past the finish by the time it shows. On their radar, on their screen, in their sight. Can't stop what moves before they turn on the light. Every wall becomes a door for me. Every cage becomes a way to be free. Every setback is just fuel to the fire. Can't stop what keeps on climbing higher. Can't stop me, can't hold me. Can't break what they never owned. Can't stop me, can't fold me. Can't shake the roots I've grown. Sent the storm and I danced in it. Through the match and I fanned it. Can't stop me tonight. Can't stop us already in flight. Can't stop what's already in flight. Here is what they fundamentally miss. The version on their list didn't account for what the pressure makes. Didn't calculate the shape that breaking takes when it builds back stronger than before. Didn't read the chapter that came after 4. Straight losses turned a fifth into a throne. A man who built his crown alone. Raised beneath me like a war machine. Red current in the blood and blue fire clean. Through the obstacles they laid across the path. Can't stop what doesn't matter. Before the problems even posed out loud. Can't stop what moves beneath the crowd. The doubt and noise and everything they say. Can't stop what lives inside the head of a man who chose the hard road every time. Can't stop the thing that turns the lost to climb. Test it, press it, push beyond the brain. Can't stop what only gets stronger at this stage. Can't stop me, can't hold me. Can't break what they never owned. Can't stop me, can't fold me. Can't shake the roots I've grown. Sent the storm and I danced in it. Through the match and I fanned it. Can't stop me tonight. Can't stop what's already in flight. Still moving, still proving. Can't stop, keeps on improving. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, can't hold, can't break. Can't stop me, watch what I make. Yeah. Came in me with everything designed to crack. Hit the center, hit the sides, hit the back. What I built across the years with care. Walked away confused cause nothing was there to break, to to fold, to compromise. Something in the structure took them by surprise. Not a wall, not armor, plate of steel. More the kind of core that pressure can reveal. A weakness in a fault line, a seam. Unbreakable is just what I became. Not by birth, not by fortune, not by chance. Unbreakable is just the final stance of a man who took the hit and chose to stay. Unbreakable is built a different way. From the inside out, not the outside in. Unbreakable starts where the cracks begin. Couldn't break it, took it, couldn't take it. From the man who built himself from scratch. Try the cold, try the heat, try to find the incomplete part of me that they could finally catch. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Not the absence of the pain or the ache. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Just the thing that's left when everything can break. Season after season tested what was real underneath the surface of the way I feel. Not immune to doubt, not immune to fear. Just faster after recovery from here. Took the longest winners as a form of school. Graduated with a different kind of woo. About what holds and what gives way in time. Unbreakable is just a different kind of climb. Past the point of breaking into something more than the many thought they seen before. Different density, different weight inside. Unbreakable is just the other side. Let me tell you what unbreakable is not. It's not the tough guy act, it's not the hard fought plot of pretending that the hits don't leave a mark. Unbreakable is honest about the dark. It's the choosing to continue past the crack. Not the absence of it, but the coming back. Stronger than the version that we're in. Unbreakable begins right where you've been. Most broken, most tested, most unsure. That's exactly where the unbreakable is pure. Base beneath me like a spine that never bends. Red current in the blood that never ends. Blue fire in the part of me that knows. Unbreakable is where the real thing grows. Not the hardest exterior on display. Unbreakable is just the choice I make today. Bend it, couldn't break it. Took it, couldn't take it. From the man who built himself from scratch. Try the cold, try the heat. Try to find the incomplete part of me that they could finally catch. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Not the absence of the pain or the ache. Unbreakable, unbreakable. Just the thing that's left when everything can break. Still standing, still whole. Unbreakable, runs deeper than the roll. Can't crack it, can't split it. Unbreakable, that's it. Bend all you want, break all you try. Unbreakable. That's my reply. Yeah. Didn't arrive announcing what I came to do. Let the interest speak before word came through. Room adjusted without being told. Dominant force is quiet, dominant force is cold. Not the kind that needs the volume turned to 10. More the kind that's felt before you see it, and then after it is past you still feel where it was. Dominant force is just because it exists. Metaphysics in most rooms can't hold. Story written long before the story's told. Not a performance, not a show put on for eyes. Dominant force is just the thing that underlies. Beneath the surface past the visible. Dominant force is indivisible. From the man who built it in the quiet years. Dominant force is what remains when the pressure clears. Force that doesn't announce its arrival. Built for more than comfort and survival. Move the air before the body enters. Dominant force is what the room remembers. Not the loudest, not the first to land. Just the one that no one understands. How to measure or contain. Dominant force running through the veins. Watch the ones who led with noise and spectacle. And live in the short run, quite forgettable. In the long run, when the room reflects on what it was that earned its real respect. Dominant force is the residue of years of being exactly who you are when no one benefits from watching. approaching. Dominant forces built from all the coaching. You give yourself that free when no one's there, when the only audience is the empty chair and the mirror and the stand that you keep. Dominant force runs too deep to sleep. The surface past the visible. Dominant force is indivisible. From the man who built it in the quiet years. Dominant force is what remains when pressure clears. That doesn't announce its arrival. Built for more than comfort and survival. Move the air before the body enters. Dominant force is what the room remembers. Not the loudest, not the first to land. It's the one that no one understands. How to match your measure or contain. Dominant force. Force without the noise is the rarest kind. Built in the discipline of a specific mind that chose the long road knowing it was long. Dominant force is just a residue strong. Decisions made when weak was the easier call. Dominant force is what you build in the heart of the empty practice of the unseen rep. Dominant force is in the unrewarded step. Base beneath me matching what I carry. Red current in the blood and blue fire stationary. In the center of the man who chose the weight. Dominant force is permanent, not a stage. You enter or you leave, it just exists. Dominant force is what the pressure assists and building over years without a plan. Dominant force is just a product of a man who showed up when showing up caused something real. Cause in the unrewarded deal of doing what you said in the dark, it's just a permanent loss that doesn't announce its arrival. For more than comfort and survival. Move the air before the body enters. Dominant force is what the room remembers. Not the loudest, not the first to land. Just the one that no one understands. How to match or measure or contain. Dominant force running through the veins. Still present, still certain. Dominant force behind the curtain of the quiet, of the still. Dominant force always will. Can't measure, can't contain. Dominant force always remains. On my terms, on my time. Every move I make is by my own design. On my terms, on my line. Nobody's drawing the map but mine. Play the game they set and played it through. Then I changed the rules and started something new. On my terms, the only way I ever chose to move. Spent a year inside a frame that wasn't mine, following the blueprint of somebody else's line. Productive in the way that something hollow is. Efficient at a life that wasn't really his. Woke up on a Tuesday with a different thought. What if the permission that I always sought was something I could simply give myself? Pull the blueprint off somebody else's shelf. Put my own design down on the table. Found out I was more than willing and more able to construct a version of the life I'm meant to live. On my terms is just the most important thing to give. Not a revolution, more a quiet shift of the weight from the expectations to the lift of my own standard held above the common line. On my terms became the thing that made things fine. Turned down rules that came with someone else's ceiling. Walked away from deals that killed the feeling of the man who showed up clear inside the mirror. On my terms, just made the whole thing clearer. I'm grateful just aware of what I am. Built for something wider than their program. Respectful of the path, but not the limitation. On my terms, it's just a form of self-creation. Set the hour, set the place, set the standard and the pace. Set the table and the terms of the exchange. On my terms means nothing's out of range. On my terms, every move I make is by my own design. On my terms, on my line. Nobody's drawing the map but mine. Play the game they set and played it through. Then I changed the rules and started something new. On my terms, the only way I ever chose to move. Here's what on my terms really cost. Not the comfort of the
the things you haven't lost. More the willingness to build a different kind of the life that runs according to your mind. The one they handed you at 22, the one you built if no one else wrote within you. On my terms requires you to know exactly what you want and where to go. Grace beneath me, wide is my ambition. Recurring in the blood and blue fire in the mission of the man who drew his own map from the start. On my terms, just another word for art of living, of choosing, of becoming. On my terms, keep the engine running on the fuel of what I actually believe. On my terms, it's just the way I breathe. On my time, every move I make is by my own design.
快到喽。
Nobody's drawing the map but mine. Play the game they said and played it through. Then I changed the rules and started something new. On my terms, the only way I ever chose to move. Still moving, still choosing. On my terms, and I keep on using my design. On my terms, every time. My map, my pace. On my terms, that's my place. Of a heavy dose of everything that tried to keep me somewhere small. Blood and thunder in the veins before the fall. Not a comfortable beginning, not a gentle start. Something forged the hardest metal in the heart. Before I knew the name of what I was becoming. Blood and thunder, always in the blood and running. Through the years that tested what I had inside. Through the nights that had no morning on the side. Where I stood and what I chose to keep. Blood and thunder is too deep to see. Didn't ask for easy, didn't need the soft. The hardest weather and I took it off the shuffle. What was waiting to be used. Blood and thunder is the thing I always choose. Blood and thunder, running through the core. Everything they said just made me want it more. The ground beneath me couldn't shake the frame. Blood and thunder, I came back the same. Hit me with the hardest thing they had. Used it as a reason and I never got sad. Blood and thunder built the thing they see. Blood and thunder is the only part of me. Pressure of the decade built a different grade of the man who stood where all the others swayed. Not superior, just seasoned by the way. Blood and thunder running early, running late. Through the calculation and the cost. Through the things I sacrificed and lost. To arrive exactly where I stand today. Blood and thunder is the price I chose to pay. Walk through rooms that were designed to dim the particular kind of light that burns within. A man who chose the harder thing each time. Blood and thunder is the rhythm and the rhyme. Didn't ask for easy, didn't need the soft. The hardest
已经快到喽。
what was waiting to be used. Blood and thunder is the thing I always choose. Blood and thunder, running through the core. Everything you said just made me want it more. The ground beneath me couldn't shake the frame. Blood and thunder, I came back the same. With the hardest thing they had. Used it as a reason and I never got sad. Blood and thunder built the thing they see. Blood and thunder is the only part of me. Thunder is the sound that follows after. Lightning is the part that comes before the chapter of the consequence that follows what was struck. Blood and thunder isn't fate, it isn't love. It's the compound of the choices made in dark, of the nights that left a permanent mark on the surface of the man who kept on going. Blood and